At the Inshan tomb of the E family, in the dead of night, Mo, a researcher from the Uzhou Institute of Archaeology and Relics, was observing a tombstone with a flashlight. Ditaizu, Yuan Zhao. It's no use. I can't see clearly. The writing on this tombstone is too severely damaged. Suddenly, a voice rang out, making her jump. Jiwa, you've come? I knew it. Mo looked up. Who's talking? It was that same voice. I knew you would come here one day. Mo was stunned, then was suddenly sucked inside. What's happening? That voice rang out again. Have you heard? Commissioner Xiao went to escort the bride on behalf of his sickly older brother, but ended up empty-handed. Which family's daughter is so bold to dare run away from a marriage with the Xiao family? Who else could it be? It's that crazy girl Mo. The younger brother-in-law is chasing after his sister-in-law. There's a good show to watch now. Mo transformed into a woman in ancient clothing. I can't move, it's too noisy. I can't hear clearly. It's a voice calling. Mo, wake up. Mo suddenly woke up. Who? The two of them stared at each other, and Xiao Qian spoke up. You're awake? Mo was dazed, thinking to herself, this face, could he be some A-list star? But Mo backed away. You, where did you pop out from? And you're even wearing ancient costume? Xiao Qian then said, it seems you're awake. Song Ao, take her away. Song Ao then pushed Mo onto a horse. Daring to run from a marriage with the Xiao family? You got some nerve. Get on. This horse has a fierce temper, just right for you to taste some hardship. Mo was shocked. Run from a marriage? She sat on the saddle, looking around in a daze. What's going on? Isn't this the Inshan tomb? Did I time travel and even fall into a scene of being caught after running from a marriage? But I won't obediently follow the script. Mo immediately pulled the reins tight. If you're lending me this horse, I won't be polite. Song Ao watched in astonishment as Mo spurred the horse and galloped away. Goodbye, handsome ancient guys. Song Ao coughed dryly. Damn it, she knows how to tame a horse? What are you standing there for? Go after her. Xiao Qian spoke up. No need. Song Ao was surprised. What do you mean, no need? I'm worried about you. After chasing her for over 10 miles, you're just going to let her escape without pursuit? Suddenly, Xiao Qian also disappeared. Song Ao was bewildered. Hey, can't you let a person finish their sentence before running off? Half a day later, Mo was still spurring her horse at a gallop. Even if I time traveled, why don't I have any of the original owner's memories? Xiao Qian sat on a high branch, watching her. I want to go home. I want to eat. Xiao Qian stomped his foot on the tree. Mo heard the sound and turned to look. Then, Xiao Qian landed behind Mo on the saddle. Mo turned around and said, Who's there? Get off, get lost. Xiao Qian said with a stern face, You've caused enough trouble. Mo was surprised. What? It's you again? Xiao Qian said to her, If you've had enough fun, come back with me, sister-in-law. Mo was stunned, thinking to herself, Sister-in-law? Mo froze. What did you call me? Sister-in-law? Then, a group of people followed behind Mo. She turned her head in shock. They've all caught up? Suddenly, a woman rushed forward. A brother-in-law and sister-in-law embracing like this. What has the world come to? Let go. If word of this gets out, wouldn't it be? Mo then asked, And who are you? The woman took a step back and said, I am Nanny Lan, your mother's dowry maid. Young Miss Gio, you don't even recognize me anymore? Has your madness gotten worse? Hearing this, Mo was stunned. Madness? Xiao Qian spoke up. That's right, it's madness. Mo was horrified. What? Xiao Qian explained. If I don't keep an eye on you, who knows what other trouble you'll cause? I'll have to trouble you then. Eldest sister-in-law, come up and sit with me. Mo felt like she was struck by lightning. Eldest sister-in-law. Xiao Qian led the way. Please. Mo was flustered. Afterwards, Mo sat in the carriage, leaning her head against the window in a daze. I didn't expect it to be so hot outside in the afternoon, yet so cool inside the carriage. She looked at the sleeping Xiao Qian. This guy must be asleep, right? Mo moved stealthily. Could there be ice hidden somewhere? Mo felt around a spot. There really is a mechanism. Suddenly, the box opened. So many hidden compartments. Could there be a lot of things hidden here? He even uses incense in the carriage. Is this man so refined? Seeing all the sparkling things inside, Mo looked up at the still sleeping Xiao Qian. It seems this wall also has many hidden compartments. Mo reached out her hand, and suddenly Xiao Qian grabbed her wrist. Behave yourself, sister-in-law. Your behavior is truly improper. How am I supposed to explain this to my eldest brother? The carriage suddenly hit a rock and shook violently. Mo panicked. This is bad. She held onto the wall, accidentally coming face to face with Xiao Qian. Xiao Qian awkwardly turned his head and leaned against the wall. Get up already. Emojio smiled. Was my little brother-in-law scared by just a little bump? Don't be afraid. Be good. Your sister-in-law will dote on you. Xiao Qian was stunned. You. Then Emojio reached out her hand. Hee, let me see what treasures are hidden in these compartments. But her hand was immediately tapped by the hilt of Xiao Qian's sword. The design of the hidden compartments here is very discreet. How did you discover them? Do you know the art of mechanisms? Right, you are a daughter of the Mo family, after all. Hearing this, Emojio pulled her hand back. What did you say? She thought to herself, could it be that this original owner's body is like mine, both being heirs of the Mo family skilled in the art of mechanisms? Xiao Qian spoke up. I heard that the women in your clan all bring misfortune to their fathers and husbands, are all fated to be widows, and never live past the age of 25. I originally thought my future sister-in-law would be a delicate and fragile woman, but I didn't expect. Emojio was horrified. What? You're saying I'll become a widow and won't live past 25? Xiao Qian nodded. Emojio was stunned. Wait a minute. If I bring misfortune to my husband, why are you so insistent on making me marry into your family? Xiao Qian explained. My eldest brother is gravely ill beyond cure. The doctor said we need to find a woman with a heaven-sent affinity to marry him. Only then can the sickness be dispelled. Although you are fated to be a widow, your fate is compatible with my eldest brother's. It truly is a match made in heaven. Emojio was petrified, designated to be a widow, and caught in the act. Emojio pulled on Xiao Qian's sleeve and called out, young master. She put on a pitiful, coquettish face. I haven't had a good life all these years. Can't you give me a way out? She thought to herself, once I get away from you people, I have to find a way back to the modern era. Xiao Qian asked in surprise, you really don't want to marry? He then turned his head and signaled to Song Ao. Turn the carriage around. Song Ao spurred his horse forward and replied, yes. Emojio was very surprised to hear this. Where are we going? What are you up to now? Xiao Qian replied, to your house to break off the engagement. Half an hour later, at the Mo family's small courtyard in Huzi Alley, Emojio, Xiao Qian, and Nanny Lan stood at the door. She thought to herself, the Mo family's small courtyard. Is this the original owner's home? Nanny Lan spoke up. Lord Commissioner of Military Affairs, my young miss was momentarily confused. Please don't take it to heart. Emojio turned and asked, where is the Lord Commissioner of Military Affairs? Nanny Lan said in a low voice, who do you think Lord Xiao Qian is? He is the 6th young master of the Xiao family, in charge of the Bureau of Military Affairs, second to only one in court, with 100,000 of Non-Rome's troops in his hands. And Song Ao beside him is a prince. His mother is Consort Xian of the Xiao family, deeply favored by the emperor. If you offend them, you might get your entire clan executed. Emojio looked at Xiao Qian, thinking to herself, I didn't expect the Xiao family's background to be so unfathomably deep. I don't want to jump into this pit of fire. I must completely sever ties with them. Inside the main hall of the Mo residence, Emojio walked in, thinking to herself, is that old lady the original owner's mother? Why does she look so old? Emojio's mother, Sun Yang, sat on a chair, coughed, and said, young master of my in-laws, if Emojio has offended you in any way, I apologize on her behalf. But this marriage absolutely cannot be called off. Xiao Qian took a sip of tea and said, Madam, although my eldest brother is waiting to be saved, our Xiao family will not force others against their will. If your daughter is unwilling, we do not wish to make things difficult. Sun Yang gave a bitter smile and continued, it's not just the eldest young master who is waiting to be saved, but also my life and my daughter's. So for this marriage, I am counting on you. Emojio froze. Huh? Nanny Lan said in a low voice. Commissioner Zhao's medical skills are unparalleled in the world. One of the betrothal gifts he promised was to help you and Madam cure the premature aging and loss of beauty syndrome. Emojio was surprised. What is premature aging and loss of beauty syndrome? Nanny Lan explained. It's the illness of aging before the age of 25. Sun Yang sighed. Alas, you have seen my daughter's appearance, young master. Calling off the engagement is surely not her intention. I hope you can understand. Seeing this, Xiao Qian stood up. If that's the case, re-entering the Xiao family's doors is not impossible. Emojio thought to herself, I knew this guy agreeing to call off the engagement so readily couldn't be for any good reason. Xiao Qian covered his mouth with his hand and said, surely Madam should know what that part of the dowry is. Sun Yang was stunned for a moment, then replied, right. That night, Mo Gio climbed onto a tree branch, a bundle on her back. I have to find a way to time travel back. What premature aging and loss of beauty? What does that have to do with me? You think locking the door can keep me in? You must be joking. My wall climbing skills are at a professional level. I'm not playing along anymore. Whoever wants to marry can go ahead and marry. She stood up holding a piece of cake. Well, it seems a bit far, the distance from the branch to the wall. Whatever. In any case, the brave Mo Gio fears no difficulty. At the same time, outside the courtyard, Xiao Qian was standing guard. Hearing a dog bark, he immediately opened his eyes wide. Wang Kai, what's wrong? Wang Kai was Xiao Qian's beloved dog. Suddenly, there was a scream. Mo Gio fell from above. It was followed by a thud as Mo Gio landed face first on the ground. Xiao Qian squatted down and asked, in the middle of the night, was sister-in-law so hungry you came out to eat dirt? Mo Gio sat up and said angrily, damn it, I fell flat on my face like this and you didn't even think to help me up. What kind of man are you? Xiao Qian replied nonchalantly, you are my sister-in-law. Men and women should keep their distance. Mo Gio let out a cold laugh. Not sleeping in the middle of the night, squatting in the corner of your sister-in-law's house on guard. What are you planning? Xiao Qian replied, the bride is not behaving. I'm just helping my eldest brother watch over his wife. Mo Gio waved her hand helplessly. You really are a loyal subject. Suddenly, she saw Wang Kai. A dog? It ran over affectionately, and Mo Gio froze. A dog. Then threw herself into Xiao Qian's arms. Where did the dog come from? I'm most afraid of dogs. Help. Wang Kai was also stunned. Xiao Qian said awkwardly, let go, get off me. Mo Gio still clung to him. No, you tell it to go away first. He then gestured, Wang Kai. The dog also left. Mo Gio stammered and asked, is the dog still there? At this moment, the two looked at each other, and Xiao Qian spoke. Eldest sister-in-law. The dog is gone. Only then did Mo Gio jump down. Just then, a scream was heard. Let me go. Two men were bullying a girl in a corner. What are you crying for? Shut up. I'm taking you to a rich family. You won't eat fine wine and rich meat. You just have to suffer hunger and cold. Is that it? The poor young lady Li Xinmon said tearfully, please don't. I beg you to let me go. Seeing this, Mo Gio asked, is the security here this bad? You're a commissioner of military affairs or something. Is this how you manage things? Xiao Qian crossed his arms and replied, the Bureau of Military Affairs doesn't handle civil matters. What does it have to do with me? Mo Gio thought to herself, I already knew this block of ice had no humanity, but I didn't expect him to lack even a shred of empathy. But if the sister-in-law you've been chasing all this way falls into someone else's hands, can you still stand by with your arms crossed and act like it has nothing to do with you? Mo Gio spoke up, stop. You people are bold. Do you have any respect for the law? But they said mockingly, not bad. Another pretty young lady. We've hit the jackpot today. Li Xinmon immediately said, big sister, run quickly. Mo Gio's hand was grabbed by one of the men. Run where? Come enjoy a life of luxury with a young master. Mo Gio turned to look at Xiao Qian. You Xiao, your sister-in-law is about to be sold off. Do you still want your Xiao family's reputation? Xiao Qian, however, turned and walked away. Hey, you really don't care? The people in this world are too cold-hearted. Xiao Qian walked to a corner of the wall and stopped, then gave a signal, Shui Fang. Gather the nearby secret guards. Investigate thoroughly why people from Jiangwo dare to cross in a non-Rome to traffic people. Xiao Qian's guard, Shui Fang, appeared as you command. Your subordinate understands. Xiao Qian continued. You alone follow Mo Gio. Report any movement to me immediately. Do not alert the enemy. 2 days later, in Zhaoshan City, in a brightly lit room, Li Xinmon and Mo Gio sat on the bed. Li Xinmon, big sister, have you heard? The person just now said this is the residence of the Zhaoshan Transport Commissioner. I'm scared. Mo Gio comforted her. Be good. Don't be afraid. Big sister will protect you. Suddenly the door was pushed open, and the Zhaoshan Transport Commissioner, son of Prime Minister Xie Bingsheng, walked in. Little lady, couldn't you wait any longer? If you know what's good for you, take off your clothes. Mo Gio stepped forward and said, you can't take them off. If I take them off, you'll die. Xie Bingsheng smiled. To die at the hands of a little lady, it would be worth it for us to have one last look at this stunning beauty. Mo Gio gave a cold smile. Does the commissioner really not know who I am? Xie Bingsheng used his fan to lift her chin. Aren't I waiting for the little lady to tell me? Mo Gio swatted the fan away. I am the Jinx daughter of the Mo family, the eldest sister-in-law of Xiao Qian, the most powerful man in Nanro. If the commissioner doesn't know me, you can send someone to inquire. Xie Bingsheng was stunned, then reached out to stroke her hair. Then I have even more reason not to let you go. Once you've touched Xiao Qian's person, you can't get away. Mo Gio immediately stepped back. Commissioner, don't be hasty. You know that the heirs of the Mo family have always been able to read fortunes and feng shui, right? I see that the commissioner's glabella is dark. This is a sign of great misfortune. If you engage in intimacy at this time, you will surely face a fatal disaster. Xie Bingsheng suddenly burst out laughing. How ridiculous. I most enjoy beauties who use their brains to trick me. Tonight, I will sleep with you. Let's see what you can do. Mo Gio glared. You dare? Xie Bingsheng smiled. In this land of Zhaoshan, there is nothing I dare not do. I will not only strip you naked, but after I'm done with you, I'll chop you up and feed you to the dogs. Elsewhere in the outskirts, a carriage was moving. Inside the carriage, Xiao Qian was playing chess. Song Ao rested his chin on his hand. The guard outside reported, Master, Miss Mo Gio is in trouble. The young lady was taken into Xie Bingsheng's residence. And that guy even said, Xiao Qian, who was playing chess, immediately lifted the curtain. Said what? Shuefeng reported. He said that after he's had his fun with the young lady, he will kill her. Xiao Qian was furious. How audacious of him. A moment later, Xiao Qian arrived and kicked the door open. Song Ao shouted, Xie Bingsheng, get your ass out here. A servant immediately reported, My lords, please calm down. Commissioner Xie is already asleep. Is there some misunderstanding, my lords? Song Ao pointed at Xiao Qian and asked the servant, Are you blind? Your master is about to die, and you're still talking. Xiao Qian stood at the door, thinking to himself, Something's not right. Why is there blood all over the floor? Song Ao pushed the door open. Hey, what's going on? The servant trembled with fear. This, it seems to be Commissioner Xie. Xie Bingsheng's head was covered in blood, and he was sitting there hugging a pipa. This, Xiao Qian used the hilt of his sword to lift the servant's face and asked, Where is Mo Gio? The servant replied, Spare my life, my lord. Are you looking for that young lady who is skilled in feng shui? This humble servant doesn't know where that young lady is either. I only know that she is very capable. She pointed out a few feng shui spots and resolved the issue. It made Commissioner Xie suddenly admire her to no end, and he agreed to let her leave. Xiao Qian's attention was suddenly drawn by a noise outside. He sheathed his sword and walked out. Song Ao was surprised. Chang Yuan, wait for me. He chased after Xiao Qian. Song Ao looked up. What is that in the sky? Is it a female ghost? Meanwhile, Xiao Qian was holding a letter in his hand. Song Ao was surprised. Chang Yuan, what are you looking at? The letter read, The dowry has been compensated to you twofold. Farewell. Song Ao was suspicious. Is this from sister-in-law? Xiao Qian handed it to Song Ao and said, Report this. Xie Bingsheng committed the crimes of collusion and corruption and humiliating women, and committed suicide to escape punishment. Song Ao didn't understand. But his body is covered in stab wounds. How can that be called suicide? Before he could finish, Xiao Qian had disappeared. This guy, elsewhere, Mo Gio was flying through the air. Your sister-in-law is leaving first. Come and catch me if you can. Suddenly, the sound of a horse neighing came from behind her. Mo Gio turned her head in shock. Sixth young master Xiao? It's really him? Why does he keep chasing me relentlessly? Xiao Qian was below, spurring his horse in pursuit. The strong wind made Mo Gio's hang glider unstable. I'm screwed. I'm about to fall. I'm dead for sure. Mo Gio fell from the sky, screaming. Hearing her, Xiao Qian quickly pulled the reins and held out his arms to catch her, but Mo Gio still ended up with a bruised face. Ouch, that hurts. Xiao Qian said angrily, Get off me. Mo Gio was surprised. She was lying on top of Xiao Qian. Why does he say this every time I see him? All right. Looking at the wreckage beside her, she was speechless. Wait a minute. This is the super kite I worked so hard to make. How did it end up like this? Xiao Qian asked her, You made this? How could it carry you in the sky? Mo Gio questioned, You want to know? Then let me go. and I'll tell you. She froze as Xiao Qian suddenly threw her over his shoulder. Do you just grab people whenever you feel like it? Put me down. Sixth young master Xiao. Xiao Qian placed her on the saddle. If I don't grab you, are you going to run again? Xie Bingsheng is dead, so I can naturally suspect you. Mo Jio immediately said, I didn't kill him. Xiao Qian gripped her wrist tightly, sitting behind her. Sister-in-law, if you dare to run again, don't blame me for being impolite and tying you to my side. Mo Jio turned her head and asked, is Xie Bingsheng really dead? Xiao Qian grunted in affirmation. Hearing this, Mo Jio waved her hand. Evil begets evil. The negative energy accumulated in his house couldn't escape. Something was bound to happen sooner or later. Today's outcome can be considered a fulfillment of feng shui. Xiao Qian was surprised. A fulfillment of feng shui? Weren't you tricking him? Mo Jio explained. At first, I was planning to trick him, but I failed. Then I was taken away, and on the way, I discovered that the feng shui of his residence was indeed bad. Plus, with too many women in the house, the three yangs were seizing the yin, forming a negative killing energy. So he begged me to read his feng shui for him. I tricked him by saying he had to perform a ritual at the highest point of the residence, and took the opportunity to secretly make a hang glider to escape. Xiao Qian sighed. You kept saying you wanted to save that young lady, but now you've run away by yourself. Mo Jio immediately replied, because I knew you would definitely go looking. Your family can't do without me. How could you let me fall into someone else's hands? When you arrived, Manor would naturally be saved. I just didn't expect you to catch up so quickly. Xiao Qian patted her head. Thank you for the compliment, eldest sister-in-law. It's all from experience in catching people. Mo Jio forced a smile. I've already compensated you double for the betrothal gifts. Can't you let me go? But Xiao Qian immediately said, the fee Xie Bingsheng gave you? That was embezzled money. It has been confiscated. Hearing this, Mo Jio almost coughed up blood. I can't even fly out of your grasp. I'm tired. I want to sleep. She leaned against Xiao Qian behind her. Oh, I'm so sleepy once I relax. Sixth young master Xiao. I can't hold on anymore. Then she closed her eyes. Xiao Qian supported her. The moonlight was bright. Wang Kai barked incessantly beside the carriage. Then Xiao Qian carried Mo Jio back. Really asleep? He placed her in the carriage. Wang Kai poked its head in a look and saw her frown at its noise. Suddenly, Mo Jio grabbed Xiao Qian's hand. Don't go. There's a dog, she said in her sleep. Can you come up here with me? Mo Jio pulled Xiao Qian closer. Scared, Xiao Qian was a little flustered, then covered her with his coat. There's no dog, go to sleep. The next day, at the border post station, shouting could be heard from outside. What shameless vixen dares to sit in the young commissioner's carriage? Mo Jio woke with a start. Who's yelling? Song Yin appeared before the carriage. Where did this vixen come from? Dressing so revealingly. Are you trying to seduce my cousin? Seeing this princess, why did he get down and kowtow? I am Princess Xin, personally titled by His Majesty, Commissioner Zhao's cousin, and the young Prince Song Ao is... But Mo Jio got out of the carriage and just let out a long yawn. Oh, a princess? I finally get to see a live one. A bit arrogant, but still an antique. Song Yin was stunned. You. Then she turned to complain to Xiao Qian. Cousin, who is she? Cousin, hurry up and tell me. Mo Jio let out a cold laugh, then said sweetly to Xiao Qian, Sixth young master, I also want to ask you, where did this cousin come from? Mo Jio ran to Xiao Qian's side. Didn't you say last night that I'm the only one for you in this life, and you wouldn't marry anyone but me? Song Yin was stunned. Mo Jio stood in front of Xiao Qian, calling coquettishly, Sixth young master. Song Yin then drew her sword. You shameless thing. I'm going to kill you. Xiao Qian gently pushed her away. If you can really kill her, it would be considered slaying a demon and ridding the people of the pest. It's just that her mind wasn't right when she was young. She has a madness. Don't lower yourself to her level. Song Yin immediately sheathed her blade. Cousin, it's because I'm not feeling well. I wanted to ask you to check my pulse. That's why I chased you all the way here. Xiao Qian looked at her, stunned, then said, You're fine. Suddenly, Mo Jio spoke up. You see, he wants to watch the night scenery with me. He doesn't have time to check your pulse. Song Yan's eyes filled with tears. You people. Then Song Yan ran off crying. Gio stood there dumbfounded. Xiao Qian then said, I had no idea. He grabbed Gio's wrist that sister-in-law wanted to watch the night scenery with me. Gio was flustered. Suddenly, a voice called out, Big sister Gio. Gio was stunned. It's Manner's voice. Song Ao brought Li Shimon over. It's so good that you're okay, big sister. She ran over and hugged Gio tightly. Manner was worried sick about you the whole way. Gio smiled. It's okay now, it's okay. Be good. 6 young master Xiao. You see, Manner is frightened. I have to take her back to rest. I can't go with you. Farewell. Then she deliberately pushed Manner to walk faster. Song Ao approached Xiao Qian and asked, Xiao Qian, was that Song Yin who just ran out? You know her temper. You. Xiao Qian replied. The secret guards have already followed her. Song Ao sighed. Forget it. She's been like this since she was little. As for Xie Bingxing's case, the Ministry of Justice has already sealed the file and sent it to Linen. For this case, I even dragged the not-yet-married eldest sister-in-law into it, setting up such a trap, all to catch the big fish of the Xie family. But Prime Minister Xie only has this one precious son. I'm afraid he won't let it go so easily. Xiao Qian then said, It's fine. He can't stir up any trouble. Song Ao was surprised. How can you be so sure? Xiao Qian questioned. His Majesty values me. Would he not value you? Song Ao was impressed. You're still the one who thinks things through. Elsewhere, Gio returned to her room and lay lazily on the bed. A voice called out, Gio. Manner stood by the window and said worriedly, It's dark, and there's still no news of Princess Xian. Will that be all right? Gio replied, Why are you worrying about a royal daughter? Manner said worriedly, Gio, I'm worried about you. If something happens to her, I'm afraid you'll be beheaded. There was a commotion outside. Commissioner Xiao is back. The two stood on the upper floor and watched Xiao Qian enter through the main gate. Manner was surprised. Why don't I see the little princess? The commissioner personally rode out to find her. And you still couldn't find the little commandery princess? Gio said to her. The moment Song Yin ran off, Xiao Qian sent people after her. How could she have vanished so quickly? Suddenly, a stomach rumbled. Manner said awkwardly, Teach that is, Gio smiled. Are you hungry? It's normal for a growing child to get hungry easily. You said you have nowhere to go and want to follow me. I can't just let you go without even a meal to eat, can I? Li Shinmon stammered again. But it's past mealtime. The relay station doesn't serve food to the servants anymore. Gio spoke up. Servants, masters, what's the difference? I just saw someone deliver fresh fruit to Envoy Zhao's room. I'll go get some for you. Wait here obediently. In the main room of the relay station, a dim light shone from within. Gio thought to herself, he just got back. Could he be asleep already? The window is open. I'll take a look. Gio peeked through the crack in the door. If he's really asleep, then she froze. Xiao Qian was soaking in a bathtub, drinking tea. Gio got a nosebleed. Suddenly, Xiao Qian noticed. He shouted, Who's there? Xiao Qian then put on his clothes. Gio covered her mouth in shock. I'm doomed, he found me. She heard footsteps approaching. What's that sound? Gio looked up. Is it coming from the rafters? A person in a veiled hat was on the rafters. A bad guy. He immediately threw a dagger. Suddenly, Xiao Qian appeared and pulled her aside. Men after him. Gio looked at Xiao Qian in a daze. This man is just too handsome. I'm doomed. I'm doomed. Am I bewitched by him again? How can I be so easily taken advantage of? Xiao Qian then asked, What are you looking at? Gio awkwardly turned her head away. That person, Xiao Qian questioned, Why did you appear here? Gio hastily made an excuse. I want to buy some sliced fish congee to eat, can I? If you don't believe that, I'll say something else. Because I was too poor as a child and didn't bathe often, now whenever I see water, I just want to soak in it. After speaking, Gio froze again. Strange, my eyes can't leave 6 Master Xiao at all. My heart is pounding like it's about to explode. It's like this is a dream, and when I wake up, everything will be different. So complicated. Watching Xiao Qian tying his clothes, she wanted to rush over and embrace him, to possess every breath on his body, wanting time to stop so she could be with him forever. Gio ran over and hugged Xiao Qian, but was immediately pushed away by him. I'll give you one last chance for your final words. Gio stammered. Well, can I touch your abs? Gio covered her mouth again, thinking to herself, It's over. Why did I say such improper things? 6 Master Xiao. She felt her head spinning. What? What are you trying to do? Xiao Qian suddenly swept her into his arms. Be still, you've been poisoned. In the room, Xiao Qian ground medicine to apply to Mo Jio's wound. My agarwood combined with the Jun poison on the dart that hit you. When mixed, create a type of aphrodisiac poison. Mo Jio asked in confusion. So, this poison stimulates a person's desires, making them infatuated with beauty? Xiao Qian immediately stood up. No, it's because you saw my body that your heart was stirred. Mo Jio hastily explained. That's not it. I didn't look at you, and even if I did, I didn't see anything. On the other side, Xiao Qian walked to the medicine cabinet to get something. Meanwhile, Mo Jio was still muttering. Even if I saw it clearly, I wouldn't be like this. What on earth did you do to this agarwood to make me feel so strange? Suddenly, Xiao Qian pinched her mouth open and stuffed a pill inside. I already told you. With the pill forced in, Mo Jio had no choice but to swallow. Xiao Qian still held her mouth, ordering, be quiet. After that, Mo Jio could no longer speak. She punched his chest. What did you make me eat? Xiao Qian pinched Mo Jio's cheek and said, this medicine will make you mute for one night. You'll be fine by tomorrow. Then he took out a handkerchief to wipe his hands. This is just a reminder that what happened tonight must not be told to anyone else. Mo Jio turned to look at him in confusion, just as a voice called from outside. Envoy, Xiao Qian ordered. Come in. Shui Fong came to report. Your subordinate was incompetent. The assassin's skills were extraordinary. I couldn't catch up. Also, seeing Shui Fong hesitate, Xiao Qian glanced at the fruit platter. It's late. Sister-in-law, finish your watermelon and rest early. He tossed a plate of watermelon to Mo Jio. She gritted her teeth, took the plate, and left, leaving the two of them alone. Xiao Qian poured a cup of tea and asked, what is it, speak? Shui Fong reported. The spies report that they've recently discovered the whereabouts of the Mo family's left steward, Mo Wang. I'm afraid he has been following us since Zhaoshan. It seems he's targeting Miss Jio, but this person is extremely vigilant. Our men couldn't find his hiding place. Xiao Qian took a sip of tea. If that's the case, we'll just let him reveal himself. Early the next morning, a voice called from outside. Shimon, Li Shimon entered the room and asked her, Sister, you can speak now? Are you feeling unwell anywhere? Mo Jio, sitting on the bed, replied no. She thought to herself, a non-toxic, side-effect-free medicine that can make someone mute? Isn't this medicine of Xiao Qian's too miraculous? Shimon came closer to put a cloak on her. The envoy gave orders early this morning. The group will stay here for 2 days to search for the commandery princess. If you're bored, sister, you can go out for a stroll. Mo Jio was surprised. Why isn't that guy afraid I'll run away anymore? Shimon continued. He said that if you run, you know the consequences yourself. Mo Jio angrily stood up to wash her face. Shimon asked her, so are we going out? I heard the market in Sanjiang is much livelier than in Zhaoshan. Mo Jio agreed. Let's go. Why wouldn't we? Outside, the market was bustling with people, incredibly lively. Don't miss it as you pass by. Mo Jio and Shimon arrived at stall. Suddenly, Mo Jio spotted a figure in the distance. That person is... She immediately walked over. Shimon was surprised. Sister Mo Jio. Mo Jio smiled at the person. It seems you were waiting for me? Mo Wang bowed, yes. Miss Jio, I've come to take you away. Mo Jio was stunned. Mo Wang sighed and said, the day you fled the wedding, Miss Jio, I led men to pursue you. By the time I came back to find you, you had already been taken away by the Xiao family's people. Hearing this, Mo Jio was stunned. So that's what happened? No wonder I heard people gossip that the original owner ran away midway for a dashingly handsome man. Wait, it was you? I've finally waited for you. Hurry and take me away. That sixth master Xiao is no good. If I stay with him any longer, I might lose my life one day. Shimon from behind asked worriedly, Sister, where are you going? Please don't cause trouble anymore. If Envoy Xiao finds out, I'm afraid you won't be able to keep your life. Mo Jio immediately replied, by the time he gets here, I'll be long gone. But Envoy Xiao, seeing this, Mo Wang immediately pulled Mo Jio into his arms. Shimon was stunned. The envoy is here. Xiao Qian was on horseback, leading a troop of men and horses. Where are you planning to go, sister-in-law? Planning to elope with someone? Seeing Xiao Qian arrive, Mo Jio thought to herself, this man is a lingering ghost. Seeing Mo Wang, Xiao Qian spoke up, you've come. I, Xiao, have been waiting for you for a long time. He signaled his subordinates. Mo Jio was furious. So that's how it is. Sixth Master Xiao, I was wondering why you were suddenly so kind as to let me go out. It turns out it was to lure my lover out. Mo Wang, holding a jade flute, was surrounded by soldiers. He laughed heartily. Miss Jio, No need to worry. Since Envoy Xiao wanted to see me, if I didn't come, wouldn't that be disappointing the envoy? Xiao Qin glanced at him, then turned to Mo Gio and said, Sister-in-law, surely you haven't forgotten about running away from the wedding? You'd best remember him well. Mo Wang thought to himself, no wonder Miss Gio isn't the same as before. Did she really fall and hit her head? Xiao Qian ordered. What are you standing there for? Seize him. Several soldiers immediately rushed forward. Mo Wang bent his jade flute and immediately counterattacked, and those men fell to the ground. Shimon cried out worriedly, Sister, what do we do now? If you know this young master, quickly plead with the envoy. Tell them to stop. Mo Jiu let out a cold laugh. Why should I plead with him when I've done nothing wrong? Can't you see my lover has the upper hand? Xiao Qian immediately ordered, all of you, stand down. Mo Wang stood on a tree branch and said in a loud voice, Envoy Xiao is indeed a man of courage. Is this your way of letting me go? Xiao Qian drew his sword. You had Xie Bingxing dress as a woman and tortured him to death by 1,000 cuts. Then you used cruel methods to murder a court official. How can this humble servant spare you? Mo Wang replied, Xie Bingxing was worse than a pig or a dog. I killed him only to rid the people of a menace. Hearing this, Mo Gio was stunned. Xie Bingxing was killed by him, and with such cruel methods. It doesn't seem like something an upright and honorable person would do. Xiao Qian said to him, Mo Wang, you are the left steward of the Mo family. By doing such a thing, are you not afraid of tarnishing the Mo family's name? Mo Gio thought to herself, Mo family? Steward? Could it be as I predicted, that this world also has a Mo family descended from a branch of Mozi? It seems that as a descendant of the Mo family, transmigrating into Mo Gio's body was not a simple coincidence. Mo Wang stood on the branch, facing Xiao Qian. We disciples of the Mo family have always made it our duty to eliminate evil and quell violence. Besides, for someone like him to dare insult Mo Gio, you really can't blame me. Envoy Xiao resisted our enemies for the country and achieved great military merit in Western Yu. Mo Wang does not wish to be your enemy. Today, I only wish to take Mo Gio back. Xiao Qian immediately rushed forward. If you can defeat me, I will let you take her away. Xiao Qian stood before Mo Wang. In any case, I must fight you. Mo Wang laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, Envoy Xiao is truly a straightforward man. Make your move. The two clashed in midair, the sound of swords ringing out. Mo Gio thought to herself, this Xiao fellow's martial arts are too powerful. I hope this pretend lover of mine can win. I'm counting on him to get me out of this tiger's den. Seeing Mo Wang kneeling on one knee, she thought, it's over. Mo Gio immediately went forward and pulled Xiao Qian's arm. Hey, stop fighting. She then slapped Mo Wang. You scoundrel. How dare you raise a hand against Envoy Xiao? Then she pushed him hard. Take a look at yourself. This face, this figure, how can any part of you compare to Sixth Master Xiao? I have such a handsome man by my side, a feast for the eyes every day. Why would I go with you? She said while pushing Mo Wang, then whispered, why aren't you running? Xiao Qian frowned. Mo Gio. But Mo Wang grabbed her shoulder, struggling to his feet. I can't leave. I am a man of my word. Since I made a promise to Envoy Xiao, I will not flee just because I lost. Besides, when I was in danger, you stepped in to help. How could I easily abandon you? Mo Gio gave a forced laugh. Haha, she thought to herself. That's because I was hoping you'd run and take me with you. I didn't expect you to be so honest. Suddenly, Song Ao appeared, shouting, Mo Wang, your Mo family is truly audacious. If anything happens to my sister, I will chop you into 100 pieces. Hearing this, Mo Gio was surprised. What's wrong? Was a commandery princess taken by the Mo family? Xiao Qian sheathed his sword and said, I was looking for you precisely for this matter. I know this was done by a branch of the Mo family's right steward and has nothing to do with your left faction. But the imperial court doesn't care about your Mo family's internal strife. Does the Mo family really want to oppose the court? Please think it over, left steward. Mo Wang asked him back, what do you want me to do? Xiao Qian said immediately. The commandery princess was taken by the right steward to Shangxian Villa. The villa is surrounded by complex mechanisms that are difficult to bypass. Please lead the way, steward. Mo Wang agreed. Mo Gio thought to herself. So the one who kidnapped Song Yin was the right steward's faction? The Mo family, under the leadership of the Juzi, is divided into left and right stewards who manage important affairs. It seems the two factions have become extremely polarized in this generation. This is a good opportunity to go to the Southern Rhone Mo family to investigate and maybe even find clues about my transmigration. Mo Wang had already turned to leave. Mo Gio spoke up. I want to go too. But Mo Wang stopped her. No, it's too dangerous. You should just wait for me here. Mo Gio immediately turned around and pleaded with Xiao Qian with a pitiful look. Sixth Master Xiao, I want to go. Xiao Qian questioned, why should I take you, sister-in-law? Mo Gio said smugly, can't you see? I'll run away. If you're not here, will they be able to find me? Xiao Qian said immediately, if I lock you in your room, sister-in-law, you naturally won't be able to run. Mo Wang was furious. Xiao Qian, you dare? Mo Gio stopped him. AI, of course he dares. But Sixth Master also knows I'm proficient in the art of mechanisms. A single lock to keep me in? I'm afraid that's a bit difficult. Why not take me along? On one hand, you can keep an eye on me, and on the other, if we encounter any mechanisms, I can help. How about it? Xiao Qian then ordered, halt, prepare the horses. Since sister-in-law has it all planned out, I will naturally comply. Then Mo Gio climbed onto a horse. Xiao Qian followed behind and said, but if you act on your own along the way, sister-in-law, then don't blame me for being impolite. Mo Gio laughed coldly. Impolite how? Xiao Qian provoked. Sister-in-law can try and see. Half a day later, the group was on the road. Mo Gio looked excited. I'm so stiff from riding for so long. Left steward, talk with me for a bit. Mo Wang smiled. What about? Mo Gio leaned in close and said, the case of Xie Bingsheng, you didn't actually do it, did you? I guess although you killed him, the death by 1,000 cuts and flaying was probably the work of the Mo family's right faction. With the conflict between the left and right factions being so intense, why doesn't the Mo family's Juzi do anything about it? Mo Wang said immediately, Miss Gio is indeed intelligent, but you may not know, the Mo family's Juzi passed away many years ago. Before his death, he described a new, fated Juzi, but we still haven't found that person. Mo Gio was surprised. There's a fated Juzi? How would you know? Mo Wang replied, Miss Gio, this is an organizational secret of the Mo family. Please forgive me for not being able to disclose it. Mo Gio pleaded. Then can I join the Mo family right now and take your master as my own? Eldest senior brother, hurry up and tell me. Riding ahead, Song Ao was surprised. What are they talking about back there? Their horses are about to collide. TSK, Zhang Yuan, your face looks like you want to eat someone alive. Xiao Qian's face was grim. He picked up a pebble and flicked it at the neck of Mo Gio's horse. The horse immediately reared up. Mo Gio was terrified. Xiao Qian quickly moved forward and grabbed her reins. Left steward, we're about to reach Hengza's territory. You go ahead and lead the way. Mo Wang immediately replied, understood. Then Mo Wang spurred his horse forward, while Xiao Qian rode on the same horse as Mo Gio. Mo Gio spoke up and asked, Sixth Master Xiao, do you think my horse can understand human speech? It was fine one moment and went crazy the next. Could it be that it heard, I wanted to become an apprentice and find a senior brother, so it got upset? Xiao Qian said to her calmly, sister-in-law may not know. This is a horse from my Xiao family. Mo Gio was surprised. So what? Xiao Qian said softly, it doesn't like seeing a woman of my Xiao family getting too close to another man. In the dense forest outside Shangxian Villa, Mo Wang played his jade flute. Hearing the flute, a Mo family disciple appeared. Mo Linger was excited. Mo Linger pays her respects to the left steward. Mo Wang immediately ordered, lead the way for me. Mo Linger replied, yes, but she immediately saw the man and woman behind him. Sister Yen. Mo Wang immediately said, she is Mo Gio, not Sister Yen. Linger was surprised, but she and Sister Yen looked so much alike. Mo Wang said, Sister Yen has already passed away. Linger said sadly, yes. Seeing this, Mo Gio thought to herself, who is this Sister Yen? She looks somewhat like me. Enough for this little girl to mistake me for her. Xiao Qian spoke up. Let's go. That evening, their group finally arrived. Mo Gio complained, we've traveled such a long way. I'm starving to death. I wonder if there's food to eat at their place? Mo Wang replied, it's right ahead. Mo Linger said excitedly, look, the lights are bright ahead. We've arrived. A line of women stood at the entrance to welcome them. The right steward, Shangya, stood at the front and spoke. Raji, light the lamps. The little prince and the secret envoy have come from afar. It is all due to Shangya's poor hospitality. I hope your highness and envoy Xiao can forgive me. Shangya was dressed revealingly. causing several soldiers to stare blankly. So beautiful. To think there's such a beautiful woman in the world. Song Ao spoke up and asked, "Where's the commandery princess?" Shang Yi moved closer to Xiao Qian and replied, "The little commandery princess is an honored guest of the villa. I had no intention of restraining her, but the princess was anxious and insisted on waiting for Envoy Xiao to arrive before she would leave. I had no choice but to trouble Envoy Xiao and the little prince to make this trip personally. I have prepared tea and refreshments. Please come inside." Song Ao and Xiao Qian looked at each other. Then Xiao Qian called out, "Mo Jio, come here." Mo Jio approached him and said, "This person doesn't look like a kind sort. If we just barge in like this." Xiao Qian said immediately, "It's fine. I'm here." Then he took her hand and walked forward. "Stay close to me. Don't wander off." Shanya led their group inside. "Please come in. This is our villa's guest house. This little sister looks like an old acquaintance of mine, just that her beauty is a little inferior to hers." Mo Gio immediately said, "This Annie is truly ignorant. Using your decades-old eyes to judge my teenage appearance. Is that fair? I'm still a young maiden. Isn't that right, Sixth Master?" Shanya gritted her teeth and thought, "How dare she mock me? She truly doesn't know her place. Does she deserve to speak to me here?" Suddenly, her foot tripped and she fell towards Xiao Qian. "Aya!" But Mo Jio quickly grabbed her arm. "Annie, be careful. Although you're plump and fleshy, falling on someone will still hurt." Shanya fell to the ground. Song Ao looked around and asked, "Right steward, where is she? Bring her out." Shanya then took off her outer robe, completely unabashed. When the little commandery princess entered the villa, she curiously wandered into the Qiankuan cave and encountered my soul-separating goo. Song Ao was alarmed. "She was poisoned by a goo? Why didn't you say so earlier?" Shanya moved closer to Xiao Qian. "Your Highness, don't be anxious. This goo poison, I can cure it. It's just that the method is a bit special. It requires me to taste 100 herbs, cultivate the art of healing, and, at the same time, with a body of pure yang like Envoy Zhao's, if I am graced with his favor. Only then can I cure the goo for the commandery princess." Mo Jio immediately cut in. "You have to sleep with him to cure the goo poison? This method is truly rare." Shanya continued, "The little commandery princess's goo poison cannot be delayed. This is the best way. Is the envoy unwilling to grant me this small request?" Xiao Qian laughed coldly. "The request is indeed very small. Unfortunately, this humble servant is a neat freak by nature and doesn't like to be involved with the filth of women." Shanya was displeased. "Is Envoy Xiao going to be so disrespectful to me?" Mo Jio pushed her away. "Right steward has misunderstood. If Annie also knows that Envoy Xiao is proficient in medical arts, then for a small matter like detoxification, why would we need the right steward to trouble herself by offering her body? Isn't that right, Sixth Master Xiao?" Xiao Qian replied, "That's right. Just hand the commandery princess over to this humble servant. The rest does not need to trouble the right steward." Shanya ordered Ruaji, "If that's the case, then please bring the little commandery princess out." Ruaji replied, "Yes." Song Ao was shocked when he saw Song Yen. "Song Yen, what happened?" Song Yen was dazed and lifeless. "What happened to my sister?" Emojio thought while eating a pastry. "The little commandery princess's condition doesn't look good." Song Ao supported Song Yen and said to Xiao Qian, "Zhang Yuan, is there really a cure for this soul-separating goo?" Shanya cut in, "Envoy, the soul-separating goo must be cured using my method." Mo Jio suddenly spoke up. "Ouch. Right steward, are the pastries here undercooked? My stomach hurts so much. Let me borrow your latrine for a moment." Linger spoke up. "Linger will take you, sister." Then Mo Jio followed Linger. "Sister, how can you have a stomachache after just one bite? Could it be that it's really undercooked?" Mo Jio replied, "Silly girl, of course I'm pretending. Let me ask you, are the words that Demonis said true or false? Does Song Yan's poison really need such a strange method to be cured?" Linger whispered to her, "You don't know, sister, that right steward has always been improper. She even slept with her own master. She practices a kind of beauty-preserving art, absorbing yang energy. For someone as powerful as Envoy Xiao, she naturally covets him. Therefore, the request she made to the envoy, I'm afraid it has nothing to do with curing the goo." Emojio deduced, "So that's how it is. Linger, do you know where the well in this villa is?" Linger was surprised. "Sister, what are you looking for a well for?" Emojio said immediately, "The secrets of heaven must not be revealed." A moment later, The two returned. Mo complained, "We're finally back. I didn't expect the well and the villa to be so far away." Suddenly, there was a loud noise from the other side. "What's going on?" The elder of the Mo family's Qiangate, Xiao Zhanping, appeared. He laughed heartily. "For all of you to gather here today, it's truly lively." Linger was frightened and hid behind the door with Mo. Xiao Zhanping, "Why is he here?" Mo asked her. "You know him?" Linger replied. "He's the elder of the Mo family's Qiangate. This formation, could it be that he wants to rebel?" Mo quickly pulled Linger and ran. "What are you waiting for? Let's go." The two ran behind Xiao Qian. She thought to herself, it's still safer next to Xiao Qian. Xiao Qian glared at her. "What are you looking at?" Mo smiled sheepishly. "Nothing. I just feel that our sixth master is getting more and more handsome." Shanya shouted loudly. "Xiao Zhanping, the prince and the envoy are still here. How dare you be so presumptuous?" Xiao Zhanping laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha. I was waiting for today's opportunity. Today, all of you must die here." On the court side, Prime Minister Xie is already handling it. From now on, the Mo family will quell its internal strife and restore its prestige. "Ha ha." Song Ao was furious. "You bastard. How dare you?" Xiao Zhanping let out a cold laugh. Suddenly, the earth and sky shook. Xiao Qian held Mo tightly as the teacups on the table shattered. Then the roof collapsed. Xiao Qian shielded Mo. "Be careful." Everything in the house collapsed. Mo looked at him blankly. "All right, you don't have to say any more. I can get down myself." Xiao Qian squatted down and asked, "Are you hurt?" Mo sighed. "No." Then she noticed, "Sixth Master Xiao, something is flying towards us." Xiao Qian stood in front of Mo. "Hide behind me." A swarm of red bees flew towards them. Xiao Qian used a sword to fend them off, but one bee flew over and stung Mo's neck. "My neck hurts." "What the hell is this?" "Xiao Qian, why is there a pattern on your neck?" On the other side, in the secret chamber, Shangyu was shocked. "What? How did this happen? How did it turn out like this? Why did my goo worm acknowledge a master? I raised it for so long. Why did it end up benefiting you, you little wench?" Shangyu held a candlestick. "I went through so much trouble to team up with Xiao Zhanping to stage this rebellion, deliberately letting Xiao Qian sit on the entrance to the mechanism, precisely so he would fall into the secret chamber with me, and then I could take the opportunity to release the cloud and rain goo. This type of goo worm has a characteristic. Once it flies out of the box, it will seek out its master. Was supposed to be parasitic on me and Xiao Qian." She gritted her teeth. "Who knew this crazy wench would fall down with us and dare to steal my cloud and rain goo?" Xiao Qian drew his sword and pointed it at Shanya. "What have you done?" Shanya pushed the blade away. "Emissary, it has nothing to do with me. This goo insect was raised by my master. It accidentally flew out when we fell into the secret chamber. Although I don't know what this is, I'm the only one in the world who knows the antidote. Please reconsider, emissary." Mo squatted down and sneered. "Is that so? But I know too. When I was a child, I read a book that said no matter what kind of goo poison it is, there's a universal way to cure it." Mo held out her hand, and that is to use human flesh and blood to feed it. Mo lifted Shang Yu's chin. "You're so beautiful. I wonder what you taste like?" Shang Yu said angrily, "You dare? If you kill me, you won't live either." Xiao Qian pressed his sword to her neck. "Right, Deacon. I don't like to beat around the bush. You'd better be direct." Shanya pleaded, "Spare my life." "Emissary, I really don't know what kind of goo poison this is. Although I can't cure it for now, as long as the emissary makes love with me, I can help you detoxify." Xiao Qian said angrily, "In that case, there's even less need for you." He kicked Shangyu to the ground. "I'll ask you one last time, what goo poison have I been afflicted with? If you dare to deceive me, next time I will take your head." Shangyu was terrified. Emissary, spare me. The goo insect has already entered the body. I truly have no clue and no solution for now. But the mechanism can be opened." Shangyu tremblingly reached for the wall. "No, it's impossible. I wouldn't dare deceive the emissary. The matter of falling into the secret chamber to cure the princess's goo was all a deliberate act, conspired by me and Xiao Zhanping." Xiao Qian questioned, still daring to play tricks in front of me. Shangyu panicked. "No, I wouldn't dare deceive the emissary. The matter of falling into the secret chamber to cure the princess's goo was all a deliberate act, conspired by me and Xiao Zhanping. But the current situation is not what I wanted." Shangyu, covered in blood, leaned against the wall and said, "Xiao Zhanping and I were in love, but I was later forced by my master to cultivate the Charm Sutra and swallow the Charm Goo. In order to cure the Charm Goo and elope with Xiao Zhanping, I set up this scheme. but he betrayed me. After speaking, Shanya closed her eyes and fainted. Geo panicked. Xiao Qian, she's not dead, is she? If she dies, what'll we do if our goo poison acts up? Xiao Qian asked her, are you scared? Geo went forward to check Shanya's breathing. Nonsense, I don't want to die yet. She breathed a sigh of relief. It's good she's not dead. It seems if we want to get out of here, we can only rely on ourselves. Geo pressed against the wall, feeling around, but there was no reaction. There are 12 reliefs in the secret chamber, each carved with a heavenly stem. The 10 heavenly stems are all the same, but the 12 earthly branches of the zodiac are different. With so many combinations, we can't try them one by one. Damn it, how long will this take? Suddenly she noticed something on the side. What's that? A Lubon lock. How could this possibly stump me? Geo picked it up with interest, fiddling with it, and quickly solved it. Look, I got a sonic compass. It seems to be designed according to feng shui principles. My precious, it's mine now. Xiao Qian snatched it. You dare to touch anything? Truly unafraid of death. Geo held the compass high. What am I afraid of? You'll save me. Xiao Qian was helpless. Suddenly, Geo felt dizzy. Xiao Qian hurriedly supported her. Geo, what's wrong? What does it hurt? Then Xiao Qian picked her up. Forgive my impertinence. Geo lay on the bed, her face contorted in pain. Xiao Qian was worried. Geo. He looked at the pattern on Geo's neck and thought, this strange red pattern, could it be that the goo insect is acting up? Suddenly, Geo grabbed Xiao Qian's hand. Xiao Qian asked worriedly, what does it hurt? Geo opened her eyes slightly. My head hurts so much. Xiao Qian moved closer, reaching out to rub her head. Let me see. Geo suddenly sat up. Hey, no need. I was tricking you. I'm just hungry. Xiao Qian's face darkened. Geo. No one has ever dared to play with me like this. Geo looked at him with pleading eyes. Don't be angry. I wasn't completely tricking you. I really was dizzy and couldn't stand just now. Xiao Qian turned away. Geo probed, looking at the compass on the bed and thinking. When I picked it up, I suddenly fainted. She picked up the compass. Unless there's some mystery in this sonic compass. Xiao Qian said angrily, still daring to touch things recklessly. Geo winked playfully at him. Good boy Lu Lang, don't be so tense. I feel this compass has a connection with me. It won't harm me. Geo turned to Shanya and said, hey, I saved your life anyway, so you can give me this compass, right? Shanya was still unconscious. Geo went over to bandage her wound. You're not objecting, so I'll take that as a yes. Then the lights went out. Geo moved in surprise. This sound is Xiao Lu Lang. The secret chamber is shaking. We have to hurry. There was a rumbling sound from outside. Suddenly, Xue Fong appeared with soldiers. Your subordinate was late. I beg the emissary's forgiveness. The unconscious Qiao Zhanping was thrown in, tied up. Shanya slowly woke up. Zhanping. Geo thought to herself. No wonder this Xiao Qian fellow didn't look worried at all. He was indeed prepared. Xiao Qian reached out to adjust Geo's clothes, then pulled her along. Let's go. Once outside, Geo asked curiously, by the way, Xiao Lu Lang, that red medicine bottle in your medicine box, what is it for? Xiao Qian questioned, what did you do? Geo replied, earlier when Linger and I went to the latrine. We found the well and poured some in. Hearing this, Xiao Qian frowned. He saw the label Happy Pills and thought, it's better to have fun together than alone. The others were all tied up in the courtyard. The disciples of the right faction of the Mahis school had flushed faces. Hearing this, Xiao Qian helplessly covered his face. Geo, you're really something. Geo sneered, you flatter me. You, on the other hand, look like a righteous gentleman. But didn't you also concoct that kind of medicine? Xiao Qian said, ahem, Xue Fong. Xue Fong stepped forward. Your subordinate is here. Xiao Qian ordered. Xie Bingxing's case is not much related to the princess's poisoning, but it's also not related to the ordinary disciples. Pass down the order, release all the others. Xue Fong acknowledged the order. Xiao Qian continued. The young prince and I will take over this case. Xiao Zhanping and Mo Wang are to be taken to the capital and handed over to the steward for handling. You will escort Miss Jiu back to Chu Prefecture. This journey must be handled with care. Xue Fong held up a cloak. Your subordinate understands. The road is rainy. Please put on this cloak, emissary. Geo spoke up. Wait, You're leaving? Xiao Qian asked back, what else? Mo Jiu felt a pang of disappointment. Is it a good thing that he's leaving? Why do I feel so empty? Xiao Qian then said, my eldest brother's wedding is set for the 18th of next month. I must return to Chu Prefecture by the beginning of the month. Mo Jiu forced a smile. Oh, actually you don't have to rush back. Xiao Qian asked, don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Then he draped the cloak over her. Wait obediently to be married. Don't run around. Then he patted her head. Don't worry about the poisoning. I'll figure something out. Half a month later, in Chu Prefecture, in a carriage decorated with wedding flowers, Mo Jiu was fast asleep. In her dream, she saw Xiao Qian's hand brush past her neck. The candlelight in the room was dim. Xiao Qian said to her, sister-in-law, forgive my offense. Suddenly a voice called out, excuse me, Miss Jiu. Mo Jiu groggily sat up, drool still at the corner of her mouth. Xue Fong lifted the curtain. Mo Jiu thought to herself, what's wrong with me lately? Always dreaming about Xiao Qian for no reason. Could it be the effect of the goo insect? Xue Fong informed her, Miss Jiu, we have arrived at the Duke Xiao residence. Please alight from the carriage. Then Mo Jiu was helped out of the carriage, and she was surprised to find the wife of the second son of the Xiao family, Wen Jingshu, standing at the door. Jingshu greets her new sister-in-law. The old madam specifically instructed Jingshu to wait here and invite sister-in-law into the residence. Mo Jiu asked in surprise, you are? Jingshu replied, Jingshu is the wife of the second son. Mo Jiu thought to herself, second son? Xiao Qian's second brother? Jingshu continued, the old madam and the elders are already waiting inside. We can't delay. Xin Min whispered in her auntie's ear, Annie, there's a difference between the main and collateral lines and a hierarchy of seniority. Sister Mo Jiu is marrying the eldest son of the Xiao family. Why are they making her use the side door? The auntie sighed. Alas, perhaps the rules of the Duke Xiao residence are different. An hour later, Jingshu led Mo Jiu inside. As Mo Jiu walked, she thought, the Xiao family says they're marrying a wife. To put it bluntly, aren't they just marrying a tool to bring good fortune to the eldest son? They know the original owner of this body was foolish and mad, so they've even dispensed with basic courtesy. Suddenly, ahead, a drunkard was sitting in the courtyard, muttering nonsense. Lady Xiao of Huaixianglu, the second son of the Xiao family, Xiao Changyu. He hugged a wine jar, leaning on a pillar and mumbling. Another one today. None of them are any good. Boring. So boring. Jingshu ran over and called, husband, why are you so drunk? Xiao Changyu shoved her away. Get lost. Jingshu was flustered. Second son. Xiao Changyu said, well now, where did this little miss come from? She's quite pretty. He stood up, staggering with his arms outstretched in front of Mo Jiu. Why is this little miss frowning so tightly? This little mouth, this slender waist. You've captivated your second master. Xiao Changyu lunged and missed. You've captivated your second master. Mo Jiu asked, what do you want? Jingshu cried out in alarm. Husband, don't she is. But Xiao Changyu stood up and kicked Jingshu down. Shut up. Just looking at your face ruins my mood. Then he drooled as he looked at Mo Jiu. Little miss, don't be afraid. Let your second master give you a kiss. Mo Jiu said, you're drunk. Changyu retorted, second master is not drunk. Mo Jiu rested her chin on her hand and asked, then do you know what I want to do? Xiao Changyu smiled. Could it be you also want to have some fun with your second master right now? Mo Jiu sneered, I want to help you sober up. After saying that, she sent him flying with a kick. He fell into the lotus pond with a splash. Jingshu and the servants on the bank panicked. Master, what should we do? Xiao Changyu then climbed out on his own. Men, where are the men? Seize this wretched girl for me. Xiao Qian suddenly appeared. I like to see who dares. Mo Jiu was surprised. Xiao Qian. Jingshu was stunned. Sixth son. And Xiao Changyu gritted his teeth. Sixth son, why are you protecting that mad girl? The matter of her pushing me into the water. Don't think I'll let it go so easily. Xiao Qian stood in front of Mo Jiu. She is Miss Mo, the eldest sister-in-law whom my eldest brother is properly marrying. I advise you to know your limits and not to act so presumptuously. Xiao Changyu was shocked. So it's the rumored mad sister-in-law? No wonder she's so insolent and rude. It's just that eldest brother has no say in this residence. What does a sister-in-law like her count for? Sixth son, if you protect her, I'll go tell grandmother. Xiao Qian challenged. In that case, second brother, be my guest. Then Xiao Changyu left. Mo Jiu smiled and asked, how did you get back from the capital so quickly? Xiao Qian sighed, stepped closer and said, you tell me, I haven't even asked you. Why is my sister-in-law causing trouble again? Mo Gio frowned, gave a forced smile, and pushed him away. I haven't even asked you. I just stepped into your family's home, and your second brother was harassing me. How is that reasonable? Xiao Qian then said, he was also pushed into the water by you. Are you still not satisfied? The Annie spoke up. Emissary, forgive my forwardness. The second master just said, he's going to tattle to old Madam Xiao. Miss Gio just entered the residence and has already caused trouble before meeting anyone. I'm afraid. Xiao Qian then said, it's fine. I will go with you to see grandmother. Mo Jiu then asked, is the Duke Xiao residence run by the old madam? The Annie was taken aback. This, Xiao Qian then said, after the old Duke passed away, my father's position was usurped. It's just that he was injured in battle in his early years and has been recuperating all year round. If there are no major matters in the residence, it's all decided by grandmother. Then he lightly tapped Mo Gio's head. If there's anything inconvenient to ask in the future, you can ask me directly. Let's go. But Mo Gio followed behind him. Wait for me, Xiao Lulang. Is that lecherous devil really your biological brother? Xiao Qian asked her back. Do I look like that debauched playboy? Mo Gio walked close to him. What do you mean? The Annie nervously pulled Mo Gio back. My dear young lady, this is the Xiao family, and you are the eldest son's wife. You should keep some distance from the sixth master, after all. Mo Gio replied, all right, I know, Anilon. What did Xiao Qian mean just now? What's the relationship between these Xiao brothers anyway? Auntie Lon whispered, how could you forget even this? Let me tell you again. My little ancestor, you must remember this well. The sixth master's father's name is Xiao Yunqing, the current head of the Xiao family, who usurped the title of Duke Xiao. Since the entire Xiao clan has not split the household, the two younger brothers of Duke Xiao also live here. Therefore, the ranking of the younger generation, like the sixth master, is the same. The one who harassed you just now is named Xiao Changyu. He is the son of Duke Zhao's second younger brother. The eldest son you are about to marry is named Xiao Changzi, who is the legitimate eldest son of Duke Xiao. Xiao Changzi only has one full brother, who is also the sixth master. But the sixth master is the son of a concubine, and because of a greatly inauspicious fate on the day he was born, the eldest son suddenly fell gravely ill. Therefore, the Duke had him raised outside. If it weren't for the sixth master's rapid advancement now, and the eldest son's illness showing no signs of improvement, I'm afraid it would have been difficult for him to return to his own home even now. Mo Gio finally understood. So that's how it is. Xiao Qian then said, it's not a secret. Why the need to whisper? I heard everything. Annie Lon gave a forced laugh. Forgive me, emissary, forgive me. But Mo Gio said innocently, I didn't expect the temperamental emissary Xiao to have such a background, but it's okay. She ran ahead and patted his head. There. Your sister-in-law will dote on you from now on. Then Mo Gio walked away, leaving Xiao Qian stunned. Xiao residence that evening. Xiao Changyu went to the old madam's place to cause a scene. Grandmother, you must stand up for me. That Mo Gio. She must be unwilling to marry my gravely ill eldest brother. So she pushed me into the water, wanted me to end up like eldest brother, grandmother. First Madam Tong spoke up. Can't you show some respect? Second Madam Yuan said, second son is just speaking nonsense out of anger. Eldest sister-in-law, don't blame him, but this Miss Mo, causing such trouble before even entering the family, if she's not taught a lesson, she might cause a rebellion later. Old Madam Xiao then said, go and see. Miss Mo should have come to pay respects to the elders upon entering the residence. Why is she still not here? Suddenly Mo Gio and Xiao Qian walked in. Here I am. I'm right here. Old Madam Xiao stood up. Sixth son? The master said you went to the capital. When did you return? Why didn't you send word? Xiao Qian replied coldly. Just got back. And Mo Gio curtsied. Mo Gio pays her respects to the old madam. Old Madam Xiao said angrily, you wench, you pushed the second son into the water as soon as you entered the residence. What is the meaning of such insolent behavior? Mo Gio smiled. Of course, it was to do a good deed and accumulate virtue. You don't need to thank me for such a small matter, old madam. Old Madam Xiao was furious. What nonsense are you spouting? Xiao Changyu spoke up. Look, grandmother, she's talking nonsense. It's clear she has no respect for you. Mo, Gio replied. Stop trying to twist the truth here. Weren't you drunk and trying to take liberties with me? Which is why I push you into the pond to sober you up. I help you clear your head, to prevent you from causing a disaster. Shouldn't you all be thanking me? Third Madame Zhang spoke up. This as a young lady. How can you speak of such intimate matters so openly? Tongshi then knelt down. Second son is usually unruly, that's one thing, but now he dares to insult my son's betrothed. Mother, I respectfully ask Mother to seek justice. Old Madame Xiao struck her cane forcefully and shouted, All of you, shut up. Miss Mo, I ask you, you say the second master insulted you. Do you have proof? Mo Jio pointed at Xiao Qian. I do. Xiao Lu Lang is a witness. He saw it with his own eyes. Xiao Chanyu was furious. You bitch, you're lying. Xiao Qian quickly grabbed his hand. Grandmother, second brother, after drinking, intended to act improperly towards eldest sister-in-law. Your grandson saw it with his own eyes. Xiao Chanyu trembled with anger. You monster. Old Madame Xiao spoke up. Miss Mo is your elder sister-in-law. How dare you have such thoughts? Xiao Qian then pushed him to the ground. Yuan sure panicked. Calm your anger, mother. Second son was drunk. He must have mistaken the eldest daughter-in-law for Jingshu. That's why he acted so improperly. Xiao Changyu quickly explained. Yes, grandmother, it was too dark outside, and I was drunk, so I couldn't see clearly for a moment. Emojio spoke up. Old madam, now you know that every word Emojio says is the truth. Old Madame Xiao stammered this. I will definitely give you a satisfactory answer. Emojio smiled. An answer? A promotion or expulsion from the residence, if it's still the same. Or perhaps send him to the palace to be a eunuch. That way he really won't have any improper thoughts about women. Old Madame Xiao slumped down, stammering. Yiu, Emojio said. If none of those are possible, then you don't need to say anything about an answer. Just compensate me. Yuan sure supported the old madam. Mother, don't let anger harm your health. What do you want? Emojio then said. I traveled far to marry in a Chu prefecture. The journey was arduous, and I haven't had anything to eat or drink since entering the residence. 1. I want to eat. 2. I want to sleep. I invite the old madam to have someone prepare a lavish feast and send it to my quarters. Don't let anyone disturb me tonight. That would be for the best. The old madam nodded. Do as she says. Then Emojio turned to leave. In that case, it's already dark. Emojio won't disturb the old madam's rest any longer. I'll take my leave. Xiao Qian also left. Then your grandson will also take his leave. Once outside, Emojio followed behind Xiao Qian. Xi and Min reported to everyone. They're back. Anilon. Emissary Xiao has brought sister Emojio back. Then the door was opened. Xiao Qian asked, Why have you all been arranged in such a remote place? Anilon explained, Just now, when you and the young lady went to see the old madam, a matron from the residence brought us here, saying that the Xiao family is too large, and they couldn't find a place for us at the moment. They could only ask Miss Gio to bear with it. Xiao Qian ordered, I'll have someone change your quarters. But Emojio stopped him. Hey, no need. I like quiet and remote places. This is just right. Emojio tugged at his sleeve. Xiao Qian asked, What are you plotting now? Emojio looked guilty. Is it that obvious? Xiao Qian demanded. Let's hear it. Emojio put a chicken on her head. Then did you hear the rooster crowing next door? I'm saying it's convenient for me to steal the neighbor's chickens for nourishment. Do you believe me? Xiao Qian stepped closer and sneered. Sister-in-law is truly heartless. I just helped you out of a jam, and you won't even speak a single truthful word. Emojio looked away guiltily. No, it's not that. Xiao Qian, do you feel that you, compared to before, seem a little different? Xiao Qian was surprised. Different how? Emojio reached out to touch his chin. It's the way you talk. I feel that since meeting you this time, the number of times you've spoken like a human has increased significantly. And also, Andy, Minner, you two go back to your room first. I have a few words to say to Emissary Xiao in private. The Andy was conflicted. How can we do that? It's already dark. The emissary and you, an unmarried man and woman. Xiao Qian then said, I am not Xiao Changyu. I won't do anything to my sister-in-law. The auntie had to agree. Very well then. Then Xiao Qian said softly, Speak. Emojio asked him, Xiao Qian, the patterns on your neck from the goo insect bite, are they still there now? Xiao Qian grunted in affirmation. Then Emojio moved closer and pulled open his collar. Let me see. But Xiao Qian grabbed her hand. What are you doing? Emojio stammered. Don't misunderstand. I have no intention of doing anything improper. Xiao Qian continued. So, Mo continued. I didn't get a clear look that day. So now I want to confirm the pattern on your neck. Is it exactly the same as the one on mine? Xiao Qian asked. What if it is? What if it isn't? Mo touched her neck. If it's the same, I want to ask you, have you been dreaming frequently lately? Xiao Qian was surprised. Dreaming? Dreaming of what? Mo stammered. Dreaming of me. Xiao Qian replied. There's a distinction between brother-in-law and sister-in-law. How could I dream of you? Mo explained. Ever since I was bitten on the neck by the goo insect, I keep dreaming of you. This is really strange, so I had to ask you. Xiao Qian smiled. It's not strange. Sister-in-law's long illness has driven you mad. It must be that you think of it by day, your wishes unfulfilled, your soul restless, so you dream of it at night. Late at night, in the bedroom. Mo was angry. That bastard Xiao Qian. Instead of hoping to get any useful information out of him, I'd be better off relying on myself. It started to rain outside. A night rain in the residence. Mo opened the door. The heavens are truly helping me. Mo held an umbrella. The people of the Xiao residence are all tight-lipped about the eldest son Xiao. They won't let me see him before the wedding. This marriage has been strange from start to finish. What is Xiao Changzi's real condition? Is he alive or dead? I have to see for myself, so I can prepare. Mo then went to the South Mountain courtyard. I had Minner ask about the eldest son's residence earlier. This is it. Mo pushed open the door. Shuefeng? Shuefeng stood at the door, smiling. Miss Jiu, you've come as expected. Please come in. Then Mo followed Shuefeng inside. You know I would come? Shuefeng then said. It was my emissary's instruction. He guessed that you would come looking for the eldest young master tonight, and said that instead of letting you wander around and make a commotion, it would be better for me to welcome you directly. Miss Jiu, the eldest young master is inside. Please enter. Mo closed her umbrella and entered the room. Inside were layers of thick curtains, along with the sound of a sickly cough. Mo spoke up and asked, You are the eldest son, Xiao? Xiao Changzi spoke. I am. You've come? Mo tilted her head and lifted the curtain. You're still alive? I thought. Xiao Changzi asked. You thought I was dead? Mo asked again. How much longer can you live? Xiao Changzi replied. Six brothers said I can live for a very long time. Are you very disappointed? Mo tightened her grip on the curtain. If you're not going to die anytime soon, then there's no need to use the celestial fruit to cure your illness. In that case, could you please tell your family that a forced union will not be sweet? We are not fated to be. I don't want to marry you. Xiao Changzi, sitting in a wheelchair, replied, I know, but you must marry me. Mo was furious. You. Suddenly someone interrupted. Sister-in-law. Xiao Qian appeared and said, You should go back. Mo was shocked. Xiao Luleng, I'm visiting my husband. What right do you have to stop me? Xiao Qian explained. Eldest brother's illness cannot withstand the wind, much less the cold. Letting you meet before the wedding is already an exception. Mo asked, Then why are you here? Xiao Qian replied, I am the doctor. Xiao Changzi suddenly coughed a few times and said, Sixth brother, I'm tired. I'm going to rest first. The grand wedding is approaching. You shouldn't come anymore, young lady. But Mo was adamant. I will definitely come. You'd better rest well. If you don't die, then let your family know. Don't ruin my whole life. Xiao Changzi smiled, this girl. And Xiao Qian, standing outside, said, sharp-tongued. Mo replied, resourceful and cunning. She glared at him. Move, don't block my way. Suddenly, Mo accidentally stepped on a curtain on the floor and slipped. She reached out her hand. Xiao Qian used his body to shield her, preventing her from being crushed by a falling pillar. Mo cried out, Xiao Qian, do you know how heavy you are? Xiao Qian helped Mo up. She frowned. It hurts. Xiao Qian, holding the pillar with one hand, asked, Did you get hit? Mo immediately said, It's nothing compared to you. Xiao Qian was stunned for a moment, then took Mo's hand. Come here. Let me see the wound. Mo asked him, You were hit harder than I was. How about you let me see your wound first? Xiao Qian was surprised. You know medicine? Mo stammered I. Then Xiao Qian carried Mo to the bed. Lie down. Mo was flustered. This position, is it appropriate? Xiao Qian took out a bottle of medicine. I am a physician. Applying my specially made ointment will help it heal quickly. Mo then pulled down the shirt on her shoulder. She rested her chin on her hand to let Xiao Qian apply the medicine. But we are, after all, an unmarried man and woman alone. Won't your older brother misunderstand us? Xiao Qian said, my older brother is not an unreasonable person. Besides, our hearts are pure. What is there to worry about? Then he looked at her with an evasive gaze. It's just that. Sister-in-law will have to endure it a little. Mo was surprised. What do I have to endure? Then came a blood-curdling scream. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts so much. Xiao Qian, you're not doing this on purpose to mess with me, are you? Xiao Qian turned his face away. I told you before. The bruise won't dissipate. It must be massaged with medicine to break it up. Mo immediately grabbed his hand. No more. Don't touch me. I'll do it myself. Let me do it myself. Xiao Qian was surprised. Can you reach it yourself? Just bear with it for a moment. Once the bruise is broken up, it will be fine. You can do something else to distract yourself. Mo was held down, muttering to herself. In this state, what else can I do? Xiao Qian asked. What? Nothing. That was close. I almost said something I shouldn't have. Then she changed the subject. So, how's my lover? Hearing this, the pressure from Xiao Qian's hand increased. Mo cried out. It hurts, Sixth Master Xiao. Xiao Qian sighed. Speak properly. Who do you want to ask about? Mo immediately said. Mo Wang. How is he? Xiao Qian said faintly. He's fine. Mo was surprised. He's fine. So what about the princess and the others involved? The princess is fine now. Xiao Zhanping left a confession letter in prison, stating that the death of Xie Bingsheng, the poisoning of the princess, and the incident at the water pavilion were all his doing alone. Then he committed suicide. Therefore, the matter of the Xie family colluding with him, as well as the Mo family members involved in the case, the emperor did not pursue further. As for the crimes of Xie Bingsheng during his lifetime, the evidence was conclusive, but the Xie family had already confessed at the execution ground. So although the emperor did not shield the Xie family, he did not pursue the matter. He only gave a light punishment. After hearing this, Mo said, this is clearly favoritism towards the Xie family. On the way to Chu Prefecture, I heard many things, this emperor of yours. It seems he doesn't want to break the balance between your Xiao and Xie families. It's just that Prime Minister Xie. After all, his only son is gone. He certainly won't let it go easily. Xiao Qian interrupted. This matter doesn't concern you. You don't need to know. Mo then asked, then what about the goo poison in both of us? Do you have any clues? Xiao Qian sighed. Not for the time being. All right, how are you feeling now? Does it still hurt? Mo had a look of content and comfort. It doesn't hurt anymore. On the contrary, you've warmed it up by rubbing it. It feels much better. Last question. Do you know where Mo Wang is now? Xiao Qian pulled Mo's shirt up for her, then wiped his hands and said, still haven't given up? Mo still lying on the bed, scratched an itch. Sixth Master Xiao, we've known each other for so long, we could be considered half friends. How can you have the heart to let me be locked in this courtyard for my whole life? To grow old alone? Hearing this, Xiao Qian was taken aback. The night was late. Mo was fast asleep. Xiao Qian pulled the blanket over her, then went outside and ordered Shui Fang, passed down the order. Just say the young madam is asleep and will be sleeping in the South Mountain courtyard tonight. Shui Fang replied, yes. Xiao Qian was surprised. Wait, why is your face so red? Shui Fang stammered. Envoy, just now Miss Gio, that sound was really too loud. Xiao Qian interrupted. Shui Fang panicked. No. Envoy, please calm your anger. Your subordinate didn't mean that. Your subordinate has overstepped. I'll go pass on the message right now. I'll go right now. Then Shui Fang ran off. Xiao Qian sighed, looking through the window at Mo sleeping soundly in the room. He thought to himself, she can sleep anywhere, after all. The next morning, an order was passed down in the residence. By order of the old madam, from today, Miss Gio is to be confined to her courtyard. Before the wedding ceremony, she is not to take a single step out of her room. Several maids outside were gossiping. I heard that last night, that Miss Gio slept in the eldest young master's courtyard. They haven't even had the ceremony yet. How could she be so shameless? Exactly. Otherwise, why would the old madam be so angry? Then they closed the door. Mo sat outside, looking at the wound on her shoulder. Sixth Master Zhao's medicine is really effective. After just one night, the wound shows no signs of redness or swelling. Annie Lan ran over and asked, young lady, how are you still in the mood to look in the mirror? The old madam has had you confined. She even had the door locked. You've offended your husband's grandmother before even getting married. What we do now? Annie Lan was worried to tears, but Gio said calmly, "The door is locked. Others can't get in. We can't get out either. Isn't that great?" Annie Lan was surprised. "Young lady, could it be that you want to escape again? So that's why you told Minner to move the table and chairs out to the courtyard just now. Was it to climb the wall?" Gio continued. "Doing the opposite is the best strategy. I've observed the neighbor's house has been almost empty these past few days." With one leap, Gio was sitting on top of the wall. Climbing over the wall leads to a vast world. On the way to Chu Prefecture, I managed to get it out of Shui Fong. He said Chu Prefecture's waterways are well developed, which is why we took a boat trip. "So, do you want to go or stay?" Minner immediately said, "Wherever sister goes, Minner will go." Annie Lan had a headache. "Heavens, if you leave, will we have any way to survive if we stay here?" Gio smiled. "Then come with me." An hour later, at Zhaozhai Wharf, Gio stood on a small boat, thinking to herself, "I didn't realize the scenery here was so beautiful when we traveled by land." She took out her compass. The needle is spinning? A compass can be sensitive to the surrounding energy fields. If the needle keeps spinning without pointing in one direction, it means there is resentful energy here, an inauspicious energy field. There are small boats all around. This wharf is bustling with people. Why would there be such strong, resentful energy? "Minner, go ask the boatman what this place is." Suddenly, a voice rang out. It's Zhaozhai Wharf. Xiao Qian appeared, his hand on Gio's shoulder, making her frown. "Xiao Qian, why are you here?" Xiao Qian replied, "This is my boat." Gio stared at him blankly. Xiao Qian asked her, "There are so many boats at the Chu Prefecture Wharf, yet sister-in-law deliberately chose this one. I find it strange too." Gio felt guilty. "It's more like whichever boat I boarded, you secretly bought it. You can think that way if you wish, sister-in-law." Gio was angry, "But my courtyard gate was locked. How did you know I wasn't in the residence?" Xiao Qian lightly tapped her head. "Who was it that was sizing up those walls as soon as she entered the courtyard yesterday?" Xiao Qian lifted Gio's chin and asked, losing time and time again, "Still want to run?" Gio pushed his hand away. "Who said this lady wants to run?" She muttered, "I heard the scenery of Chu Prefecture is extremely beautiful. Can I come and see the sights?" 15 minutes later, at the wharf, an old boatman furtively threw something into the river. Gio was astonished. That person on the shore, no wonder the compass was spinning wildly just now. Could there be an ancient tomb here? And I've run into the ancestor of tomb raiders? The old man, holding a jar, was leaving when he bumped into someone. "Watch where you're going." Gio saw the statue in the jar and was stunned. "Wait, what is that?" Lost in thought, she missed a step. Xiao Qian quickly stepped forward and caught her in his arms. "What are you doing?" Gio asked him. "Sixth Master Xiao, that person on the shore. Did you see him? That thin, small person." Xiao Qian replied, "I saw him. What's wrong?" Gio said, "I feel like there's something not right about him. Quickly have someone bring the boat to shore. I want to follow him and see." But Xiao Qian said, "The boat has to be anchored, even if we dock immediately. By the time we stop, he'll be long gone." Gio was stunned, but the thing in his hand is very important. "I can't say for sure. It was too far, and I only caught a glimpse." She didn't see it clearly, but she still felt it was an incredibly precious object, and it looked extremely strange in that person's hand. Xiao Qian sighed, holding her hand tightly. "Don't move." Gio was stunned. Xiao Qian put his arm around her waist, and "Don't shout nonsense." With that, he held her and flew up. Gio stared blankly at his face. Xiao Qian brought her to a rooftop. If sister-in-law doesn't come to her senses, that person is about to get away. Gio was a little flustered. Xiao Qian asked, "Do you need me to catch him for you, sister-in-law?" Gio finally snapped out of it. "No. He must have a place to sell his goods. I have to follow him and see. It's just Minner and Annie Lan on the boat." She called towards the boat. "Sister, we'll wait for you on the boat. Our Minner and Annie Lan are still on the boat. I'm afraid they'll get off and won't be able to find us." "Can you?" Xiao Qian said. "Aren't they calling out that they'll wait for you on the boat?" "I'm not deaf yet." Gio thought to herself, "This man is really hard to fool." "Then you?" Xiao Qian then asked, "Could it be that sister-in-law intends to use me and then toss me aside to burn the bridge after crossing it?" Gio felt a little guilty for a moment. "What is Sixth Master saying? I didn't mean that." After speaking, she crossed her arms and walked forward. For every trick, there's a counter trick. She didn't believe she couldn't shake him off. The old man looked around, then entered the treasure pavilion. Xiao Qian also followed. Mo Gio said, the very precious thing you mentioned is probably about to be sold by him. Mo Gio thought for a moment, then snatched his jade pendant. Let me borrow this for a moment. You wait for me outside. Xiao Qian held her hand, a displeased look on his face. Mo Gio said with a smile, look at your aura and your clothes. You walk into a shop looking like you're about to confiscate their property. Who would dare to sell anything? You wait here for me. I'll go in and check the situation and be right out. Xiao Qian had to let go. I'll be right outside. If there's trouble, just call out. Mo Gio replied with a smile, don't worry. Inside the shop, the old man took out that Buddha statue. The shopkeeper said, it's a good item. The old man spoke up and asked, name your price. How much can be sold for? The shopkeeper suddenly asked, who's outside? Mo Gio walked in. Shopkeeper, I'm here to sell goods. The shopkeeper was surprised. What goods? Mo Gio threw the jade pendant on the table. This jade pendant. Oh, the carving on this jade pendant is quite good. It must be several hundred years old, right? Mo Gio fiddled with the jade pendant. Stolen from an ancient tomb? The old man beside her gritted his teeth in fear, while the old man said, nonsense, without evidence. How can you, a young girl, slander my good name? Mo Gio questioned, good name? The mud on your feet is not ordinary mud. It's slippery and sticky and has a faint green color. And this jade pendant in the shape of a young girl also has a similar faint green color. It's clearly taken from an ancient tomb. What you do, 1, it damages your karmic virtue. 2, it shortens your life. 3, it violates the king's law. Do you believe I'll report you to the authorities and have you arrested? The old man immediately tried to flee. Don't you dare make false accusations. A few days ago, there was heavy rain, the water at Zhaojiao Wharf rose, and the flood collapsed the foundation. I picked up this jade pendant from the rubble of my house. I heard the shop never asks about origins, only looks at the item, so I came here to ask. The shopkeeper spoke up. All right, I'll take this item. I'll give you 200 taels. I won't shortchange you. You can go. After the old man left, the shopkeeper picked up Mo Gio's jade pendant. Young lady wants to sell this jade pendant. How much silver do you want for it? Mo Gio smiled, resting her chin on her hand, and said, I don't need silver. I only asked for a place to stay. I wonder if the elder would agree. She thought to herself, Mo Linger once said that a jade pendant carved with the can trigram is the token of the Consex elder of the Mo family. I hope I wasn't mistaken. The shopkeeper was astonished. How did you know this is a branch of the Mo family? Mo Gio thought to herself, I guessed right. She then smiled and said, the court's laws are strict. Ordinary shops wouldn't dare to accept items from ancient tombs. Moreover, a jade ring carved with the can trigram. The owner must be surnamed Mo. I am Shun Shermo. May I ask what business the young lady has? Mo Gio replied, I'm looking for Mo Wang. She took out her compass. Shun Shermo took the compass and said, this compass is indeed an item of the Mo family. But as for the whereabouts of the left steward, I do not know at present. Mo Gio continued, there's always a way to contact him. My name is Mo Gio. Elder Shun, just tell him my name, he will understand. As for the rest, I won't trouble the elder to say more. Shin Shermo thought for a moment and replied, if that's the case, in 3 days, come find me at the Shirgu Pavilion in Chu Prefecture City. Mo Gio smiled and said, thank you, elder. Do you have a back door? Shin Shermo was surprised. What do you want to do? Afterwards, Mo Gio left through the back door, avoiding a certain someone. Mo Gio triumphantly bit into an apple. Sixth Master Xiao, I refuse to believe I can't shake you off. You. Suddenly a group of people ran past. Is that Second Master Xiao again? No, a group of men surrounding a young maid. How improper. Mo Gio was startled. What? This is bad. A group of men holding clubs shouted, you wretched girl, speak up. Where's the young madam? Annie Lon was tied up and kneeling on the ground, pleading, please stop hitting her. You'll kill her. Minna was already unconscious on the ground. Several of the men said, the life of a lowly maid, what does it matter if one dies? Xiao Changyu, holding a wine jug, said, stop hiding it. If you just tell me, you won't have to suffer, right? If you still don't talk, believe it or not, I, your second master, will skin you alive. Minna struggled to prop herself up when suddenly a half-eaten apple flew over, hitting Xiao Changyu on the head. Who dares to throw something at your second master? Don't you want to live anymore? Mo Gio walked over and spoke. Second Master Xiao is so capable, leading a group of men to bully a young maid and an old woman. How impressive. Xiao Changyu said, sister-in-law has finally decided to show herself? Mo Gio walked over. Weren't you looking for me? Let them go. Annie Lan spoke up. Young lady, I'm sorry. We should have waited for you on the boat. We've implicated you this time. Xiao Changyu, drunk, laughed and grabbed Minner's hair. Minner spoke unclearly. Sister, go quickly. Don't worry about Minner. Xiao Changyu said to her, Sister-in-law, come back with me. I'll naturally let them go. Not only will I let them go, Xiao Changyu moved closer, stroking Mo Jio's hair. I'll even put in a few good words for you with grandmother. I'll just say it was this maid who instigated you, and you only ran away from the residence because you were momentarily bewitched. That way, you won't have to worry about being punished. Mo Jio replied. Then Mo Jio must thank Second Master. She moved closer to them, then helped Minner up. It's just that when I do things, I've always liked to reciprocate. If you're good to me, I will naturally repay you. Xiao Changyu sneered. How does sister-in-law want to repay me? How about tonight? You have some fun with your little brother-in-law. Why wait until tonight? She snatched the club from the servant next to her. I don't like to delay either. I always take my revenge on the spot. Mo Jio swung the club towards Xiao Changyu. The subordinate was horrified. Second Master. Xiao Changyu gritted his teeth in anger. You bitch. You dare to hit me. His anger flared. Mo Jio smiled and said, You beat my mate into this state, and I only hit you once. By that count, I'm still at a loss. Xiao Changyu was furious. Good. Men, tie this wretched girl up for me. A woman who doesn't know her place won't know how to serve her husband. Today, your second master will teach you what the 3 obediences and 4 virtues are. Mo Jio laughed coldly. Xiao Changyu, do you know whose person I am? Xiao Changyu laughed. Scared now, are you? Too late. Even if my older brother were here, he couldn't save you. He reached out and grabbed Mo Jio's neck. Mo Jio said, Not quite. Actually, I'm the 6th master's person. The air immediately fell silent. Xiao Changyu was stunned, then burst out laughing. If you had said you were someone else's, I might have believed you. But to say you're the 6th master's, even if you were as beautiful as a fairy, he wouldn't spare you a single glance. Mo Jio said, You don't believe me. Then I'll prove it to you. She thought to herself, if I had known I'd run into this scoundrel Xiao Changyu, I wouldn't have snuck out the back door to avoid Xiao Qian. I don't know if he can hear me from this far away, but his martial arts are so high, his hearing must be good too. She took a deep breath. Xiao Changyu laughed coldly. Weren't you going to prove it to me, sister-in-law? What are you waiting for? Mo Jio shouted, Xiao Qian. But looking out at the street, there was not a soul in sight. Xiao Changyu laughed loudly. Sister-in-law, is that all you've got? He put his arm around her shoulder. You'd better come with your second master. Mo Jio shouted, Get off. Meanwhile, Xiao Qian was flying across the rooftops, his sword already drawn. Xiao Changyu was surprised. Huh? Xiao Qian appeared. His sword pointed at Xiao Changyu, who was immediately terrified. Xiao Qian spoke. The way second brother treats our sister-in-law has truly been an eye-opener for your younger brother. Xiao Qian's sword was pointed straight at Xiao Changyu's chest. He stammered, Sixth brother. Impossible, why are you here? Xiao Qian replied, That's the question I should be asking you, second brother. Didn't grandmother forbid you from drinking? Why did you run to this den of pleasure? Xiao Changyu pointed at him. Aren't you here too, sixth brother? Xiao Qian replied, I was entrusted by our older brother to protect sister-in-law. Naturally, wherever sister-in-law is, I am there. Xiao Changyu held his head with one hand. Fine. You two certainly have a deep bond between brother-in-law and sister-in-law. Sixth brother, you're impressive. Since you protect her like this, I can't touch her. But it's a fact that she left the residence without permission. I must take her back to the residence and let grandmother decide. Mo Jio, standing behind Xiao Qian, said, I always thought running to your mother for every little thing was pathetic enough, but I never expected second master to run to his grandmother all the time. It's truly been an eye-opener for Mo Jio. Xiao Qian lightly tapped Mo Jio's face with his fan. I don't trust our older brother's character, so there's no need to trouble you. I will take sister-in-law back to the residence myself. Xiao Changyu gritted his teeth. You people. The onlookers around them whispered. Even his own family doesn't trust second young Master Zhao's character. That's right, bullying a young girl in broad daylight, harassing his future sister-in-law. What good can he be? Hearing this, Xiao Changyu became furious. All of you, shut up. Who the hell do you think you are to comment on your second master? The subordinate behind him pulled him back. Second master, calm down. First, let's find a pharmacy to have a physician bandage the wound on your head. As for that MO woman, sixth master isn't always in the residence. It'll be easy for you to find a chance to deal with her. As he left, Xiao Changyu turned his head to look at them, thinking to himself, this isn't over. You just wait. Xiao Qian sighed, then took them back to the residence. As they walked, Mo Gio asked Anilon. Why did you all get off the boat? It's very dangerous here. Was there a reason? Anilon said, I'm sorry, young lady. Not long after you left, we saw the second young master leading his servants, searching everywhere for you. He must have discovered that you had left the residence. Seeing Minner's haggard appearance, unfortunately, they were heading in the direction you left. We guess you must have a way to get away from the envoy, but we were worried about you being alone. If you ran into the second young master, we were afraid something would happen. Mo Gio's heart warmed. You all guessed right. Anilon had a guilty expression. We originally intended to sneak off the boat to meet up with you. At least we could help lure them away. Who would have thought the second young master's methods would be so vicious? To grab Minner in the middle of the street and beat her for information. In the end, we still implicated you, young lady. Mo Gio said. So it was because of me after all. Auntie Minner, I made you all suffer. Xiao Qian then checked Minner's pulse. No damage to the internal organs. It should be nothing serious. You should help her back to the boat first. I know Dr. Yin of Jixing Hall in Chu Prefecture City. After we get back, Xuefeng will arrange for you to go there to recuperate. Annie said respectfully, Thank you, envoy. Xiao Qian then looked at Mo Gio. As for you, Xiao Changyu has ill intentions towards you. He used his handkerchief to wipe the dirt from Mo Gio's face. Stay away from him from now on. Mo Gio was stunned, thinking to herself, have I been bewitched? Otherwise, why do I find him more and more pleasing to the eye? Xiao Qian asked again. Also, how many times has this been for you, sister-in-law? Mo Gio was stunned. What? Xiao Qian questioned. When there's no trouble, all you think about is running away. The moment something happens, you remember that there's someone called me. Mo Gio raised her hand. Heaven is my witness. This time I really wasn't planning to run. The shopkeeper of that antique shop said that Zhaojiao Wharf had heavy rains these past few days, causing the foundations to collapse, and many people have recently dug up treasures. The compass needle was spinning. Ancient artifacts were appearing. I guess there might be a large tomb under Zhaojiao Wharf. I wanted to find someone to ask about it, but I was afraid you wouldn't allow it. So I snuck away. Xiao Qian replied, Sister-in-law is right. It is not allowed. He pulled her along. Mo Gio cried out, Xiao Qian, let go of me. What kind of behavior is this, pulling and dragging me around? In the boat cabin, Xiao Qian questioned, Now you know about proper behavior? When you were shouting my name in the middle of the street, you didn't think about how a brother-in-law and sister-in-law should avoid suspicion. What were you thinking then? Mo Gio replied, I looked left and right and saw a madman. Everyone knows I have a problem with my head. What suspicion is there to avoid? Xiao Qian said, Sister-in-law misunderstands. What I care about is not your reputation, but mine. Mo Gio sneered, Then that's really unfortunate. In a little while, your second brother is going to tell your old grand matriarch that you and I are having an affair. Xiao Qian turned his face away. I will explain to Xiao Changyu and grandmother. You don't need to worry about this matter. You just need to settle down where you're staying. Mo Gio suddenly pulled on his sleeve. Wait, why are you so good to me? Xiao Qian replied, It was my elder brother who repeatedly instructed me. Mo Gio was stunned. Oh, the boat still has a while to go. Sister-in-law can rest in the cabin. On the drifting boat, the melodious sound of Xiao Qian's flute echoed. Mo Gio sat drinking tea in the cabin. This flute music is so melodious and elegant. Is that Xiao Qian? He understands music. Mo Gio stepped out and called, Sixth Master Xiao. Xiao Qian turned his head. Mo Gio stared at him foolishly. Xiao Qian tapped her on the head. What are you looking at? Are you stupid? Mo Gio rubbed her head. Ouch. She thought to herself, such a celestial appearance paired with a straight-laced guy. What a waste. Xiao Qian took out a bottle of medicine. Stop glaring. Go back and rest well. In a few days, it will be the day you and my older brother perform the wedding ceremony. I've had the confinement order lifted for you, so don't go out and cause any more trouble. These few days, the residence is full of guests coming and going, and things are busy. I don't have time to watch over you. Mo Gio took it with both hands. Calming incense? How did you know I haven't been sleeping well these past few days? Xiao Qian said, The bags under your eyes are about to drop to the tops of your feet. Mo Gio felt as if she'd been hit by a rock. Sixth Master, is your hidden trait destined to be alone forever? Destined to be alone forever means fated to be lonely for life. Xiao Qian was surprised. What is destined to be alone forever? Mo Gio turned and walked away. The envoy is so intelligent. Think for yourself. Xiao Qian sighed. The Xiao Manor. Xiao Qian returned to the manor, where Xiao Yunxing shouted sternly. The second young master disrespected his eldest sister-in-law. His behavior was improper. Guards, take the second young master to the ancestral hall and punish him according to the family rules. Xiao Changyu denied it. I didn't. That brat was spouting nonsense. But as he was dragged away, he still muttered, "Despicable, despicable." He glared at Xiao Qian. "You dare use father to pressure me." Inside, "Old madam," Xiao said to her son, "you're the head of a family now, and your son's authority has grown. I am old and can't manage much anymore. I'm going to rest." Xiao Yunqing immediately said, respectfully seeing mother off. Xiao Qian bowed. "Father." "First, madam." Seeing him, Xiao Yunqing spoke. "Sixth son, you're back? Have a seat. I heard that Xiechun is about to arrive in Jinzhou." Xiechun is the father of Prime Minister Xie Pengsheng. Jinzhou has had heavy rains these past few days, causing disastrous floods. Prime Minister Xie has been ordered by the court to come here for flood control. You have also been ordered by the court to assist. Although Xiechun's son ultimately died at the hands of the Mo family, you were involved after all. No matter how cleanly you acted, it's hard to avoid leaving traces. This time, the court's sending him to Jinzhou and ordering you to assist. I'm afraid the intention is to lure the tiger away from mountain. When you work with him, it's best to be careful. Xiao Qian replied, "Yes. There's one more thing." Xiao Yunqing looked weary. The matter of moving the linen that we discussed before must also be expedited. Jinzhou is now on the border between the states of Rong and Jin. There's no telling when war might break out. Although moving is no small matter, for the sake of long-term plans, we must take this step. Lady Tong came forward to rub his head. Our family has fields and properties over in Linen Prefecture, so moving there will be convenient. Besides, you and your elder brother are officials in the court. It's still more convenient to be in Linen. Xiao Yunqing continued, "My wife is right. We will start preparing after the eldest son's wedding is over." Xiao Qian put down his teacup, preparing to leave. "Sixth son, don't go yet. Speaking of weddings, you are over 20 this year. It's time to consider your marriage. If the girls of Jinzhou don't catch your eye, then after we move to Linen, let your mother choose a good match for you." Lady Tong said with a smile, "Our sixth son is both talented and handsome. As soon as word gets out, won't the matchmakers were down our doorstep? My lord, rest assured, leave this matter to me." Xiao Qian looked displeased. "The first madam should worry more about my eldest brother's wedding." He turned around. "Sixth son's affairs are no trouble for others to worry about." Lady Tong asked Xiao Yunqing, this child, have I not treated him well enough over the years?" Xiao Yunqing sighed. "It's not your fault." Xiao Qian heard these words and left sadly. That night, Mo Jio crawled out from the bushes. The people in the Xiao Manor said, "Xiao Qian lives here, cold and desolate, just like his own temperament." She went forward and knocked on the door. "Xiao Qian, sixth son Xiao." "Huh, the door is unlocked. Is no one here?" There was no answer. He just said he was going to deal with Xiao Changyu. Has he not returned yet? The wedding date is approaching. The escape cannot be delayed any longer. Once the guests arrive, the security at the Xiao Manor will become even stricter. To successfully get to the meeting point in 3 days and meet the Mo family elder at Shiguzhai, besides tricking Xiao Qian into taking me out of the manor, I can't find anyone else. Elsewhere, Shui Feng is waiting for Xiao Qian to release flower lanterns. Mo Jio saw Shui Feng waiting for Xiao Qian to release flower lanterns. Wait, is that Xiao Qian? A living king of hell, like him, is releasing lanterns? Xiao Qian stood up and said, "I helped lift your confinement, not so you could come stroll in my courtyard in the middle of the night." Mo Jio approached him. "I came because I have something to discuss with you. But I didn't expect that the great commissioner of the Bureau of Military Affairs would actually like this sort of thing." Xiao Qian replied, "There is nothing to discuss." Mo Jio picked up the lantern in her hand, preparing to release it. "But I haven't even said what it is. No matter what it is, I won't help." Mo Jio said angrily, "You." Shui Feng quickly stopped her. "Miss Jio, don't take it to heart. The envoy isn't intentionally being cold to you. The Ghost Festival is approaching. The envoy is releasing flower lanterns to commemorate his late mother. According to the customs of Yueshua Prefecture, most men release paper cranes to pay respects to the deceased. It's just that our envoy doesn't know how to fold them. So he's releasing lanterns instead." Mo Jio said with a smile. "So it turns out the legendary, all-powerful envoy Xiao also has something he doesn't know how to do." Xiao Qian blushed and said, "Still teasing me? Believe it or not, I'll throw you into the lake." Mo Jio sneered. "Throw me in the water? Who will fold paper cranes for you?" Xiao Qian immediately asked, "You know how?" Mo Jio said smugly, "I can even build a wooden kite that flies in the sky. How could a tiny paper crane possibly be a challenge for me?" She lifted his chin. "Be good, don't rush. Big sister will fold them for you. My paper folding skills are excellent. If your mother's spirit in heaven sees this, she will surely be very happy." Afterwards, under the bright moonlight, Mo Jio and Xiao Qian sat together folding paper cranes. "How is it? My skills aren't bad, right?" Xiao Qian picked up a paper crane and said, "Thank you." Then Mo Jio scooped up a pile of paper cranes with her skirt. "Come on." Xiao Qian shook his head. "You, a young lady? What's this sudden madness? Can you just lift your skirt like that?" Mo Jio asked. "Isn't it to help you hold the paper cranes? It's just the outer skirt. What's the big deal?" She looked straight into his eyes and asked, "Xiao Qian, you're not getting shy, are you?" Xiao Qian was a little flustered. Then he took out the handkerchief he carried with him. "It's just to hold a few paper cranes. There's no need for you to make such a big fuss." Mo Jio was surprised. "Six Sun Xiao, just how many handkerchiefs do you carry on you? A grown man is being too fussy. As a young lady, how can you be so crude?" Mo Jio gave a half smile, saying angrily, "Xiao Qian." Then he wrapped up the paper cranes. "Follow me." At the riverbank, Xiao Qian released them one by one. "This is also to let your mother know that this is your contribution." Mo Jio was stunned. "Madam, if your spirit is in heaven, you don't need to worry about protecting Xiao Qian. He's living very well. You don't need to worry about anything. Just be happy." After speaking, Mo Jio clasped her hands in prayer. Xiao Qian said, "This eulogy of yours is quite novel." Mo Jio sat closer to him, resting her chin on her hand, and said, "But it's true. Think about it. Your mother gave birth to you, raised you, and took care of you until you grew up. That was hard enough. Now that she's been gone for so many years, during every festival and memorial, you want her to rest in peace, but you also want her to bless you. Being pulled in two directions like that, who could stand it?" Xiao Qian replied, "I don't ask my mother for these things." Mo Jio was surprised. "Huh? Then what did you say to the madam?" Xiao Qian stood up. "I can't say." Mo Jio was displeased. "Humph. If you won't say, then don't. Let's talk about something else." "Six Sun Xiao, I've helped you. It's only fair that you help me with something, right?" Xiao Qian asked, "What is it?" Mo Jio looked troubled. "Minna is seriously injured. In a few days, I want to go to Jishir Hall to visit her." Xiao Qian refused. "No, you going to see her won't help her injuries." Mo Jio immediately said, "It's not the same. She's my friend. She treats me very well. I, Mo Jio, will not let her down. I will treat her even better. I care about her, so naturally I have to go check on her condition. If Minna sees me, she will be very happy too." Xiao Qian turned to leave. "Then have Xue Feng escort you. Otherwise, you can't go." Mo Jio questioned, "Is it an escort or a guard?" Xiao Qian replied, "What do you think?" He tapped her on the head. "Haven't you run enough? I'm already tired of catching you." Mo Jio mumbled, "I don't want to run." "Then what's wrong with having Xue Feng go with you?" Mo Jio thought to herself, "Of course it's not okay. With your man following me, how can I go meet the Mo family elder?" She immediately changed her tune. "I'm not going then. Farewell." 3 days later, the manor was busy preparing for the wedding. The maids were sweeping and washing. "Hurry up, we need to be sharp. Don't keep the distinguished guests waiting. The young prince and Princess Xian are coming to the manor today." With everyone in the manor busy, Mo Jio thought to herself, "Xiao Qian really has a lot of face. Even a prince and a princess are personally coming to congratulate his elder brother on his marriage. However, the higher his status, the more convenient it is for me to act. As long as I want to, there's always a way to get out. First, I'll visit Minna, then go to the place I arranged to meet Elder Shun. You think you can keep me locked up just by not letting me go? Too naive." Chuzhou City, Mo Jio was disguised as a man. Shugujai, the place I arranged to meet the Mo family elder. This is it. Mo Jio took out a compass, then stepped inside. Shun Shermo, who was playing chess, was surprised. "You are?" Mo Jio bowed. "Old Shun, I am Mo Jio." Shun Shermo then realized, "Oh, so it's the little friend. Let me introduce you. This is Old Kong, Kong Yinyang." Mo Jio thought to herself, "Kong Yinyang, why does that name sound so familiar?" Kong Yinyang stroked his beard and smiled. "This old man is blind. Little friend, please don't laugh." Mo Jio quickly replied, "Not at all, not at all. It's just that I have something to discuss privately with shopkeeper Shun. I wonder if it's convenient for you, old sir." Kong Yinyang laughed. "Haha, of course." After speaking, he left. Mo Jio looked at his retreating back and thought, Kong Yinyang, I remember now. Isn't he the fortune teller Aunt Lon told me about? The one who read the Shao family's 8 characters and said, I have the fate of a lone star. A perfect match for the eldest son? She was about to call out. Wait. Shun Shirmo spoke up. Miss Jio disguised as a man has a heroic and dashing air. Emo Jio thought to herself. Never mind. An old man who's both blind and strange, telling fortunes outside, is just to make a living. Why should I bother with him? Elder, is there any news from the left steward? Shun Shirmo handed over a letter. This old man just received a letter from the left steward today. He arrived at the headquarters on Mount Shinong a few days ago and will be in Chuzhou in 2 days. This letter is for you. Mo Jio took the letter. It read, on the 18th day of the 7th month, at the 3rd quarter of the hour of the pig, at the edge of the forest behind the Shao Manor, I will get you out. Mo Wang. Mo Jio put the letter away. Old Shun is so straightforward. Doesn't he suspect Mo Jio's intentions? Shun Shirmo replied. The person the left steward trusts, this old man naturally trusts as well. Besides, I heard that you once successfully built a wooden kite that could carry a person. Mo Jio replied, rest assured. Wait until I pull off this golden cicada, sheds its shell escape. When we meet again, I will definitely not treat you poorly. Then I wish Miss Jio success in her endeavors. To receive your guidance would be this old man's good fortune. The Shao Manor. Mo Jio returned to her residence. Sixth son Shao is truly a tyrant in the Shao Manor. Disguising myself as him to go to the meeting point and then to visit Minner, the whole journey was so smooth. One Jingshu appeared and called out, Sister-in-law, please wait. Mo Jio turned her head in surprise. Second young mistress? I'm dressed like this, and you can still recognize me? One Jingshu replied. Jingshu might not recognize others, but sixth son's figure. Jingshu is extremely familiar with it. Mo Jio said, oh, I heard the second master was beaten 15 times with a family rod and was punished by the Duke to kneel in the ancestral hall for 3 days. The second young mistress doesn't care about the second master, yet she knows so much about the sixth son. Huh? One Jingshu quickly explained. Sister-in-law, Jingshu means no harm. Jingshu is just afraid something might happen again, so I wanted to give you a reminder. Jingshu stepped forward and took Mo Jio's hand. I'm afraid sister-in-law doesn't know. There are already quite a few rumors in the manor about you and sixth son. If we are not careful, it will ruin your reputations, which is not good for either you or sixth son. Mo Jio laughed coldly. Reputation? That thing is the most useless to me. She shook her hand free. As for sixth son Zhao's reputation, it's even less for others to meddle in. Suddenly, Song Yin appeared. You little slut, you're truly shameless. Mo Jio was stunned. Song Yin? Song Yin was indignant. You dare ruin my cousin's reputation. Disgusting. My cousin's reputation. The princess, didn't get to act last time. Let's see if I don't scratch your face to pieces today. Song Yin rushed towards Mo Jio with a knife. Mo Jio laughed coldly. You fool, with just you? Jingshu cried out in alarm. Sister-in-law, be careful. Jingshu pushed Mo Jio away. Mo Jio fell into the lake, and Song Yan's knife stabbed Jingshu. I didn't mean to hurt you. In the water, Mo Jio shouted. Jingshu. Xiao Qin appeared and pulled Jingshu back. She stammered. Sixth son. Xiao Qin then laid Jingshu down. Song Yin explained. Cousin, I didn't do it on purpose. I just wanted to scare that slut. That Mo Jio. I didn't expect to hurt her. You, get back. Xiao Qin yelled. Song Yin said tearfully. Cousin, why are you so angry with me? Because of her. Cousin, you've changed. You've never said a harsh word to me before, but ever since this Mo Jio appeared, you've changed completely. Mo Jio thought to herself, I don't know if this Xiao Qian has changed, but you, girl, have always been one to twist right and wrong. Sixth son Xiao, let me help you. Xiao Qian replied, no need. Mo Jio continued, her shoulder is injured. If it's inconvenient for you to treat it, I can't. Xiao Qian cut her off. Sister-in-law, at a time like this, please don't cause any more trouble. Hearing this, Mo Jio was stunned. Disguising myself as you was my oversight. It's also true that little sister Jingshu took a knife from me, but you don't even ask. What really happened? Jingshu woke up and said, Sister-in-law, don't blame yourself. Little sister Jingshu was willing to protect you. Sixth son, don't blame sister-in-law anymore either. Mo Jio spoke up. The second young mistress is right. Just now, Song Yin was just posturing. When she rushed over with a knife, I could have easily dodged it, but you deliberately pushed me into the water and took that stab yourself. To put it that way, you really were very willing. Jingshu tugged at Xiao Qian's sleeve. Sixth son, you know what kind of person I am. How could I do such a thing? Suddenly, a A group of maids ran over. Envoy, your subordinate has summoned people. Ah, second young mistress. Second young mistress is injured. Second young mistress. The maid next to one Jingxiu, Xiaoqing, panicked. Why is there so much blood? Several maids gathered around. Second madam, you have to hold on. Mo Jio sighed and turned to leave. Xiao Qian ordered Shui Fong. Second sister-in-law's injury cannot be delayed. You all immediately take her to the Qian Yuan pavilion. Shui Fong replied, yes. Envoy, are you going to treat her yourself? This subordinate will go prepare the tools and medicinal herbs for you right away. Xiao Qian said, go. Xiao Qing helped Jingxiu up. Madam, you must hold on. This servant has heard that our sixth master has 6 principles of non-treatment when healing others, one of which is maintaining the distinction between men and women, so he does not treat female relatives. For him to treat you now in the Qian Yuan pavilion, it shows he is extremely worried about you. Suddenly, a voice called out, sixth son Qian. Xiao Qian turned his head. What else is there? And Mo Jio smiled. If you can't heal her, I can lend a hand. I don't just know how to make roller coasters. I'm also very good at making coffins. If you need, I can even arrange a double coffin for you. Xiao Qian turned and walked away without a change in expression. In the small courtyard next door, Mo Jio sat in front of a chicken coop. She throttled a hen. In this chicken coop, you're the prettiest one. Consider yourself lucky. I was originally going to leave that sixth son a proper farewell letter, but now she wrote several large words. Sixth son Xiao. Go on and be fooled by that two-faced sister-in-law of yours. I'm done playing with you. Then, a piece of paper was hung around the chicken's neck. This chicken with a widow's fate is truly a perfect match for the eldest son Xiao. Afterwards, Mo Jio climbed over the wall and left. The chicken stared blankly after her. Mo Jio walked alone through the dense forest. The fog in this forest is so thick. Mo Wang approached, leading 2 horses. Mo Jio was overjoyed. Eldest martial brother. Mo Wang asked, is Miss Jio all right? Mo Jio replied, I'm fine. I've always been very fine. I just missed my dashing eldest martial brother. Mo Jio looked down from a high place at the brightly lit Xiao Manor. Sixth son Xiao. If you can still find me this time, I'll call your grandfather my father. Mo Wang got on his horse and said, let's go. Mo Jio also mounted her horse, looked at the city behind her, and asked, we're just leaving like this? What about my Aunt Lan and Minner? Mo Wang replied, Old Shun has already secretly moved them from Jishir Hall to another medical clinic. Once Minner has recovered, he will naturally bring them to meet you. Mo Jio smiled. Eldest martial brother is so thoughtful. And so the 2 of them spurred their horses onward, their figures gradually disappearing into the fog. The 2 arrived before a grave. Mo Wang said to her, get off the horse. The destination of this trip is right before our eyes. Mo Jio saw it and was puzzled. A tomb? Mo Wang stepped forward, bowed before the tombstone, then reached out and pressed a switch. A door immediately appeared on the tombstone. Mo Wang smiled at Mo Jio. A little girl, Mo Linger, ran out from the door. When Mo Jio saw her, she was surprised. Linger? Mo Linger ran over and asked, elder sister Mo Jio, why did you only just arrive? Linger and the left steward have been waiting for you all day. Mo Wang said to the 2 of them, you'll have plenty of time to catch up later. Don't delay now. Miss Jio, please take off your clothes. Mo Jio and Linger were both startled by this. What? Mo Wang coughed awkwardly and explained, don't misunderstand. I want you and Linger to exchange clothes. Xiao Qian is a deep schemer with eyes and ears everywhere. You've been found by him several times when you left. This time, I cannot but be on guard. After Mo Jio heard this, she smiled and asked, eldest martial brother, you want me to hide in a tomb to avoid Xiao Qian's pursuit? Mo Wang replied, exactly. Mo Wang turned around to let Mo Jio and Mo Linger change clothes. A moment later, Mo Jio spoke up, eldest martial brother, you can turn back now. We're done changing. She looked towards the front of the tomb and asked, is this a real tomb or a fake one? Mo Wang explained, it's real, but you don't need to be afraid. Only the tomb chamber is left inside. The coffin and other things were looted long ago. She thought to herself, me afraid of this? An archaeologist entering an ancient tomb. Isn't that like delivering fat right to a cat's mouth? She approached the tomb and asked, this tomb is so well hidden. How did you 2 discover it? Mo Wang recounted. Back when the Xiao family was building their residence, they invited son Inyang to survey the feng shui of this place. Old Sun discovered this tomb at that time. The tomb chamber of its owner is in the northeast corner of the Shao estate, and this is the tomb entrance. Hearing this, Mo Jio's face paled in shock underneath the Shao family's house. Wait a minute, isn't the northeast corner my little courtyard? No wonder I kept having nightmares. It turns out I was sleeping on top of someone's grave. But, eldest martial brother, I have a question I don't know if I should ask. Mo Wang nodded. Go ahead and ask. It's fine. Mo Jio said, although I call you martial brother, our relationship isn't that close. Today, you've offended the Shao family for my sake, which will surely bring a lot of trouble. And our relationship is far from close enough for you to take such a huge risk. What exactly is your purpose, martial brother? Hearing this, Mo Wang fell silent. At this moment, Mo Linger stepped forward to explain. It's because you look like my elder sister Yen. Mo Jio was puzzled. Who exactly is elder sister Yen? Mo Wang was lost in thought. Shao Qian can't cover the sky with one hand. My Mo family is powerful. If we want to protect one person, we can still do it. As for other matters, Miss Zhou only needs to know that Mo Wang will absolutely not harm you. You don't need to worry about the rest. I've already had Linger prepare water and food inside. This tomb is very secret. Not even the people in the Shao Manor know about it. You can rest assured and get some sleep. Once we confirm that everything is clear outside, we will come and get you. Mo Jio stepped into the tomb and replied, all right. After she entered, Mo Wang immediately pressed the mechanism, closing the tomb door. He said, Ling, let's go. The little girl replied, yes. And so the two of them spurred their horses and left again. The hour of the tiger, the Shao Manor. A maid screamed in terror. This is bad. This is bad. The eldest young mistress has disappeared again. The bride has turned into a patterned hen. The maid knelt on the ground and reported, tomorrow is the wedding day. This morning, this servant was ordered by the first madam to bring the wedding dress to the eldest young mistress. But who would have thought that only a hen was left in the courtyard? Envoy, what do you think should be done about this? Shao Qian angrily clenched the cloth in his hand and said, I know. Take the bride away. The maid stood up, holding the hen and stammering. This is... Just then, Shuefeng ran in and called out, Envoy, we found her. At the Uli Inn, she's with Mo Wang. Hearing this, Shao Qian muttered, Mo Wang, it's him again. Gather the men. Follow me to get her. Shuefeng immediately replied, yes. As soon as they were out the door, they were stopped. Sixth master, please wait. Shao Qian was puzzled. You are second sister-in-law's maid? That servant replied, yes. This servant is Xia Qing. The second young mistress's injury is quite serious. She would like to invite. Shao Qian immediately cut her off. Go back and tell your mistress to add another qian of Noto ginseng and angelica from the medicine room. Drink it for a day and then come for a follow-up. Xia Qing stammered, but the mistress said she must invite the sixth master over to take a look. Hearing this, he was suddenly startled. He reached up to touch the bite mark, thinking to himself, the goo worm bite suddenly throbs with pain. Could it be that something has happened to Mo Jio? He turned and walked away coldly. Seeing this, the maid stammered. Sixth master, he said coldly and loudly. I have matters to attend to. Don't block my way. The next morning, Shao Qian's subordinate knelt and bowed. Envoy, the spy reports. That Miss Jio is in room heaven number 2. Shao Qian said coldly. Search. His subordinate immediately replied, yes. In the inn, Mo Wang was drinking tea. The envoy's news certainly travels fast. Shao Qian led his subordinates in and said, after the Battle of Linen, the Mo family's vitality was greatly damaged. Now, the left steward still wants to meddle in my Shao family's affairs. Have you considered the consequences? Mo Wang stood up and said, Mo Jio is just a weak, unarmed woman. Yet Envoy Shao insists on forcing her to marry into the Shao family. This is not the action of a gentleman. After a search, Shao Qian's subordinate shouted, Envoy, Miss Jio is not here. The Miss Jiu the spy discovered earlier was a maid in disguise. At this moment, Mo Linger was caught by Shao Qian's subordinates. She called out, left steward. Seeing her, Mo Wang was surprised. Linger, why are you still here? Didn't I tell you to leave first? Shao Qian laughed coldly. The back courtyard has been surrounded by my men. Where could she run? Mo Wang was furious. You, Shao Qian said coldly. I'll give you 1 hour. Hand over Mo Jio, and I will wait here. After 1 hour, if I don't see her, You can prepare to collect a corpse. Mo Wang gave a cold laugh and took out his flute, asking, "Does Envoy Xiao really think that I, Mo, am afraid of you?" Xiao Qian waved his hand. "It's best if you're not afraid. Men, bring the people up to liven things up for the left steward." Xiao Qian's subordinates immediately brought 2 men forward. An old man said, "Left steward, they acted too quickly. They've already figured out our retreat route." Xiao Qian threatened, "I know the left steward isn't afraid of death. So from now on, for every quarter of an hour that passes, I will kill 1 person. I want to see just how tough the left steward's mouth really is." The other man shouted, "I'm already this old. I've long been tired of living. If Envoy Xiao wants to kill, then kill. But if you want us to hand over Miss Jiu to you, don't even think about it." Xiao Qian gave a cold command. "Men, old Shun wants to die early. Grant him his wish." Just as Xiao Qian's subordinate was about to behead old Shun, Mo Wang rushed forward, blocking the sword with his flute. "Envoy Xiao, do not harm the innocent. This matter was done by Mo Wang alone, and I will bear the consequences alone. If you want to kill someone to vent your anger, do as you please." Xiao Qian stepped forward, asking with a cold smile, "Do as I please? That's fine too." Seeing this, Mo Linger shouted, Don't kill the left steward. Lin Ni knows where Sister Mo Gio is. Lin Ni will take you there." Hearing this, Mo Wang angrily scolded, "Lin Ni, don't talk nonsense." Mo Lin Ni said, "Left steward, Sister Gio is a member of the Xiao family. Even if Envoy Xiao takes her back, he won't take her life. But she definitely wouldn't want you to die for her. If Sister Gio knew what happened today, she certainly wouldn't blame Lin Ni." Xiao Qian ordered, "Lead the way." Hearing this, Mo Wang could only grit his teeth in silence. Upon arriving at the tombstone, Mo Wang was startled. "Impossible. How has the mechanism been restored?" Xiao Qian said with a cold face. "Speak clearly." Mo Wang explained. "Someone has tampered with the mechanism. It can't be opened the way it was when Lin Ni and I left. Everything was clearly fine then." Xiao Qian immediately let go of Mo Wang and ordered, "Shuefeng, gather our men and break down this stone door for me." Shuefeng immediately replied, "Yes." Mo Wang hurriedly stopped him. "You can't break it. When the Mo family cleared this tomb in the past, they discovered such a mechanism inside and considered it a perilous place. Now that the mechanism has been restored, it's extremely strange. If you act rashly, I'm afraid." Xiao Qian's face darkened. "The left steward isn't afraid of Mo Gio suffocating inside, but I am worried the Xiao family will have no bride for the wedding ceremony. Break it." Mo Wang continued to stop him. "You can't. Envoy, give me half a shirt, Shun. I can open this mechanism." Xiao Qian retorted, "On what grounds should I trust you again?" Mo Wang replied, "On my sincerity. I have absolutely no intention of harming her." Xiao Qian said angrily, "Your sincerity? I think you're tired of living." Suddenly, a splitting headache hit him, and he clutched his chest and coughed. Shuefeng rushed over in alarm and asked, "Envoy, what's wrong?" Xiao Qian reassured him, "I'm fine." He thought to himself, "Mo Gio, you absolutely must not let anything happen to you." Meanwhile, in another place, Mo Gio let out a groan and opened her eyes. Shivering all over, she mumbled, "So cold." She noticed the water level at her feet was rising and was startled. "This is bad. It's cold water. What on earth happened?" She stood up, enduring the cold as she walked forward. If Mo Wang wanted to harm me, he had countless opportunities on the way. He didn't need to go to such trouble. This tomb suddenly has a problem. Could it be that something happened to them outside? She walked to the stone door, knocked, and called out, "Eldest brother, Lin Ni, where did this stone door fall? And there's no mechanism to open it from the outside. The walls of this tomb chamber might be a thick layer of ancient ice." So after the tomb door was opened, the warm air from outside rushed in, causing the ice to melt. The walls also began to leak water. Because it was too cold, she staggered and fell, leaning against the wall. She continued to think, it's just that the warm air in the tomb is limited, so the ice won't melt too quickly. I won't drown in here, but the air in the tomb is about to run out. Xiao Qian stood outside the door, calling out silently in his heart, "Mo Gio, hang in there. Wait for me." Mo Gio continued to search for an exit in the ancient tomb. "No, I can't stay here forever. Tomb builders always leave themselves a way out. There must be a mechanism that can be opened." She went deeper into the tomb and looked up at the wall, thinking, the female official in this mural, her appearance is very similar to that jade statue of a female official. There must be some connection. She walked forward and accidentally stepped on a mechanism. In an instant, gears began to turn, causing her to fall to the ground, while the goo worm on Xiao Qian's neck began to act up, making him groan in pain. Shui Feng asked worriedly, "Envoy, what on earth is wrong with you?" Xiao Qian thought angrily. This old Kong Yin Yang. Seeing him, Kong Yin Yang stammered in fear. "Xiao, Envoy Xiao," he asked angrily. "Kong Yin Yang, did you discover this tomb?" The old man replied, trembling, "Yes, yes." He continued to ask, "Do you know how to open the mechanism?" The old man replied, Envoy, this old man only knows feng shui. This kind of mechanism art is still a job for the left steward." The old man looked at him, trembling. Xiao Qian narrowed his eyes threateningly. "Since you know feng shui, you should also know about fate. I ask you, who exactly is Mo? The old man stammered. This old man doesn't understand the envoy's meaning. Hearing this, Xiao Qian angrily pushed his head down and scolded. "You don't understand?" The old man quickly cried out, "Envoy, spare my life." Xiao Qian continued coldly. Mo is not only a woman born in a Yin year, Yin month, and Yin day, with a purely Yin 4 pillars of destiny, but she's also the destined Mahist Grand Master of the Mo family. Is that right? Mo Wang, who was searching for the mechanism nearby, heard this and broke out in a cold sweat. How does Xiao Qian know that Mo is the new Grandmaster? This is the highest secret of the Mo family. Kong Yin Yang stammered. Grandmaster? What's that? This old man has long had no connection with the Mo family. How could I know these secrets? Xiao Qian grabbed him by the neck, lifted him up, and asked, "You don't know? Very well, then explain this to me clearly." Mo isn't the only woman with a purely Yin 4 pillars of destiny in Nanron. Why did you deliberately want my grandmother to marry her to my eldest brother? Now that she's trapped in the mechanism, was it an accident or intentional on your part? The old man stammered. Envoy. At this moment, his subordinate returned, saluted, and reported, "Envoy, there's movement outside. What's all the panic about?" The subordinate replied, "Today, Prime Minister Xie came to the manor to deliver gifts. He learned that we have surrounded the back mountain and has now led his men to the edge of the forest. They're probably about to charge in." Hearing this, Xiao Qian was silent for a moment. Then he let go of Kong Yin Yang, turned his head, and called out, "Shui Feng, go immediately and invite the little prince here." "You must stop Prime Minister Xie." Shui Feng immediately replied. This subordinate obeys. As soon as Kong Yin Yang was released, he immediately pressed his hand on a mechanism. The mechanism opened, and he fell through, surprising everyone. Xiao Qian immediately rushed forward before the mechanism closed. Seeing this, Shui Feng called out worriedly, "Envoy." He immediately used his sword to slow his descent, but due to the height, he still felt a sharp pain when his feet hit the ground. He immediately drew his sword and slashed in one direction. At this moment, Mo spoke up. "Hey, stop being childish. Do you think your sword can stop the power of a mechanism?" Hearing this familiar voice, he asked in surprise, "Mo?" She was also extremely surprised by this voice. "Xiao Qian?" He nodded. "Where are you?" She looked around blankly in the darkness, her body trembling from the cold. She hugged her arms and asked, "You're asking me where I am? Aren't you already leaning against me?" Xiao Qian stood there, turning to look around, his voice still full of doubt. "What are you talking about?" "I'm standing." Mo shivered, a chill running down her spine. She had been feeling something pressed against her back, but he said it wasn't him, which made her suspicious. "What? Then who is lying behind me?" Just then, a candlelight flickered. From the other side of the tomb chamber, Xiao Qian appeared, holding a candle. The flickering flame made his eyes seem even deeper. He clearly saw a woman with a pale face and closed eyes leaning against Mo's back, a cold corpse. He quickly moved forward and took her hand. "Don't turn around. Take my hand, stand up first." Mo stood up, but her mind was still in chaos. She didn't dare to turn around, didn't dare to think too deeply. "What on earth is that thing behind me?" He pressed her head down and said, "Don't look, it's a female corpse." Hearing this, she just let out an "oh," not all frightened. Instead, she tilted her head as if talking about something ordinary. I was wondering what it was. Birth, old age, sickness, and death are nothing to be afraid of. But for such a beautiful young lady to freeze to death here is truly strange. She suddenly fell against me. It could be that she was accidentally touched, or perhaps she sensed my warmth. Xiao Qian explained, "Just now, someone broke into the tomb chamber and used a mechanism to escape. The female corpse fell, It was probably because that person touched the mechanism. Emojio looked up at him, her deep eyes asking, "So you came down here to chase that person?" Xiao Qian shook his head and replied, "I came to find you." He took off his outer robe and gently draped it over her. "Put this on." Seeing this, she was startled. He said nothing more, only helping her sit down on the cold steps, as if afraid her small frame would start shivering from the cold again. Emojio looked up, pursing her lips. My clothes are all soaked. Giving me your robe won't do any good. Why don't you take off another one for me?" Hearing this, Xiao Qian stiffened, his brows furrowing. He watched as Emojio began to take off her clothes and stared at her, asking, "How old are you?" She answered casually, "Probably around 15 or 16. "Why don't I look it?" Xiao Qian reached out his hand, gently stroking her hair, and replied, "You really don't." He thought to himself, the traces here are even stranger than before. It might have been triggered by something. He lowered his head and called to her, "Emojio." She asked in confusion. Feeling the warmth from his body, she thought to herself, "So warm." He whispered in her ear, "Answer me carefully. Before I arrived, did you experience symptoms like your body burning up and your heart racing?" She immediately replied, "Body, heart racing, yes. Ever since I was trapped in the tomb, I've had chest tightness and a racing heart. But strangely enough, these reactions all disappeared after you arrived. Being held by you like this, it's like a stream flowing into the great sea, becoming calm again." Hearing this, Xiao Qian frowned. Her condition is very similar to mine. She looked up at him and asked, "Xiao Lulang, looking at your expression, you must already know the reason for my symptoms." Xiao Qian stood up, pulled open his collar, and said, "I suspect those symptoms might be related to the goo worms in your body and mine." Seeing this, she was shocked. Do you mean that you and I are having the same symptoms?" He took her hand and replied, "That's right. Don't touch it carelessly." She asked doubtfully, "So you suddenly hugged me just now to verify your suspicion?" He nodded. "The goo worm on me and the one on you, I'm afraid they are now connected." Emojio hugged herself and said, "But it was clearly fine before. Other than frequently dreaming about you, there was nothing else." Xiao Qian said, "I suspect it might be due to the cold environment in the tomb." She asked doubtfully, "You mean the goo worms are affected by the temperature, sensed a threat from the cold, and thus reacted? And when the two goo worms get close, they sense their own kind, so they're no longer agitated, and that's why they gradually stopped, temporarily sparing us, their two hosts." He grunted in agreement. "So the urgent matter now is to leave this place first. Mo Wang is up there. I believe he can find the mechanism to open this place. You just have to hold on a little longer." She wiped her tears and said, "I suddenly fell down here just now. It was pitch black all around. I couldn't see anything, so I was helpless. But now," she looked at the statues in front of her, smiled, and said, "The Grand Master of Mechanisms is right before our eyes. Do you really want to rely on someone else?" Xiao Qian nodded. "All right, you do it." She stepped forward, patted his shoulder, and said, "You're injured, so just sit aside and rest. Why pretend to be strong? When it comes to intricacy, you have to use your brain. Brute force is useless. Be good and wait for me here." She walked forward, looked at the statues, and said, "I'm very cold right now. If you really want to help, then talk to me to distract me." He asked in confusion, "Talk about what?" While focusing on the statue, she said, "The goo worms in our bodies. What exactly are they? Don't you have any clues at all?" He replied, "The men I sent to the Miao border haven't sent back any news. But our lives are not in danger for the time being." Emojio began to solve the puzzle, and she asked him, "This can't be rushed. If we rashly try to remove the goo, I'm afraid it will cause another reaction. Right?" She smiled and suggested, "I have a very simple way to deal with it, and it can cure the root cause." He asked curiously, "What way?" She asked cheerfully, "I kill you, then I kill myself. Wouldn't the goo worms all die then?" Hearing this, Xiao Qian was silent. Emojio sighed and continued to look at the statue, saying, "It's just that I don't know if I'll still be alive and able to return after killing myself." Xiao Qian asked in confusion, "You still want to go back to Su-Yi?" Emojio was curious. "What is Su-Yi?" "I don't want to go back to some Su-Yi. I want to go home to my own home." She was silent for a moment, then said again, "Xiao Qian, I don't want to marry your eldest brother." Hearing this, he closed his eyes and said, "Tomorrow is the wedding ceremony. The guests have all arrived at the manor. This matter can no longer be changed." She retorted, "Is that so?" Suddenly, a sound rang out, startling Xiao Qian. He called out, "Emojio." She said, Don't come over. He asked fearfully, what are you trying to do? She smiled and said, my position is the key to opening the mechanism. If you move around carelessly and the mechanism changes, neither of us will be able to get out. Hearing this, Xiao Qian immediately stopped in his tracks. Mo looked at the statues and explained, these 8 ice statues are arranged according to the 8 trigrams. This is an ice chamber. Ice comes from water, and the meaning of the can trigram is also water, so I guess just now that the mechanism would be placed in the can position. She placed her hand on the flute, and a sound rang out. She smiled and said, as it turns out, my guess was very accurate. Immediately after, the wall rotated, and the ice statue shattered. Seeing this, Xiao Qian called out worriedly, the situation with this mechanism is unclear. Emojio, come back quickly. A door opened, and she replied to him faintly. The envoy is of noble status and is also injured. As your future sister-in-law, how could I dare let you take the risk? The mechanism is open. Mo1 will find this place soon. You wait here for a while. You won't be in any danger. It's just that I don't want to get married, so I'll be leaving first. Emojio grabbed a statue and ran inside. He called out, wait, but the door immediately slammed shut. He punched the door and called her name, Emojio. He cursed angrily. Damn it, the door still wouldn't open. He picked up that outer robe and thought to himself, I never thought that the one who plays with fire would get burned. He clenched the clothes in his hand, his whole body shaking from a cough, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. He thought to himself, I've only just been separated from Mo, and the goo poison is already acting up again. Just then, a voice echoed from above. Envoy, where are you? He put on his robe and said, stand back, I'm coming out now. He looked at the scene here and thought, Mo, as for the plan now, I can only get out first and figure things out later. As for Mo, after entering another secret chamber, she leaned against the place where the chamber opened, panting. She cursed to herself. Damn it, I forgot that after separating from Xiao Qian, the chest tightness and shortness of breath would come back. It's so uncomfortable, my eyelids are so heavy. What on earth is this goo poison that it's so powerful? She lay on the ground and thought, at this rate, does this mean I'll never be able to escape from Xiao Qian in the future? What is this? Is this some kind of mandatory binding for transmigrating to another world? Meanwhile, in another place, a sound woke up the woman in the room. The woman asked, what was that sound? She pushed open the door and entered to see Mo lying on the bed. She shouted, the first young mistress is back. Old madam, first madam, the first young mistress is back. Mo woke up, opened her eyes, and thought, where is this? Suddenly, 2 chickens appeared before her eyes, and she sat up with a start. She asked angrily, the exit of the mechanism in the ice chamber is my bed in the Xiao Manor? She thought worriedly, heavens, did I just walk right into a trap? If Xiao Qian finds out about this, he'd probably wake up laughing in his sleep. She held the ice sculpture in her hand and mumbled, Xiao Qian. She touched her neck and thought, the uncomfortable feeling from the secret passage is gone. Could it be that after leaving that cold place, the goo poison has gone dormant again? I wonder how things are on Xiao Qian's side. At this moment, Xiao Qian had also just returned to the manor, being helped down by his subordinate. A maidservant ran over, smiling, and said, Six Master, you're back? Seeing her, Xiao Qian asked, you're not attending to second sister-in-law. What are you doing here? She replied, my mistress heard that Miss Jiu has returned, so she hurriedly sent me here to wait for sixth master. My mistress is worried that you were out in the rain looking for her and told you to rest well, so you don't catch a cold. Hearing this, he stopped and asked, Emojio is back? How did you get back? Xiaoqing replied, I don't know about that. I heard she fell from the sky and suddenly appeared in her room. Xiaoqian turned his head and said, you may leave. Xiaoqing immediately curtsied and replied, yes. On the corridor, Xiao Qian ordered Shui Fong, go to the small courtyard and see how she is. If anything is wrong, report back immediately. Also, go find that Nanny Lan who is by her side and bring her back. Tomorrow is the wedding ceremony. It will be inconvenient for her to be without anyone by her side. Shui Fong saluted and replied, yes. Just then, Xiao Qian sensed something unusual and shouted angrily, who's there? Shui Fong immediately stood guard in front of Xiao Qian, protecting him. Emojio, who had just walked out, fell silent upon seeing this scene. Shui Fong was surprised. Miss Jio. She coughed and said, I came to see your envoy. Xiao Qian, are you all right? Shui Fong, with sweat on his brow, replied, well, the envoy was slightly injured in the secret passage, but it's nothing serious. Miss Geo, don't worry. He didn't answer, so she stepped forward, tugged on his sleeve, and asked, are you angry? I admit that I left first and abandoned you just now. That was my fault. He turned around and replied, if the exit of the secret passage wasn't your room, if you had already fled the Shao Manor and were far away by now, sister-in-law, would I still be able to hear these words from you? She said awkwardly, this. Shao Qian continued, tomorrow's ceremony is complicated. Since you're back, sister-in-law, you should rest well and not run around anymore. She watched his retreating back and thought, tomorrow's wedding, no matter how many times I run, I can't escape. Perhaps it's my fate to marry into the Shao family. She was silent for a moment, then reached up to touch the mark on her neck. Then she stretched and said, whatever, what's meant to be will be. If I have to marry, I'll marry. That night, the servants were busy preparing for the wedding. Emojio, however, sat on a tree branch, thinking, tomorrow, I'm going to be someone's wife. Today is my last day as a single woman. If I hadn't transmigrated, I'd probably be at a bachelorette party before my wedding, partying like crazy until the very last minute. Two maidservants walked by with things and said, congratulations, Miss Geo. She continued to be lost in thought, or maybe I'd be rehearsing the wedding with the groom. But here, it seems like everyone cares a lot about this wedding, except for me, who it has nothing to do with. Suddenly, a fragrance made her gasp in surprise. What smells so good? She stood up and looked around. It's already past dinner time. Who's having a late-night snack? And this smell of wine and meat is so rich. It's making me hungry too. I have to go find it. She happily followed the scent. Eating with someone in the middle of the night, if I find them, I should get a share. Emojio followed the scent to a lotus pond, and she stood on the bank saying, hey, you snack sneaker on the boat. I found you. The man turned around, smiled, and asked, is the young lady calling me? She was surprised. You? She thought to herself, since when did the Duke's Manor have such an outstandingly charismatic person? But in terms of looks, if Xiao Lulang is celestial and aloof, both ascetic and cunning, then the person before me is a gentleman, gentle and warm like jade. She spoke up and asked, who are you? Why are you drinking alone here in the middle of the night? The young man smiled and said, who I am is not important. For you and I to meet is fate. Would the young lady like to share a cup? She asked curiously, what wine are you drinking? The young man replied, the Shao family's 100-year-old fine wine, Li Shang. Ordinary people are not allowed to drink it. She looked at the food on the table, her mouth watering as she asked, what meat are you eating? The young man introduced, osmanthus meat. This is a famous dish from Linen. You can't find any as authentic as this in Jinzhou. She smiled happily and said, then let me say this first. I'm eating your food, but I have nothing to give in return. The young man helped her and asked, making friends over food is a joyous occasion. Why would one need anything in return in this world? She stepped onto the boat and said cheerfully, making friends over food, well said. Since you've invited me so enthusiastically, it would be disrespectful of me to refuse. The young man handed her a cup of wine. Please, young lady. She sniffed the aroma and praised. It truly is a fine wine. It's just that I'm curious. This wine is a fine vintage of the Shao family. How come I didn't know about it? Ordinary people can't drink it. So how can you? The young man smiled and replied, because I brought the water of linen and the meat of linen to make this authentic linen osmanthus meat. Hearing this, she was surprised. Hey, is he really a man of this era? He even knows how to cook. That young man poured the wine and said, as for the Shao family's Li Shang, 100 years ago, they were a family of winemakers. Although they still make wine now, there's no longer a wine called Li Shang, only the kind from 100 years ago. Wine brewed under the large pear tree of the Shao family is called Li Shang. 100 years have passed, and there isn't much Li Shang left. Each batch is as precious as gold, so ordinary people naturally wouldn't know about it. She drank and asked, in that case, you're no ordinary person. Linen and Jinzhou are 1,000 miles apart, so preserving fresh meat is not easy. The Shao family's Li Shang is as expensive as gold. Both are hard to come by, but you don't treat them as rare items. Who exactly are you? The young man poured another cup of wine, rested his chin on his hand, and smiled at her as he replied, a distant relative of the Shao family, here to offer congratulations. Hearing this, she burst out laughing. a clever answer. You answered, yet you didn't answer. But that's fine. Good wine, good food, a beautiful night, and beautiful scenery. Since I've eaten your food, I'll also abide by the code of the martial world. Why must we ask for names when we meet? Let's enjoy the moment. Cheers! That young man clinked cups with her and said, to the people, food is heaven. No one is unhappy. Cheers! Hearing this, Emojio burst into laughter. She stared at the wine cup and sighed. It's just a pity that after this meal, who knows when the next one will be. That young man said, the delicacies of the Rong dynasty are all in linen. If the young lady comes to linen, I will take you to eat all the delicious food. She rested her chin on her hand, smiled and asked, is that true? The young man nodded. Of course, it's true. She replied happily, all right, a gentleman's word is his bond. Let me tell you, you'd better not lie to me. There was once a person who said the stinky tofu from his hometown was delicious and that he would bring some for me when he returned, but he broke his promise. He didn't bring it for me. Guess what happened to him after that? That young man was surprised and curious, asking, what happened to him? She smiled and said, I made him eat green tofu without salt for half a year. After saying that, she burst into loud laughter. After hearing this, the young man was silent. Then he looked up and said, I will not break my promise. This is a token. He took off the ring on his hand and gave it to her, saying, if you come to Linen, take this to find me on Juke Street. She replied, all right, then we'll meet again in Linen, making friends over food. The young man nodded, all right, I'll be waiting for you in Linen. Then she became curious again, but you still haven't told me your name. Who should I look for then? The young man reached out his hand, dipped it in some wine, and wrote a name on the table. Emojio looked at it, puzzled. Dongshi. Could it be that you have a brother named Chioji? At the same time, in Xiao Qian's room, Shuefeng was walking to the window to close it, saying, the autumn wind is chilly. Envoy, you have an injury. Why don't you close the window and rest? He was bandaging the wound on his leg and said, if you have something to say, just say it. Shuefeng had sweat on his brow. Well, just now, the old madam sent a message saying that the eldest young master can't get up. Second master has been grounded by the old master. For tomorrow's wedding, she asks you to perform the wedding ceremony with Miss Gio in place of the eldest young master. The roll of gauze in Xiao Qian's hand immediately fell to the ground. He said in shock, what? The next day, the maids came to Mo Gio's room, everyone calling, young lady, wake up, hurry and wake up. She hugged the blanket and replied, let me sleep a little longer, it's not even light out yet. Seeing this, the maid said, oh, my dear young lady, what day is it today that you're still waiting for daylight? Be careful not to be laughed at. Get up quickly and change to get ready. She held her head and said, let them laugh if they want to. She shot up, exclaiming happily, Annie Lan, Xiao Qian really did send someone to bring you back. She happily led her to the dressing table. That's right. The envoy didn't want others to be implicated because I helped you run away. After I returned, the envoy also sent someone to take care of Amon. She yawned and said, he is a man of his word. As Auntie Lan combed Emojio's hair, she said, the envoy is a man who keeps his promises. But after the wedding ceremony, you will truly become his eldest sister-in-law today. Remember not to be too close with him anymore, lest you ruin your reputation. She comforted her, don't worry, I won't leave any reputation behind to ruin. What is there to ruin? Auntie Lan scolded, you're speaking nonsense again. Auntie Lan stroked her head and said, young lady, listen to me. This world is not a world for us, poor people, and it is even less a world for women. Marrying out today, you have no maternal family to support you. In the Shao residence, you will suffer many grievances. You must endure everything and not cause trouble for no reason anymore. Emojio covered her face with the veil and said, Auntie, don't worry. I will endure. Whoever provokes me, I will deal with them, and I absolutely won't implicate their whole family. Hearing this, Annie Lan was shocked. What are you saying? You'll be the death of me. The auspicious hour has arrived. Emojio's bridal sedan, along with a large dowry, was carried to the Xiao family. The crowd gossiped. I didn't expect the Mo family to have some face providing such a large dowry. What's the use of a large dowry? I heard the eldest grandson of the Xiao family is gravely ill, isn't he? If this happy occasion turns into a sad one, it will be quite a scene. Emojio was helped out of the sedan by her maids. At this moment, everyone saw Xiao Qian and grew tense. Quiet, don't you see who's here? Xiao Qian walked towards Emojio. A maid handed them a red silk ribbon, saying, young lady, young master, please hold the red ribbon. Emojio frowned, wondering. The last time I saw Xiao Changzi, he was so sick he couldn't even stand steadily. How can he come to receive the bride now? The two of them walked into the main hall. 1 wish for glory and wealth, 2 wishes for a house full of gold and jade, 3 wishes for success in the highest imperial examinations, 4 wishes for the dragon and phoenix to bring prosperity. As Emojio walked, she thought to herself, and also, why is the cool mint scent on him so familiar? Through her veil, she looked at his shoes, becoming more confused. And why is the groom wearing such a plain pair of shoes? This isn't right. This person is not first young Master Xiao. Then who is this person holding my hand? The matchmaker announced, the auspicious hour has arrived. First bow to heaven and earth. Song Yin saw this scene and asked in shock, Imperial brother, why is the groom? Her brother scolded, shut up, don't be nosy. Emojio thought angrily, forcing me to marry and then making me perform the wedding ceremony with someone else in a daze. Don't you dare go too far, Xiao family. The matchmaker continued to call out, second bow to the elders. At this moment, Prime Minister Xie sat to one side, drinking wine. He stared intently at the ongoing wedding. Seeing that Emojio didn't bow, her maid rushed over and pushed her head down. My dear young lady, this is a life or death moment. Don't go crazy now. The matchmaker called out. The couple bows to each other. Emojio thought to herself, crazy, right? I'm a crazy person anyway. Then I'll cause a scene in this wedding hall and see the true face of my husband. Just as she lifted her veil, she saw Xiao Qian's face and was stunned. He seems pretty normal. Xiao Qian caught her, asking, what trick are you trying to pull? She was dazed. Xiao Qian, why is it you? He replied, grandmother's order. She gave a cold laugh. With your status in the Xiao residence, if you didn't want to, who could force you into the wedding hall? Cold on the outside, warm on the inside. Could it be that you're secretly in love with me? Xiao Qian was silent, then covered her face with the veil again, saying, sister-in-law, be careful. The matron called out, escort them to the bridal chamber. Emojio clenched her fists, calling, sixth young Master Xiao. She thought to herself, this is getting interesting. Just then, the doors were pushed open, and a young man burst in, saying, hold on, Xiao Changzi caused my sister's death, and he still wants to enter the bridal chamber with someone else. The mysterious 15-year-old boy threw a table, shouting, in your dreams. The table shattered, sending pieces flying, causing all the guests to panic. After hearing this, Emojio asked, your older brother is that crazy, and he still has romantic debts? The young man now rushed forward, saying, Xiao Changzi, I must kill you. Kill you. Xiao Qian blocked the young man's fist with one hand, then hit his pressure point, rendering him unable to speak. He was shocked. He hit my throat's pressure point. Xiao Qian ordered. This young man has mistaken the person. Xuefeng, take this young man away, give him something to eat, and comfort him well. Xuefeng immediately ran over and replied, yes. The young man was led away, his mouth making muffled sounds. Prime Minister Xie stood up, smiling, and said, I didn't expect the Duke's residence's wedding to be so lively. The Duke replied, I have made a fool of myself in front of the Prime Minister. He ordered, someone, quickly bring up the prepared jars of 100-year-old Lisang wine, set the banquet, and let our guests recover from the shock. A subordinate immediately entered and replied, yes. Emojio lifted her veil and smiled. He asked her, what are you smiling at? She smiled back at him. Aren't you curious which young lady your older brother trifled with, for her younger brother to choose your wedding day, to risk his life against you? He replied nonchalantly, I will handle this matter. The ceremony is complete. Sister-in-law should return to the South Mountain courtyard first. He covered her face with the veil again. She smiled and said, what? You do everything for first young Master Xiao. You settle his romantic debts for him. You perform the wedding ceremony for him. Are you also going to bear him a son? Xiao Qian remained silent. Anilon quickly pulled her away, saying, young lady, be careful. She turned and huffed. In Xiao Qian's study, Xuefeng approached and bowed, calling, envoy. He rested his chin on his hand and asked, have you found out? Xuefeng replied, yes. The young man who caused a disturbance in the hall this morning is named Fang Shichen. His older sister is Fang Shiran, who indeed had a past relationship with the first young master. However, the root of today's incident requires further investigation to be known. Xiao Qian wondered, Fang Shiran of the Mo family? Xuefeng presented a letter, saying, yes. Envoy, there is one more thing. Mo Wang has come and brought an invitation, saying he wishes to see you. He asked, puzzled, is it about Emojio again? The wedding ceremony is already over. Has he still not given up? Xuefeng replied, from what I can tell, I'm afraid he has come this time because of Fang Shichen. Xiao Qian replied coldly, I will not see him. After hearing this, Xuefeng turned and said, yes. Then I will go and reply to him. Suddenly, Xiao Qian called out, wait. This made him wonder, does the envoy have further instructions? Tell him, tonight is my wedding night, I cannot leave. Annie Lan walked with Mo Gio, saying, First Madam. The old madam said, since you have married the first young master, you should wholeheartedly care for your husband. The old madam ordered this servant to tell you that from now on, unless it is an urgent matter, please try not to leave the South Mountain courtyard. All daily food and drink will be brought by someone on time. Mo Jiu lifted her veil, looked at the room guarded by guards, and said in surprise, Your first young master stays in a room by himself, with guards posted outside the door. It's clear he doesn't want anyone to disturb him. So you teach me, how am I supposed to take care of him? The maid replied, This servant is only relaying a message. I do not know anything else. I beg the first madam's forgiveness. It is getting late. Madam should rest early. Mo Gio gave a cold huff, then stepped forward. A subordinate immediately blocked her, saying, Young madam, we are under orders to stand guard here. You may not enter. She smiled and asked, Are your orders to guard this place to keep me out? The man replied, Yes. What if I insist on going in? The two subordinates looked at each other, at a loss. This is beyond the scope of our duties. She turned and said, That's for the best then. She thought to herself, Right now, everyone in the residence is at the banquet in the front courtyard, which is the perfect time for me to act. Yesterday, in the ice chamber, the goo worm reawakened on its own. Although it has left the low-temperature environment and is not as potent as before, Xiao Qian's worry is still there. The Lisang wine from yesterday both quench my thirst and help me sleep. I must take advantage of the night to go to the Xiao family's wine cellar and see if I can steal 2 more jars. As she was walking, she saw Xue Fong. She asked in surprise, Well, isn't that Xue Fong? At that moment, Xue Fong was giving a message to Mo Wang. Our envoy said, Please come back another day. Tonight is his wedding night. He cannot leave. Hearing this, Mo Gio's cheeks flushed, and she asked, WH what? That night, Mo Gio tiptoed into the room. She went to Xiao Qian's bedside, lifted his blanket, and saw that the bandaged wound on his leg had bled through. She murmured, The wound on his leg is this serious. She looked at him, thinking to herself, he doesn't even make a sound with an injury like this. He's usually so cold and fierce, but he looks so well-behaved and cute when he's asleep. She reached out her hand, but suddenly her wrist was grabbed, startling her. He pushed her onto the bed, his hand tightening around her neck, and snarled, Are you looking to die? She cried out, Xiao Qian, it's me. Seeing it was her, he was surprised and asked, Mo Gio, what are you doing here in the middle of the night? She retorted, You're asking me? Didn't you tell Xue Fong that you couldn't leave on your wedding night? I thought that after performing the ceremony for your brother, you were also going to consummate the marriage for him. But I waited, and you never came. So as your sister-in-law, I had to come and see how you were. Hearing this, Xiao Qian held his forehead. It was just a casual remark. Sister-in-law didn't have to take it so seriously. He said, Martial artists are naturally vigilant. He waved his hand, and a lamp instantly lit up. You shouldn't be so reckless. Stand by my bed. I'll go get medicine for you. Mo Jiu looked at him, frowning. Just as he was about to get up and leave, she immediately pulled him back. She hugged him. Come back. He was surprised and asked, What are you doing? She smiled, her hand caressing his chest as she said, It's just being touched by you, grabbed by you, and pushed onto the bed twice. What's there to be so tense about? He turned his face away. Nonsense. She smiled and moved closer, asking, Still being fierce? With your legs so badly injured, you've become a paper tiger that would fall over with a push. What do you have to be fierce about? There's no one else here. Who are you putting on this unfazed act for? Xiao Qian turned his head away, his face red. She stood up. Mo Gio sneered, Paper tiger. She looked down at his leg at the blood on the bandage. Has the wound opened up? Let me see. She reached out to change his dressing, but he asked, You left in such a hurry from the ice chamber. Why are you here caring for me now? She looked up, stared at him, then leaned on his leg and asked, You can't be serious. Holding such a grudge? He frowned. I'm not. But he thought to himself, ever since the goo worm was awakened in the ancient tomb, I must maintain my composure and not be as lawless as before with Emojio. But if she's not by my side, I feel restless. Only when she is near can I feel at ease. Suddenly, Emojio called out, Sixth young master Xiao. He stiffened. She moved closer and said, I promise you, if something like that happens again, I won't leave you behind. Is that okay? He clenched his fists. She stood up first and asked with a smile, so we'll consider this matter settled? He pulled his leg back and asked, tell me, why did you run to my place on your wedding night instead of sleeping in the South Mountain courtyard? Her face darkened. You know it's my wedding night too. Sixth young master Xiao. Let me ask you, you forced me to marry Xiao Changzi, then had people guard the bamboo building and not let me see him? What kind of logic is that? He replied, my elder brother is gravely ill and cannot share a room with you. The wedding is complete. You are in the South Mountain courtyard. The purpose of this marriage has been achieved. She angrily scolded him. Nonsense, double happiness, strange forces, and chaotic spirits. I don't believe you would care about this. The Xiao family is illustrious, and my elder brother is the legitimate son. Even if his health is poor, with your status as the first young madam, you can enjoy a lifetime of wealth and glory. What's not good about that? She frowned. The sky is high and the earth is wide out there. I am in the prime of my youth. What's so good about being locked up in a large residence? She walked to the window and continued, there's a saying, life is precious and love is of a higher price, but for the sake of freedom, both can be cast aside. After hearing this, Xiao Qian got off the bed, murmuring, but for the sake of freedom. He pondered for a moment, then replied, very well. Emojio, I'll just ask you this. Now that the ceremony is done, is it so difficult for you to stay in the South Mountain courtyard and fulfill your duties as the first young madam? She laughed and said, it's not very difficult. It's a pipe dream. If I get the chance, I will definitely run away again. He sighed, then don't run away anymore. Hearing that, she was puzzled. He smiled and looked at her, saying, you just stay put for a few days. Wait for my wound to heal, and I'll take you out of the residence. Hearing this, her face flushed as she asked in surprise, ah? A few days later, a carriage stopped in front of the Xiao residence. Emojio lifted the curtain and looked out, asking, sixth young master Xiao, it's raining so hard, and you're still sneaking me out. Are you trying to elope with me? Xiao Qian sat beside her with his arms crossed and said, I am returning to Chu Prefecture this time on official business. She nodded. I know, for disaster relief with Prime Minister Xie. Xiao Qian explained, a few days ago, the town was hit by heavy rain, causing the river to overflow and topple a stone statue in the town. That stone statue is called the Goddess Stone by the townspeople. Now it's sunk to the bottom of the river, turning the upstream into a dam. The local government has tried everything, but can't move it. Later, they sent people to dive down and see, only to find that the goddess's ankle is trapped by 9 iron rings. After hearing this, Emojio frowned and wondered, 9 iron rings? She thought to herself, could it be the 9 linked rings puzzle? She immediately moved closer to him and asked, you want me to help you solve this mechanism? He nodded. That's right. She smiled and said, to be valued by Envoy Xiao is an honor, but there are conditions. He replied, you may. This immediately surprised her. You're not going to ask what my conditions are? He looked out the window and continued, no matter what they are, it's possible. Emojio frowned. Sixth young master Zhao's attitude towards me now seems quite different from before, but she still smiled and replied with interest. All right, then I won't be polite. First, I really hate your current attitude. If you want my help, the first condition is during this period, you must call me Master Gio, respect me, yield to me, and revere me. After hearing this, Xiao Qian's face turned cold, and he looked at her with a scrutinizing gaze. She continued, no matter what I say, you must unconditionally agree. Xiao Qian had to reply, all right. Emojio immediately moved forward, lifting his chin teasingly. Then let me hear you call me Master Gio. His face turned red, and he said through gritted teeth in embarrassment, Master Gio. She blinked and asked, Although Xiao Qian was angry, he could only call her Master Gio. She happily patted his head and praised, good boy. The second condition is also very simple. When you see something I want to do, you can't stop me. When you see something I want to buy, you have to pay for it. In short, you have to ensure I'm well fed and clothed, full in content, and in high spirits. After hearing this, Xiao Qian, his face darkened. Emojio asked him, what? You don't agree? He crossed his arms and asked suspiciously, do you also want me to burn 3 sticks of incense for you in the morning, at noon, and at night? She burst out laughing. If you don't mind the trouble, I can make do with that. After he heard that, he angrily slammed his hand against the carriage wall and said, I believe your conditions are not about mutual assistance, but about me worshiping an ancestor. She reached out and caressed his earlobe. If you're short one ancestor, I can reluctantly be one. After all, having a handsome young man like you as a descendant isn't a loss for me. He angrily pushed her hand away. Endure what can be endured, and absolutely do not endure what cannot. Seeing his blushing appearance, she moved forward to tease him. Hey, sixth young master Xiao, you're blushing again. Whenever you get shy, you don't know where to look. You look so adorable like this. Xiao Qian threatened angrily. If you keep talking nonsense, I will throw you out of the carriage. She laughed and said, You're finally willing to let me go. Fine, that's what I've been hoping for. Xiao Qian gritted his teeth. Emojio. The carriage stopped in front of a building. Elder Shin stood on the upper floor looking down, asking, Is that Envoy Zhao's carriage? Judging by the direction, he must be heading to the disaster-stricken town. Mo Wang looked down and said, He has the Emperor's orders, so naturally he cannot delay. Fortunately, he has released Chiron. Now I'm only worried about Emojio. There's one thing I've never understood. The matter of Emojio being newly appointed as the Ju Zi is unknown to the disciples of the Mo family. But why is Xiao Qian so clear about it? Elder Shun walked to the go board and said, I also find this matter very strange. Initially, it was because someone sent a letter that I learned of young Lady Jio's fate. Moreover, when Elder Kong initially mentioned the marriage with the Xiao family, he indeed did not know her identity as the Ju Zi. Mo Wang said to Elder Shun, Elder Kong is the former elder of the King Gate and also your senior brother. I shouldn't have suspected him, but can Elder Shun tell me the truth today? On the day the mechanism was opened at the Xiao family's burial ground in the back mountain, was the person who trapped Mo Jio inside Elder Kong? Elder Shun took out a black stone and replied, That's right. He also only found out about her identity as the new Ju Zi later, so he wanted to test her. He placed the stone on the board. Mo Wang sat opposite him and said, I understand everyone's thoughts, but the matter of the Ju Zi is of utmost importance. In solving the mechanism, there is not enough to convince the disciples of the Mo family. Elder Shun nodded. That's right. The left proctor's intention is to recommend the young lady to the altar at Shinong Mountain. Mo Wang nodded. I'll have to trouble Elder Shin then. He said he had cast a divination a few days ago. Nanrong will face the calamity of war. The country lacks wise scholars, and the times are difficult. Therefore, he asked about the way of heaven and the way of kings. Mo Wang was curious. What did the hexagram say? He placed a stone down and replied, It was the final hexagram. The chaotic era has arrived, and the land will be unified. The dynasty has a chance to prosper. As the hexagram said, this opportunity will bring forth a great monarch. At the waterfall where the goddess statue had fallen, the soldiers were guarding there. As soon as they saw Xiao Qian arrive, a soldier ran up to salute. Greetings, envoy. Xiao Qian asked, What is the current situation? The subordinate immediately replied, We have sent people to dredge the upstream channel and reinforce the dikes. But if we can't move this huge rock, I'm afraid something will happen sooner or later. And Mo Jiu stepped forward, looked at the stone statue in front of her, and thought to herself, although only half of this good maiden statue is visible, judging by its shape, it is extremely similar to the ice statues in the ice chamber and that jade statue of the young girl. She walked closer to the statue step by step. Xiao Qian said worriedly, It just rained. The current is swift now. You should still. Mo Jiu took off her outer coat and handed it to him, interrupting, It's fine. I'm a good swimmer. Xiao Qian replied, Water and fire are merciless. You can't joke around. She turned around and asked suspiciously, Sixth young master Xiao, are you worried about me? I'm afraid if something happens to you, my elder brother will become a widower. She smiled. Xiao Qian, the one who performed the wedding ceremony with me was you, not your elder brother. Besides, what is Xiao Changzi's situation? Things have come to this point. You have to give me an explanation. He keeps his doors shut, and you just keep being vague. I don't want to be kept in the dark anymore. Xiao Qian stammered. Oh. Suddenly, Mo Jiu jumped into the water, making him extremely anxious. Mo Jiu dived to the bottom of the river, to where the goddess statue was locked, and thought to herself, It really is the 9 linked rings. She approached the lock, intending to pull it, but didn't budge at all. She thought to herself, I can't say for other things, but when it comes to opening these little toys, your master Geo here is an expert. Luckily, the water current is strong. If this were on land, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to move it either. She looked down and thought to herself, the next one. She slowly dived deeper to open those locks. On the bank, Xiao Qian was still waiting anxiously. After a while, Mo Jiu finally broke the surface of the water. Seeing her, he hurriedly called out, Mo Jiu. She smoothed back her hair and said with a smile, It's fine. almost done. Wait patiently. The other guards were captivated by her appearance, and Xiao Qian was no exception. Mo took another deep breath and dived back into the water. Seeing this, a guard said in amazement, she really has a way. How impressive. This young lady is so young, yet she has such extraordinary courage. Xiao Qian whispered, Mo. She continued to unlock the locks. Only the last one left. Suddenly a whirlpool appeared, startling her. This isn't right. This mechanism is... But the whirlpool had already sucked her in, making it impossible for her to swim up. She gradually became exhausted and thought to herself, I'm really going to die this time. On the bank, the guards and Xue Fong were all stunned. Heavens, heavens. The stone statue is rising. The stone statue slowly rose from the bottom of the water. A guard saw this and said, could it be that the young lady really opened all the chains at the bottom of the river? How impressive. Truly worthy of being someone the envoy values, a real talent. It's just that it's been so long. Why hasn't she come ashore yet? Suddenly, a burning pain shot through his neck, causing him to groan. Xue Fong rushed to support him, calling, Envoy. Xiao Qian clutched his neck, thinking to himself, it's Mo. She's in danger. Xiao Qian immediately jumped into the river, scaring Xue Fong into shouting, Envoy. At this moment, at the bottom of the river, Mo. was slowly sinking. It's no use. If I have to die here today, I wonder if I can transmigrate back. If so, that wouldn't be too bad. It's just that I haven't had the chance to say goodbye to 6th young Master Xiao. Just then, Xiao Qian swam to her side, startling her. There, he swam closer, wrapping his arm around her waist, and thought to himself, Mo. hang in there. Mo. this won't do. Something will happen if this continues. He was silent for a moment, then made up his mind, forgive my offense. Then he leaned in close and passed air to her. A moment later, Mo. came to. She slowly opened her eyes, looking at his face, and called out in her heart, Xiao Qian. After Mo. regained consciousness, Xiao Qian kept calling her name, Mo. Mo. She let out a groan, calling, Xiao Qian. He helped her sit up and breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that you're awake. She looked at him, her mind still hazy. Just now, in the water, Xiao Qian suddenly coughed awkwardly and explained, you choked on water. It was an emergency. She raised her hand to cover his lips, asking, if it was an emergency, what is there for you to be embarrassed about? I won't hold you responsible just because you kindly saved my life. It's just that there's a tomb under that rock. You must have known. Xiao Qian helped her up and nodded. I know, I've already sent people down to investigate. Mo. said, I feel that this tomb has already been robbed. Hearing this, he asked curiously, how do you know? When I went into the water to open the 9 linked rings, I discovered that the mechanism had traces of being tampered with by someone else. Moreover, do you remember that day at Zhaoji Wharf? You and I were chasing that tomb robber at the same time? He remembered. The person holding the jade Buddha statue? That's right. He said the floodwaters had entered the ancient tomb, and he had accidentally picked up that piece of jade. I suspect the ancient tomb he was talking about is this one. She pointed to the tomb floating on the water's surface, continued to explain, first the ice chamber, and now here, things are definitely not that simple. Xiao Lulang, can you find Mo Wang? Can you ask him to come here? I have something to ask him. He nodded and replied, all right. Just then, a soldier came to report, Prefect, the tomb has been robbed. Your subordinate also discovered many traces of soldiers' bodies being moved from Xiebingxing's time. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qian was startled. He vigilantly noticed someone was following them from behind. Xiao Qian walked into the forest and said, when Xie Bingsheng was the transport commissioner, the soldiers under his command responsible for transporting military provisions to the front lines suddenly disappeared without a trace. All the court supplies were plundered by the Sasu people. The transport soldiers were killed by the Sasu, but unexpectedly, their bodies were found here. The person in the black cloak listened in silence, and then left. Hearing the movement, Xue Fong immediately reported, Prefect, the fish has taken the bait. He smiled. It's windy by the lake. Let's return to the inn. Xue Fong immediately replied, yes, leaving only Mo. frowning in doubt. Back at the inn, guards stood on both sides of the door. Mo. suddenly sneezed. Xiao Qian approached with a bowl of medicine. It's autumn now, and the lake water is very cold. You've caught a cold. Drink this bowl of chill-dispelling soup. She immediately said to him, Xiao Lulang, you've come at the right time. I have something I want to ask you. He sat down and asked, what does sister-in-law want to ask? She rested her chin on her hand and said, when we were at the riverbank, You said that traces of Xie Bingxing's men moving soldiers' bodies were found in the ancient tomb. Military supplies and munitions have always been a sensitive matter. If he was truly involved with the Sasu people, I'm afraid the entire Xie family would be implicated. You deliberately spoke so loudly just now. Was it on purpose for someone else to hear? At that time, Xie Shun's shadow guards were hidden in the dark. Prime Minister Xie was with you providing relief in Chu Prefecture. If he had known about the moving of the soldiers' bodies, how could he have allowed us to go down into the ancient tomb to investigate? Hearing this, Xiao Qian frowned. It seems that now he no longer has the mind to worry about matters in Chu Prefecture. His Majesty suddenly issued an edict appointing Xie Shun's maternal grandson, who is also the first prince, Song Shi, just born to consort Xie, as the crown prince. The date for the grand investiture ceremony has been chosen and must be held. This morning, Xie Shen already rushed back to Linen. Mo Gio nodded. So that's how it is. Once the crown prince is established, I'm afraid you will face many disadvantages in court. He replied, this is not something you should worry about. Drink the medicine. Mo Gio immediately took the bowl and drank it all in one go. Then her face darkened. You, how much coptis did you put in this? Xiao Qian handed her a handkerchief to wipe her mouth, which startled her. She blushed and stammered his name. Xiao Qian said with a smile, this handkerchief is old. Letting you use it to wipe your mouth is just making use of something to be thrown away. Mo Gio was stunned upon hearing this and cursed inwardly. Well played, you Xiao Lulang. It must be because I've been playing too many tricks. Otherwise, how would he have learned to counterattack today? At this moment, Xue Fong appeared at the door and coughed awkwardly. Prefect, Ninth Master, Mo Wang is here. Xiao Qian immediately said, tell him Ninth Master is drinking medicine and to wait outside for a moment. Mo Gio hurriedly stood up. Wait, I've finished drinking. I'm coming out right now. But Xiao Qian reached out and grabbed her hand, making her cry out, ah. Immediately after, the door was closed, leaving Xue Fong locked outside with a speechless expression. Mo Gio shouted, hey, what's gotten into you? Xiao Qian moved closer to her. Her cheeks flushed and her heart raced. He asked, is sister-in-law in such a hurry to see him? She quickly pushed him away, replying, no, it's just... She thought to herself, what is going on? Is this guy trying to seduce me? Something like this just happened. Too close. At this moment, Xiao Qian and Mo Gio were standing very close to each other. She shyly whispered, Xiao Qian. He smiled, taking her hand that was resting on his neck, then lifted her chin and said, the light in the room is too bright. I couldn't see clearly. I thought sister-in-law had a mole on her face, but it turned out to be a K-crumb. She was startled to hear this and asked what? Xiao Qian immediately stepped back. Mo Gio called out, Xiao Lulang. He continued with a smile to meet Mo Wang. If sister-in-law doesn't want me around, you could have just told me to make myself scarce. Why the need to go outside? It's cold out. Just meet him in here. After speaking, he walked past her. At this moment, she was so embarrassed her face turned beet red and shouted, Xiao Lulang, I am a person of abstinence. If you dare to deliberately seduce me like this again, do you believe I'll break my vows? Xiao Qian still said nothing, just continued walking with a smile. Infuriating Mo Gio. Mo Wang, who had just entered, was very surprised to see him smiling. Mo Wang stepped forward and bowed. Miss Gio. Mo Gio coughed and asked, after we parted at the ancient tomb behind the Xiao residence that day, have you been well, senior brother? Mo Wang replied, you being trapped in the tomb was due to our lack of consideration. I hope Miss Gio can forgive us. She gestured, senior brother, please sit. Mo Gio poured in tea and said, today Mo Gio has invited senior brother here because I have something to ask. If you feel apologetic, please tell me the truth. Mo Wang smiled. So it's because of that incident that Miss Gio has been distant with me, he thought to himself. So be it. He took a statuette from his robes and handed it to her, asking, Miss Gio, are you looking for me this time because of this item? She took the statuette to examine it and said, as expected, there's an ancient tomb beneath the stone statue of the virtuous maiden blocking the river in Zhaoji town. You knew about this too, senior brother? Mo Wang nodded. That is the Sun tomb. The former master of the Mo school once built the 8 trigrams tombs to protect something. The 8 tombs are named after the 8 trigrams, not buried according to the positions of the 8 trigrams. Let's call the tomb you were trapped in the Kintomb and the one under Zhaoji town the Sun tomb. And the most important things hidden in the 8 tombs are 8 jade maiden statuettes like this one. The jade statuette from the Cantomb is currently in my possession. Geo stared at the statuette in her hand, then put it down and asked, something worth the Mo school going to such lengths to protect. Surely can't be just a treasure like this. Mo Wong wrote 3 characters on the table with his finger. 1,000-character guide. Geo was puzzled. What is the 1,000-character guide? Mo Wong wiped the characters away and explained. It is an ancient text that records the methods for crafting many exquisite weapons researched by the ancestors of the Mo school. It has a total of 1,000 characters, hence the name 1,000-character guide. The ancestor worried it would bring disaster to the world, but couldn't bear to destroy his life's work. Thus, it is said that the ancestor later sealed it within the altar for worshiping heaven at the Mo school's headquarters on Shinno Mountain. People believe that whoever obtains the 1,000-character guide will obtain the world. Mo Jiu listened with doubt. Another story about heroes fighting over a treasure? So what about the 8 trigrams tombs and the altar for worshiping heaven? Mo Wong continued. The altar for worshiping heaven has a total of 9 levels. The first level contains the mechanism blueprints, and only successive disciples of the Mo school are allowed to enter. As for the Jade Maiden statuettes, they are the keys to opening the remaining 8 levels. After listening, Mo Jio rested her chin on her hand in thought. So that's how it is. She moved closer to Mo Wong and continued, if the Jade statuettes are so important, it's illogical that you locked me in the Kintomb where a statuette was placed. Why on earth did you do that? Mo Wong explained. Before answering that question, I also have a question I'd like to ask Miss Jio to answer. She nodded. Go ahead. Mo Wong said, if one day you were needed to shoulder the great responsibility of the Mo school, would Miss Jio be willing? Early the next morning, Shui Fong was scratching his head in the courtyard. Xiao Qian walked over and asked, what are you doing standing here, scratching your head? Shui Fong was startled and replied, usually Miss Jio is the most enthusiastic about her meals, but it's past breakfast time today and her door is still shut tight. Hearing this, Xiao Qian grew suspicious. Shui Fong continued, your subordinate is worried. I wonder if Miss Jio has run away. But there are no female attendants at the post house, so your subordinate didn't dare to enter rashly to check. After hearing this, Xiao Qian pushed open the door to her room. He approached the bed and called, Mo Jio, Mo Jio. He touched her forehead and was startled. So hot. With her complexion like this, could her cold have relapsed? She opened her eyes, clutched his lapel, and called, Xiao Lulang, I'm cold. Xiao Qian said to her, you have a fever. I really shouldn't have let you and Mo Wong talk so late last night. You were already chilled from being in the water, and then you opened the door to the night wind for so long, making your illness worse. Lie down first. I'll have someone get medicine for you. He helped her lie back down and tucked her in. She opened her mouth to ask, aren't you curious what he and I talked about so late into the night? I am not interested. Mo Jio muttered, your mouth says one thing, but your heart says another. I asked him for a current geographical map. Xiao Qian was puzzled. It's not like we're going to war. This item is hard to find. What do you need it for? She replied, because Mo Wong told me that I am the new Juzi of the Mo school and told me to find the 8 trigrams tombs, open the altar for worshiping heaven, and retrieve the 1,000-character guide. After hearing this, Xiao Qian remained silent. Mo Jio frowned. As expected, you're not surprised at all. She recalled what Mo Wong had told her yesterday. To be honest, Miss Jio has been designated as the Juzi, recommended by the old Juzi. She was shocked and asked me, the new Juzi? Are you joking with me, senior brother? Mo Wong replied, the matter of the Juzi is of utmost importance. How could I joke about it? Heavens will cannot be defied. Miss Jio just needs to accept this. There's no need to be so surprised. Mo Jio asked him, Xiao Lulang, so you've known about the Juzi, the altar for worshiping heaven, and the 1,000-character guide all along? She immediately grabbed him by the collar and asked, what exactly are you trying to do? How many things have you hidden from me? I don't understand what this title of sister-in-law even means. Mo Jio pulled on his collar. Lulang, you received the bride and performed the wedding ceremony in your older brother's place. But you told me that older brother of yours is still alive now. Is that true? Hearing this, Xiao Qian's entire body shook. He replied silently. Sister-in-law is speaking nonsense again. Suddenly, he was startled, looking down to see her arms around his neck. The two looked at each other without a word. Xiao Qian asked, still not letting go? She smiled and replied, answer my question truthfully, and I'll let go. He asked back, you think I wouldn't dare to be rough with you? She nodded, of course you would dare. It's just that I have a high fever right now, so sick that a gust of wind could knock me over. Who knows, with one push from you, I might just fall into your arms. Xiao Qian turned his head away and said, you let go first. I'll tell you whatever you want to know. Jio sat back on the bed. If I was wrong just now, you could have just denied it. But since you're beating around the bush like this, it proves I guessed correctly. Xiao Changzi is no longer alive, right? Xiao Qian picked up the blanket and replied, how did you know? Jio continued. If a man is so obsessed with a woman that he must marry her, no matter how gravely ill he is, it's impossible for him to refuse to see her after the wedding. If he trusted you so much as to bet the lives of his family, even entrusting his wedded wife to your care, I absolutely don't believe it. I'm afraid there's no man in this world who could do that, unless he was already dead. Xiao Qian said in a low voice, you guessed correctly. My older brother passed away long ago. She was puzzled. Then the person I met at the Nanshan courtyard before, was someone you found to impersonate him? He nodded and replied, yes. This play your Xiao family is putting on, what exactly is it for? He immediately explained, it's not the Xiao family. The only ones in the Xiao family who know about this are me and my father. She was puzzled. So you insisted on having a non-existent person marry me because of this Juzi identity of mine? He said in a low voice, who said to the new Juzi, do you believe everything Mo Wang says? In the ice chamber last time, didn't you hear that he owed a debt and had him all figured out? Hearing this, Mo Jio was startled. Xiao Qian continued, the identity of the Mo school's Juzi has wide-reaching implications. You don't need to get involved in these muddy waters. Mo Jio hugged her legs and said, oh, then asked, but if it's not for this, then why did you do it? He smiled, because I'm a son of a daughter. The second and third branches still have several sons. The Xiao family's estate wouldn't fall to me. Father hoped that my older brother could continue to live. As long as the eldest son is still around, regardless of his health, outsiders will have nothing to say. She was curious. So, this was originally your father's idea, to have you play two roles alone, to let the eldest young master live. He turned away and replied, perhaps he hoped the one who died was me, not my older brother. Seeing him like this, Jio thought to herself, I've never seen him so lonely. Suddenly, Xiao Qian was startled. He turned his head to see Jio hugging him from behind. She comforted him, don't be sad. She reached out to lift his chin and asked, from now on, your sister-in-law will dote on you often. Xiao Qian frowned and called out, sister-in-law. He reached out and swept her into his arms, saying, now you know that there is no longer a Xiao Changzi in this world. The one who welcomed you into the family was me, and the one who performed the wedding ceremony with you was also me. Jio, this way you address me. I'm afraid it's no longer appropriate. She blushed. You put me down first. He tightened his arms, wrapping them around her waist. What if I don't let go? Xiao Qian held Jio's waist tightly and said, what if I don't let go? She blushed and started to speak incoherently. I'm still sick. She quickly pushed him away, saying, I'm about to infect you. See, I'm almost out of breath. Xiao Qian poked her cheek with his finger and asked, you were the one who said you wanted to dote on me. Why is it that as soon as I take the initiative, Jio is already planning to retreat? The two faced each other. She blushed deeply, asking in a daze, what did you call me? He smiled without saying a word. She chanted in her mind, beauty clouds the mind, beauty clouds the mind. Jio straightened her clothes and turned to leave. Xiao Qian smiled. If you can't handle it, then don't go around touching people next time. Hearing this, Jio gritted her teeth in anger. He stepped forward, draped a cloak over her, and instructed, with such a high fever, go back and rest. I'll have someone bring the medicine over. Soak in some hot water. The chill will dissipate faster. Once you're better, I'll have someone take you back to Jinzhou. She was curious. What about you? When are you going back? He replied, I'm not going back. The flood season in Jinzhou has just passed, and the bodies of the transport soldiers were dug up in the ancient tomb yesterday. This matter needs to be reported to His Majesty urgently. In a few days, I will set off for the capital to report on my duties. The Duke's residence is preparing to move to Linen. We'll set off in a few days. You and I will meet again in Linen. She reached out and grabbed his lapel, saying, if you're not going back, I'm not going back either. I want to go with you. He immediately said, even though my older brother is gone, you are still nominally the eldest young madam of the Xiao family. How can you travel with me? She turned and replied, you can figure out a way. Since you could fake an older brother, you can also fake a sister-in-law. Don't even think about leaving me behind. Otherwise, you'll have to ask if the pair of goo insects on us agree. Xiao Qian fell silent upon hearing this. Goo insects? He sighed. Fine. The person I sent to the Meow territory earlier has sent back news, saying they found someone with deep knowledge of goo poison. If that's the case, then come with me to the capital to meet her. 10 days later, in Linen, Xiao Qian's carriage stopped, and he got out, saying, we're here. Get out of the carriage. He reached out to help her down. Someone immediately came to greet them. Prefect, you've arrived. He asked, has the saintess from the Meow territory arrived? The person replied, she entered the capital the day before yesterday. Knowing you would be returning to the residence today, this old servant sent someone to invite Miss Peng at noon. She has just entered the guest hall. This must be Miss Jiao. Your quarters have been arranged. Let this old servant take you to rest first. Xiao Qian took her hand and said, that won't be necessary. She's staying with me. She looked around and asked, the saintess from the Meow territory you mentioned, is she the one who understands the goo poison in our bodies? He nodded. Mem. Her name is Peng Xin. The goo poison in our bodies was created by her grandmaster. He led her to a room and pushed open the door. Inside the room, the saintess from the Meow territory, Peng Xin, was already waiting. As soon as she saw the two of them, she smiled. I have long heard of Prefect Zhao's reputation. Today, I finally have the pleasure of meeting you. Peng Xin smiled in greeting, holding a black cat in her arms. Xiao Qian began, Miss Peng, it's a pleasure to meet you. And Mo Jiu stared at her, thinking to herself, I've long heard that the foreign tribes have many beauties, and it's indeed true. Peng Xin noticed the flower-shaped mark on Mo Jiu's neck and asked, you are the other host of the Cloud Rain Goo? She was startled. Wait, what goo? Cloud Rain Goo? Is that the cloud and rain I'm thinking of? Xiao Qian said with a headache. It's a long story. Miss Peng, please have a seat and we can talk. After sitting down, Peng Xin explained. The Cloud Rain Goo. The Cloud Goo is Yang. The Rain Goo is Yin. Those afflicted with the goo must engage in the act of yin-yang union to suppress the poison's flare-ups. And Mo Jiu was puzzled upon hearing this. But Prefect Xiao and I have been poisoned until now. And we have never, Peng Xin explained. From what I can see of your conditions, the goo insects are likely not yet mature, so they haven't induced any amorous feelings. But once the goo insects mature, if the hosts of the male and female goo still have no physical intimacy, the host bodies will collapse and they will die. Hearing this, Mo Jiu rested her chin on her hand and sighed. Well, that's a bit tricky. Xiao Lulang, if the goo poison flares up, you wouldn't do that, would you? He frowned. I'm afraid you'd be the one to do it. I, Ninth Master, have a very good upbringing. Heaven and earth can bear witness. I absolutely do not lie. Xiao Qian asked the saintess, does Miss Peng know how to cure this goo? Peng Xin replied, forgive me, Prefect Xiao. Although this goo was created by my grandmaster, no one in my school knows how to cure it. What about outside the school? Peng Xin said slowly, her tone full of hidden meaning. The prefect is indeed sharp. My grandmaster and the old Juzi of the great Mo school had an extraordinary friendship. It is said that before his passing, he told the old Juzi the cure for the Cloud Rain Goo. The old Juzi then recorded this matter in the 1,000-character guide and sealed it in the altar for worshipping heaven at the Mo school's headquarters on Shinong Mountain. Peng Xin shook her head, feigning helplessness. Mo Jiu frowned upon hearing this. The 1,000-character guide again. Mo Jiu and Xiao Qian looked at each other in silence. That night, Mo Jiu sat alone on the railing by the lake, her long hair blowing in the wind. The faint moonlight shone on her slender shoulders. She wore only a thin layer of clothing, her arms wrapped around her knees. Her gaze was fixed quietly on the dark water below, the moonlight shattering on the still surface of the lake. Xiao Qian approached silently, saying nothing, only draping a cloak over her from behind. The warmth that passed through the fabric startled her. He was by her side, his low voice echoing in the quiet night. Sitting here alone in the wind in the middle of the night? What are you up to again? Mo Jiu didn't turn her head, her eyes still fixed on the distance. Thinking of what Miss Peng had said during the day, Mo Wang said, I am the new Juzi. I never cared about being the Juzi, the 8 trigrams tombs, weapon blueprints, or fighting for the world. What do those things have to do with me? It's just that if the cure for the Cloud Rain goo is really in the 1,000-character guide, I can't just think about myself anymore. Xiao Qian looked up at the sky and said, "The world is vast. Opening the altar for worshipping heaven might not be the only way. Besides, to open the first level of the altar, you need the new Juzi's handprint. If you're not the Juzi, it would all be for nothing." Emoji nodded. "I still have to try." That Peng Xin said, "The Cloud Rain goo are symbiotic, living and dying together. If the Rain goo dies, the Cloud goo will also die. If the Cloud goo dies, the Rain goo will also explode and die. I don't care what happens to me, but you." She recalled what Peng Xin had said. "That's right, after arriving in the capital, I heard something. It said that the emperor has long intended to decree a marriage between Princess Yujia and Prefect Xiao. The prefect is now a future prince consort, yet he is afflicted with the Cloud Rain goo with another young lady." Mo Jio was puzzled upon hearing this. A decreed marriage? Prince consort? Peng Xin continued. "Shangya stole this goo, so my school is also a victim. If the emperor asks about this matter, I hope the prefect can come up with a perfect plan to avoid implicating my school." Recalling these things, Mo Jio smiled and said to him, "So if you and I really live and die together, when the emperor bestows the marriage one day, how will you explain it to that Princess Yujia?" He replied confidently, "No need to explain. No one can force me to marry someone I don't want to marry, not even the emperor." Mo Jio tilted her head sarcastically. "Oh, no one can force you? Then you performing the wedding ceremony with me, was that really voluntary?" He draped the cloak over her and said, "It was just a temporary measure." She pouted, displeased, but he had already taken her hand, pulling her over and asking, "Stop messing around. Your cold just got better. Do you want to catch the wind and get sick again?" Emojio angrily pointed at him and said, "It would be best if I infected you, so you get sick and die. Let's see how you marry that princess then." Xiao Qian stepped forward, concentrating on readying the strings of her cloak, asking as he tied, "If I die, what will you do?" Hearing this, Emojio fell silent. From that night on, every word he said lingered in her mind. "If I die, what will you do?" At this moment, Xiao Qian was eating with Emojio. Seeing her dazed and unresponsive, he called out, "Emojio, Emojio." She finally came back to her senses. Xiao Qian asked, "You've been spacing out ever since that night. What are you thinking about again?" She grinned and teased, "I'm thinking that now that our lives are tied together, am I more precious than your ancestors?" Hearing this, Xiao Qian said nothing. He quickly picked up a piece of meat and stuffed it into Mo Jio's mouth, rendering her speechless. Seeing this, she was extremely annoyed. He teased with a smile, "Not a single proper word comes out of your mouth all day. No talking while eating, no words while sleeping. Just eat your meal obediently." She swallowed the piece of meat and immediately scolded, "Xiao Luleng, you bastard." Just then, Xuefeng came to bow and report, "Prefect, there's trouble." He asked, "What is it?" Xuefeng immediately reported. A scout reported back. Princess Yujia left the palace to offer thanks at a temple. Unexpectedly, on the way, she encountered the Xiao family's female relatives who came into the city today. The princess somehow heard some baseless rumors about you and the eldest young madam and is making a scene, demanding to see the eldest young madam, but the old madam refused. The two sides are currently at a standstill. Hearing this, Mo Jio suddenly remembered. Yujia is the princess betrothed to Xiao Qian, but the Mo Jio in the carriage now is clearly an imposter found by Xiao Qian. She tightened her grip on her chopsticks and asked, "This is interesting. The princess wants to see me. Once the Xiao family has everything arranged, we can meet anytime. Why must she block the road now? It seems less like she wants to see me and more like she wants to put the Xiao family in their place. Moreover, the princess lives in the Forbidden Palace. Even if there really were rumors about us in Jinzhou, she's all the way in the capital. How could her news be so timely?" Xiao Qian shook his head, his voice low and firm. "You also said she wants to put us in our place. The emperor has just established the crown prince. The Xie clan is gaining power in Linen, and now the entire Xiao family is moving back. Today's commotion, I'm afraid someone wants to use Princess Yujia's mouth to beat the mountain to frighten the tiger." After speaking, Xiao Qian stood up, his cloak fluttering with his decisive movement. He ordered, "Xuefeng, gather a team of men and horses and come with me." Xuefeng immediately bowed and replied, "Yes, Your subordinate will make the arrangements right away. Seeing that he was about to leave, Jio hurriedly followed and said, "Wait, I'll go with you. I'll secretly switch with the imposter. In the Xiao family, besides our confidants, no one knows I'm not in the carriage. The old madam doesn't know the truth. Well, she can't stop the princess." Xiao Qian turned around, his gaze calm and cold. "Do you think grandmother is stopping Yujia to protect you?" "No, it's because I told her long ago that the eldest young madam's madness is getting worse, and she cannot see anyone. If we don't want to lose face in public, we must absolutely not let the eldest young madam show her face." Jio's eyes widened in astonishment. Then her gaze turned to anger. She scolded, "You're really something, Xiao Lulong." Xiao Qian only gave a faint smile, then turned and left. At this time at the Xiao residence, Princess Yujia, the crown prince's biological sister, supported by her maid, said to the Xiao family members, "This palace has long heard that the eldest young madam of the Duke's manor possesses extraordinary beauty. Today, I happened upon her after leaving the palace. It seems to be this palace's fate. I just want to meet this talented and beautiful lady of the Mo family once. Yet the old madam, Xiao, keeps stopping me, unless there is some hidden reason." Old Madam Xiao bowed to her and explained, "Your Highness the Princess exaggerates. My eldest granddaughter-in-law has always been in poor health. A person who has been ill for a long time. What outstanding beauty could she have? Moreover, her madness is now getting worse. This old woman is afraid she will harm your highness." But she still refused to give up, saying, "Old madam." Just then, Xiao Qian appeared, calling out, "Your Highness the Princess." As soon as Princess Yujia saw him, her cheeks flushed red, and she called out, "Sijuan Xiao." This palace thought I was not fated to meet the Sijuan today and was feeling quite regretful. I didn't expect such a small matter to trouble the Sijuan to come here, fulfilling this palace's wish. At this moment, Jio was secretly preparing to climb onto the carriage. The girl impersonating her in the carriage was startled and asked, "Who is it?" She gestured, "Don't shout, lest others hear." Seeing it was Jio, the girl breathed a sigh of relief. "So it's Miss Jio." Jio walked over and said, "It's been hard on you, having to pretend to be me these past few days. But now is not the time to reminisce. Please trouble yourself to switch clothes with me." The girl immediately replied, "Yes." Below, Xiao Qian was speaking to Princess Yujia. "According to my grandmother, my sister-in-law is crude and impolite, and now her illness is acting up, so it is truly inconvenient for her to meet the princess. Why don't you return to your residence first, Princess? When my sister-in-law recovers, grandmother will surely bring her to your door to apologize." She thought to herself, "I thought it was strange just now that he would personally come for such a small matter. His feelings for this sister-in-law are truly unusual." So she continued, "To have a Sijuan's protection like this, your esteemed sister-in-law is truly fortunate. It's just that Imperial Father has decreed a marriage between me and you, so this palace and Miss Mo can be considered sisters-in-law. If my sister-in-law is unwell, how can this palace pretend not to see? It would be more reasonable to pay a visit." She tightened her grip on her handkerchief, pushed past Xiao Qian, and pointed straight at the carriage. He called out, "Your Highness the Princess." She pushed aside Xue Fong, who was standing by the carriage, and yanked the curtain hard. "Insolent! Get out of the way for this palace." But as soon as she lifted the carriage curtain, she froze, her movement stopping. Someone shouted loudly, "His Highness the Crown Prince has arrived." The Crown Prince's carriage approached, extremely magnificent. Seeing his carriage, everyone knelt to pay their respects. Princess Yujia asked in surprise, "Imperial brother?" Jio was also extremely surprised. "The Crown Prince?" Xiao Qian paid his respects. "Greetings to His Highness the Crown Prince. May your highness live for 10,000 years. The Crown Prince replied, "Minister Xiao, you may rise. The Xiao family's move is supposed to be a joyous occasion. My younger sister has been rude today. I hope Minister Xiao can forgive her." Xiao Qian replied, "Your highness is too kind." The Crown Prince continued, "Li Shan, send people to clear the way and escort young Master Zhao's family into the manor. Yujia, you will return to the palace with this palace." Li Shan immediately replied, "Yes." Princess Yujia ran over and called, "Brother," but the Crown Prince cut her off. No more words. Back to the palace. Xiao Qian paid his respects, respectfully seeing off His Highness the Crown Prince. In the carriage, Mo Jiu lifted the curtain and looked at the carriage ahead, thinking to herself, what's with this Crown Prince? Isn't he on the same side as the Xie family? To make such a grand entrance, it's as if he deliberately came to rescue the Xiao family. Moreover, why does his voice sound a bit familiar? The carriage stopped in front of the manor gate. Minner came forward to help Mo Jiu, saying, eldest young madam, be careful. She smiled and asked, silly Minner, you don't recognize me? Minner was overjoyed. Sister, you're back? She wondered, why are you alone? Where is Anilon? Minner replied, Auntie previously told the Shao Manor steward that her son is making a living in linen. As soon as we entered the city today, she went to visit her relative. So that's how it is. Just then, Xiao Qian walked past her. She called out, Xiao Qian, wait. He turned his head and reminded her, there are many eyes and ears here. Sister-in-law is not yet well. It's not convenient to be outside. Hurry into the manor to rest. After I speak with grandmother, I will go to my eldest brother's courtyard to request medicine for you, sister-in-law. She smiled slyly, teasing, oh, all right then, I'll have to trouble my sixth brother-in-law. He seemed accustomed to her teasing and remained silent. Just then, when Jing Shu, supported by Xia Qing, walked by and saw this scene, unable to help but frown. An hour later, Minner said to Mo Jiu, regarding the matter between you and Siju and Xiao, Anilon has instructed me not to speak much, so Minner will not ask. It's just the eldest young master's attitude towards you. Sister, that's something Minner really doesn't understand. From Chuzhou to the capital, he was heavily guarded, yet he never once asked about his newlywed wife. It's truly strange. Mo Jiu smiled. You shouldn't worry about this either. If he doesn't come to see me, I can have some peace and quiet by young Master Zhao's side. In the future, you and Anilon don't need to come and bother me either. Minner replied, yes. Minner will listen to you, sister. The appearance of Siju and Xiao Qian startled the little maid. He walked over and said, you may go and rest. The little maid bowed and replied, yes. Then she withdrew. Seeing him arrive, Mo Jiu smiled teasingly. Sixth brother-in-law has arrived. Xiao Qian sat down, picked up a teacup, and poured for himself, saying, foolish, aren't you afraid of heavenly punishment for taking advantage? She smiled. You call me sister-in-law, so naturally I call you sixth brother-in-law. It's a fair exchange. How is that taking advantage of you? She glared at him, and seeing him drink it all in one gulp, she was petrified. He frowned and asked, what are you glaring at me for? Are you so stingy you can't even spare a cup of tea? She pointed at the teacup and replied, it's not that I'm stingy, it's just that I just used that cup. Hearing this, Xiao Qian's expression darkened. She licked her lips, pointing to the lipstick stain on the rim of the cup, and said, right here. Xiao Qian stared at the cup in his hand, stained with Mo Jiu's lipstick, his gaze gradually turning grim. After a long while, he finally spoke, his voice seeming to come from between his teeth. Since the cup has been used, why was it placed back on the tea tray? His voice was not loud, but it concealed a simmering rage. Mo Jiu raised her head, cocked an eyebrow, completely unafraid, and even retorted confidently, this tea set has 4 cups. How was I to know that you would come into the room and use my cup? After hearing this, Xiao Qian could no longer hold back and slammed the teacup down on the table. Mo Jiu wasn't flustered at all, but instead teased, my, how rare. The living king of hell can also get shy. His face flushed red, and he angrily ground out each word, Mo Jiu. She replied nonchalantly, present. Why are you shouting so loudly? He cleared his throat and asked seriously, you called me at the door earlier, what was it about? The sky is already dark. It's not convenient for me to stay long. If you have something to say it quickly. She didn't answer right away, but gently tugged at his sleeve, a mischievous glint in her eyes. Actually, it's nothing, just that there were a few things I couldn't figure out before. Today, in the carriage, hearing your conversation with Princess Yujia, I've figured it out instead. Curiosity got the better of me, so I wanted to find you to confirm something. As she spoke, she poured a fresh cup of tea. Since I entered the Xiao family, what I've heard people discuss most is you. They say Siju and Xiao is a master of martial arts in Nanning. His knowledge is encyclopedic, his medical skills are unparalleled, that you command an army of 1,000,000, second to only one and above all others, the most powerful man in all of Nanning. He immediately replied, it's just empty fame. You saw it today too. if the crown prince hadn't intervened. I'm afraid even a princess who has never contributed a single thing to the country could walk all over the Shao family, who have expanded Nanying's borders and bathe in the blood of battlefields. Under imperial power, all are but ants. Mo Jio walked past him and gently pushed open the window. The night breeze blew in, rustling a few strands of her hair. She looked up at the sky and slowly asked, "But in your heart, you don't really think so, do you?" This question was like a sharp arrow, hitting the bullseye. Xiao Qian was stunned, then frowned. What was she trying to say? She turned her head, a half-genuine, half-fake smile on her face, but her eyes were so bright they seemed to see through his heart. "On the way to Linen with you, you had close contact with your secret agents, but you never deliberately avoided me. Among those people, there were even many faces that were not from the Central Plains." She leaned in close to him, whispering in his ear, her breath brushing past, causing his neck to stiffen slightly. "Your identity is not just the Privy Commissioner of Nanning, is it? You are also not willingly selling your life for the Nanning royal family, are you? You're not the kind of man who likes to have his fate held by others, and you would never let others threaten you so easily." Xiao Qian remained seated, his eyes as deep as the sea, his voice lower than ever. "You don't seem to know how dangerous these sharp words of yours are, do you? Even the young Prince Song Ao wouldn't dare to have such suspicions about me." She smiled and asked, "Then tell me, am I right?" He thought to himself, I never expected her to understand me so well. For her to lay bare such a confidential matter so bluntly, I don't want to lie to her anymore. He let out a laugh, his voice hoarse. "When you're not mad, you're really quite clever. The days ahead are long. For the slap the Xie family gave us today, I will definitely repay it in the future." Mo Jio was curious. "Then will you still marry Yujia?" Xiao Qian looked up at her, his eyes shining brightly, the corners of his mouth curling into an unreadable smile. "Aju, rest assured, I will not marry anyone, unless..." She immediately pressed, "Unless what?" He didn't continue, just let out a sigh and turned around. "It's late, sister-in-law should rest early. I'll be leaving." Seeing this, she stomped her foot in anger, but getting more and more impossible. But Xiao Qian didn't look back, his dark figure quickly disappearing. That night, Mo Jio was sitting at her dressing table in her room when she suddenly heard a knock on the door. A voice came from outside. "Is Miss Jio there?" She pushed open the window and saw a servant standing before the window, so she asked, "You are?" The servant outside the window said respectfully, "I apologize for disturbing you so late at night, Mississippi. This lowly one has come at my master's command to invite you to his residence for a visit. My master said, when you see this bow, Miss, you will naturally recall that day, and your linen appointment with my master in Chuzhou." Seeing the bow in the servant's hand, Mo Jio was inwardly astonished. She recalled the face of the man sitting on the flower boat drinking wine, who had asked, "Is the young lady calling me?" She thought in shock, "It's Dongxi." Afterwards, Mo Jio put on a cloak and was led out of the Shao residence by that servant. And behind them, Xuefeng had witnessed everything. Seeing this, he said, "That person sent someone to sneak into the manor late at night. It must be for Miss Jio. Sijuan, should we send someone to follow them secretly? It's so late. What if something happens to Miss Jio?" Xiao Qian, standing beside him, replied, "No need." Hearing this, Xuefeng let out a sigh. Xiao Qian turned and said, "Even if something were to happen to you, nothing would happen to her." That person led Mo Jio into a villa, guiding her to a courtyard. He stopped at the steps and gestured to Mo Jio. "This way." Mississippi Dong, she was sitting in the courtyard, smiling as he looked at her, and asked, "You've come. Come and sit." Mo Jio walked over and said, "I didn't expect to see you again so soon." Dongxi, the maid pouring tea nearby, heard Mo Jio call the master by his name directly and was so scared her hand trembled, spilling the teacup. She let out a cry of alarm and hurriedly knelt to beg. "This servant was rude. Please spare my life." "Master," Dongxi said, "you may withdraw. Pass down the order. No one in the manor is to come up here unless necessary." The maid immediately kowtowed and replied, "Thank you, master, for your mercy." Then she hastily left. Emoju looked at the maid's hurried back and wondered, why was she so scared? Did I say something wrong? Or should I not have called you Dongxi? He smiled and asked, "My name is Dongxi. What's wrong with calling me that? It's just that I heard you had entered the capital, and I remembered my linen appointment with you. So I took the liberty of inviting you over." She smiled. "It's not presumptuous, but I see you here in brocades and silks attended by beauties, protected by experts. You say you're a distant relative of the Shao family, but why have I never seen you with them? Tonight you were able to sneak into the Shao manor and bring me out without anyone knowing. Tell me the truth. Who exactly are you? Dongshi smiled and replied, You and I are strangers who met by chance, becoming friends through food. I don't ask who you are, and you don't need to ask who I am. Tonight's reunion is an elegant affair. If we mix in these worldly matters, wouldn't it defile the fine food and sully the mortal realm? She said, I'm immortal to begin with. Dong, she said, but the dishes tonight were all made by my own hands. They are not of the mortal world. She smiled. Actually, your identity, I can roughly guess it without you telling me. He raised his wine cup and asked, Oh? Then tell me. She replied, You are well informed and your movements are mysterious. Seeing that maid's reaction just now, it must be due to your long-established authority. Could you be some kind of rebel or bandit? Hearing this, Dongshi spat out a mouthful of wine, then burst into laughter. Seeing this, she asked cheerfully, What? Was I right? It's all right. Everyone wants to be an emperor. I understand you, and I'll keep your secret for you. It's strange. You clearly refuse to reveal your identity, but I always feel a strong connection with you. Perhaps it's because the food you make suits my taste so well. He reached out and tucked a strand of her hair, asking, Suits your taste? Is it the food or the person? Jior, can you tell the difference? She was startled. Dong Shi I. Then she took a step back and said, Meeting you is like Bo, you meeting Zi Chi. It truly is fate. It's just that if we're talking about becoming friends through food, it's better not to let this feast go to waste. Dong Shi was stunned, withdrew his hand, and said with a smile, A fine boya and Zi Chi. Then tonight, I will play a tune. Would Jior like to listen? She immediately replied, I would be greatly honored. Dongshi walked to the zither, sat down, and began to play. The sound of the zither rang out, leaving Mo mesmerized. The music was at first wild and unrestrained, then sorrowful, as if plucking at the unspoken feelings in one's heart. Mo walked into the middle of the garden and plucked a chrysanthemum. The chrysanthemums have withered. The ground is full of sorrow. The flowers fall, and one's heart breaks. Dongshi sighed. A beautiful poem, just a bit sorrowful. The autumn night is cold, and this place is in the path of the wind. You shouldn't stand here for long. She replied, This place of yours is truly beautiful. It must have cost a lot of money, right? Dongshi stood behind her and asked, If you like it, how about not going back to the Shao Manor? Mo was stunned upon hearing this. She looked up at him, only to see Dongshi stepping forward, draping a cloak over her. She averted her gaze, thinking to herself, I remember a gentle and handsome person once said the same thing to me. If he had said not to go back to that wretched Shao Manor, I would have agreed without hesitation. But now, Shao Qin and I are bound by the Yunwu Gu. If I leave, what will happen to him? So she shook her head. What nonsense are you talking about? I'm already married to another. How can I not go? I have to go back. Dongshi sighed. All right, I'll have someone take you back. In the future, if I want to find you for a drink, will you still come? She immediately replied, You said you would take me to eat all the delicacies of linen. Why wouldn't I come? But don't be so sudden like tonight. Give me a heads up so I can prepare. She reached out and tied the cloak's ribbon for her, saying, As you wish. It's a promise anytime, this place, if you come, I will be here. She thought to herself, such a handsome man, with such gentle words. If he wanted to pursue someone, an ordinary person would be completely unable to resist. Luckily, I'm not an ordinary person. She raised her hand and said loudly, A promise is a promise. Dongshi looked at her, thinking to himself, Silly girl, we've met again in another world. Yet you don't recognize me. Mo's carriage was returning to the manor when it suddenly slowed to a stop, startling her. What's wrong? She lifted the carriage curtain and saw a figure ahead, thinking to herself, that figure is... Mo Wang appeared, gesturing with his hand. Shoo, Miss Gio. She asked in surprise. Eldest martial brother? Mo Wang got into the carriage and sat with her, asking, How did you know I was here? I was worried that coming to the capital so suddenly, I would lose contact with you. Mo Wang replied, Although the Mo family is not as prosperous as it once was, gathering information is not difficult. It's just that after you enter the capital, you've been staying in the Privy Commissioner's manor. That place is loosely guarded on the outside, but tight on the inside. It wasn't convenient for me to come see you, so it has been delayed until now. With that, he handed her a scroll, saying, This is the comprehensive world map you needed to find the 8 trigrams tomb. Do you have any other requests? She took it and replied, no other request for now. I just want to ask one thing. Marshall brother, last time we met, you said I was the Gue Z of the MO family. But how exactly do you determine the new Gue Z? Is it just because my 4 pillars of birth are purine? Mo Wang then said, it can be verified. Do you remember the heaven-worshipping altar on Shini Mountain that I told you about? The first level of the heaven-worshipping altar is opened using the Gue Z's handprint. Whether you are the Gue Z or not, we'll know with one test at the altar. It's just that because of the Tianziyin, the matter of the Mo family's new Gue Z concerns the entire world. If we take you to the heaven-worshipping altar to verify your handprint now, once the new Gue Z's identity is announced, it will not be beneficial for you or the Mo family. She replied, so that's how it is. Mo Wang asked, Miss Gio, you weren't interested in the matter of the Gue Z before. Why are you so concerned now? She answered him, didn't I agree to help you find the remaining 6 items in the 8 trigrams tomb? I can't just keep being in the dark. She touched her neck and thought to herself, Xiao Qian and I are controlled by the Yunwu Gu. If one is harmed, both are harmed. Xiao Qian's identity is sensitive, and I don't know if the Mo family is friend or foe. The matter of the cure being in the Tianziyin, I can't tell Mo Wang for now. Suddenly, her neck tingled, and she fainted. Mo Wang was startled. Who is it? He worriedly called out to Mo Gio, leaned in to check, and then wondered she was just put to sleep by having her pressure point hit. He glanced outside the carriage and said, Siju and Xiao. Xiao Qian walked over and asked, has the left emissary been well? Mo Wang got out of the carriage and wondered, what does the Sijuan mean by this? Xiao Qian stepped forward and draped a cloak over Mo Gio. I shall have something to say to the left emissary, but this is a matter Mo Gio doesn't need to know. Mo Wang asked him back, what does the Sijuan want to say? He replied, Mo Gio cannot be the new Gue Z of the Mo family. Mo Wang frowned. This is an internal matter of our Mo family. We won't trouble the Sijuan to worry about it. Xiao Qian frowned. This is your Mo family's business. But what about Fang Chiron? Hearing this, Mo Wang's heart jolted. Xiao Qian extended an invitation. If the left emissary doesn't mind, let's take a step aside to talk. Mo Wang tightened his grip on the flute in his hand and moved to the side to ask. Chiron passed away 3 years ago. How does the Sijuan know of her? He then said, Fang Chiron's father was Fang Huangdi, the predecessor of the Mo family's left emissary. He was your master. So you and Fang Chiron were originally in a relationship of senior and junior martial siblings. Mo Wang nodded, correct. But this is not a secret in the Mo family. Xiao Qian continued, if we're talking about secrets, although Fang Chiron was the daughter of the Fang family in Suzhou, she was Mo Gio's biological twin sister. They look almost identical, right? Hearing this, Mo Wang tightened his grip on the flute and said, my junior martial sister used to wear a veiled hat when she traveled the world. Very few people saw her true face. Where did the Sijuan learn of this? He smiled and asked, what if I told you? She's still alive? Mo Wang was horrified upon hearing this. What? Xiao Qian continued. 3 years ago, someone delivered a dying Fang Chiron to me, asking me to take care of her on their behalf. I accepted that person's entrustment, and afterwards, I let her recuperate in seclusion elsewhere. After hearing this, Mo Wang was astonished. 3 years ago, that was when my junior martial sister had her accident. Could it be that everything he said is true? Is my junior martial sister really still alive? Mo Wang then said, the Sijuan speaks without proof. I must see her. He replied, you can. As long as Mo Gio is no longer the Gue Z of the Mo family, I will naturally let you see her. After speaking, he turned to leave. Mo Wang called after him. The matter of Mo Gio being the new Gue Z of the Mo family is not known only to me. This matter can no longer be changed. He adjusted the cloak on her and said, man proposes. Left emissary, just do as I say. This matter is settled. Xiao Qian picked Mo Gio up. Mo Wang wondered, what is the Sijuan's intention in doing this? He replied, it's only because the Xiao family does not wish to become everyone's target. So the daughter-in-law of the Xiao family absolutely cannot be the Gue Z of the Mo family. He looked at her and thought to himself, more importantly, I don't want you to risk your life to cure the Yunwu Gu. He carried Mo Gio back to her room, took off her cloak, placed her on the bed, and carefully tucked her in. After doing all this, he let out a sigh. Just as he was about to leave, she grabbed his hand and asked, leaving already? Not staying a little longer? Xiao Qian was surprised. When did you wake up? She smiled. Probably when you were carrying me. There's dew at night. The cloak was damp with it, very wet. And you wrapped it so tightly around me. Who could possibly sleep since you were already awake? Why didn't you get down yourself and had to pretend to be asleep for me to carry you all the way? And also, she sat up, smiling as she looked at him. He then said, casually wearing someone else's cloak, riding in another's carriage, aren't you afraid of being seen and gossiped about? Mo Jio's face darkened as she replied, so you're saying I really was seen? Sijuan, help me think. Now this gossip is coming from Lulong's mouth. If he gets jealous, what should I do? He said angrily, talking nonsense again. She walked over to light the candles in the room, then slowly sat down and poured a cup of tea. You knew long ago that I would follow someone out of the Shao Manor tonight. He sat down and accepted the teacup, asking, otherwise, if any cat or dog could just come and go from this place as they please, where would the dignity of the Duke's Manor be? She smiled and said, the person who sought me out of the manor to reminisce is named Dong Shi. Xiao Qian frowned and replied, She continued, he said he's a distant relative of the Shao family. Xiao Qian nodded. You could say that. She continued curiously, then isn't he a rebel of the court? He replied nonchalantly, I don't know. Seeing her staring at him, he cleared his throat and asked, what are you staring at me for? She smiled. I'm thinking between you and Dong Shi, who is more handsome. He was curious. So what did you conclude? She smiled brightly and replied, Our Lulong is still a cut above. After hearing this, his cheeks suddenly flushed red. Mo Jiu smiled slyly. Sijuan Shao is known outside as the living king of hell. How can you not take a joke? You get shy after just a couple of compliments. He pretended to be calm, but his eyes darted away slightly. It's not that I can't take a joke. If you say a few more words, I'll take it as the truth. As soon as the words left his mouth, Xiao Qian forcefully pulled her closer. Mo Jio's whole body fell into his arms. Caught off guard, her cheeks flushed red and her heart pounded wildly. He looked at her and said, things have come to this. With a Jew, I might as well turn pretense into reality. It's worth a try. She stammered as she looked up at him, her eyes as wary as a frightened fawn. You, what are you trying to do? Xiao Qian slowly lowered his head. Hot breath brushed past her ear, his low voice carrying a bewitching magic. Just the two of us, under the flowers and before the moon. What does a Jew think I intend to do? Mo Jio's face instantly flushed red, her eyes widened, and her heart pounded. Her mind was a tangled mess. You, what do you want to do? Could it be that you want to... But Xiao Qian suddenly let her go and took a step back. A rare hint of seriousness flashed in his eyes. I originally thought sister-in-law was fond of sleeping, and that tonight's matter need not be mentioned again. Now, this is convenient. She asked what matter. He took another step back and said, news just came from the palace. The floods in Chu Prefecture have been resolved. The realm is at peace, and His Majesty is preparing to hold a banquet in the palace in 3 days. All the court officials are summoned to the grand feast, and all the titled ladies from within and without will be present. Seeing him suddenly back away, Mo Jio was surprised and annoyed, asking, Xiao Qian, is there something wrong with you? All that teasing just to talk about this? Xiao Qian gently lifted his teacup for a sip, leisurely asking, what else? Hearing this, she knew she had been teased again and gritted her teeth, cursing, very good, Xiao Lulang. You're really something. Xiao Qian looked at her, his expression turning serious as he instructed. But this matter is indeed urgent. This evening, His Majesty summoned Prime Minister Xie to the palace for discussion. He mentioned that you're the new Juzi of the Mahe school. Mo Jio immediately frowned and asked, how is that possible? This matter is so secret. How could that old man Xie know? Xiao Qian nodded slightly, his voice lowering. There is one thing you may already know. After Kong Yinyang left the Mahe school back then, he secretly pledged allegiance to Xiexin. Hearing this, Mo Jio murmured, no wonder. He continued, he who obtains the Tianzi Yin will obtain the world. This saying has spread throughout the land, known by every hero and champion, and the current His Majesty has also taken notice. Today, after Xiexin made his report, this imperial banquet was arranged, and from the palace, Consort Xie has specifically sent word, telling grandmother and the first madam to bring you into the palace for the banquet. She smiled. This is a Hongmin banquet. He nodded. Therefore, when you attend the banquet in the palace in 3 days, you must be extremely careful and protect yourself. Mo Jio gave a faint smile, calmly adjusting her outer robe, and replied, don't worry, I know what's important. I won't act recklessly. After hearing this, Xiao Qian's brows remained tightly furrowed, a flicker of unease in his eyes. A moment later, he said slowly, "There's one more thing." She was putting on her outer robe and, upon hearing him, tilted her head and replied, "Go on." Xiao Qian warned, "You're not allowed to get close to other men." Mo was stunned, turning her head to look at him in confusion. Asking, "Huh?" Xiao Qian gritted his teeth and continued, "Going out late at night to drink with someone else, and even letting Mo Wang bring you home. You are a married woman, yet in one night you were intimate with two men. What has become of your decency?" Mo was silent for a moment, then suddenly burst out laughing. She stepped closer, her eyes curving in a tease. "Lu Lang is mistaken. It wasn't 2, but 3. Xiao Qian was startled by this and asked, "Since when? Isn't this it?" She held up 3 fingers, saying with a smile, without a blush or a racing heart, "Weren't you the one who carried me back to my room?" After hearing this, Xiao Qian was speechless. Mo continued to press closer, reaching out to lift his chin, teasing, "So, Lu Lang, when you say I'm not allowed near other men, does that include you?" 3 days later, in the imperial palace, a grand banquet was held. Palace maids entered in a line, presenting rare delicacies. Seated on high was Emperor Jihe of Nanrong. He raised his cup and said, "Prime Minister Xie and Chang Yuan have rendered great service in controlling the floods. Now that the great disaster has been averted, we shall drink first and pray that our Nanrong enjoys favorable weather and 10,000 years of peace." Everyone shouted in unison for Nanrong's favorable weather and 10,000 years of peace. Mo raised her cup, secretly glancing toward Xiao Qian, calling his name in her heart, Xiao Qian. She recalled asking him that day, "Lu Lang, when you say I'm not allowed near other men, does that include you?" He had replied, "You and I have already performed the wedding ceremony. Those words naturally include me." Recalling this, she couldn't help but blush, pouting as she thought, were his words ultimately the work of the Yunwu Gu, or was he genuinely trying to coax me? Just then, the emperor spoke again. "Merely drinking is somewhat dull. Beloved consort, didn't you say the other day that you had prepared a novel game? Why not invite everyone to play?" The crown prince's birth mother, Consort Xie, smiled. "Your Majesty, your servant happened to be reading an ancient text the other day and learned a game adapted from the Mahe School's mechanism arts. I take the liberty of using this auspicious occasion today to invite all the ladies present to participate." She glanced at Mo meaningfully and said, "I am willing to offer the purple sable fur cloak that your Majesty bestowed last year as the prize." Hearing this, Song Ao immediately asked, "Your Highness the Consort is being too partial. Such a fun maze. Why only invite the ladies?" She replied, "You men can ride horses and shoot arrows. What need do you have for such pastimes? As for you," the emperor smiled, "this game is novel, but we feel that just a cloak as a prize seems a bit small. How about this? We promise that whoever wins the purple sable fur cloak may ask us to fulfill one wish for her." Hearing this, the consort was stunned. Below, Mo secretly smiled. Truly an emperor's promise. So if the winner of the cloak makes an unreasonable request, will the emperor grant it? Just then, Song Yin stood up and asked, "Your Majesty, as you said, if Yenner wins and wants you to decree a marriage for Yenner to someone, you will decree it to that person. Is that right?" Everyone's eyes turned to her. The emperor chuckled with unconcealed affection. "Yenner is right. No matter the request, we will agree." Consort Xie stood up and smiled. "In that case, I invite your Majesty and everyone to move to the thorn forest." Everyone began to stand up and leave one by one. As Mo slowly followed the crowd, Song Yan's clear and gentle voice called out from behind her, "Mo." She turned her head, her gaze gentle but distant, and asked, "What is it?" Song Yan hurried closer and whispered, "Later, let's form an alliance. I know you understand a bit about secret mechanisms. When the time comes, you help me win the prize. The purple sable fur cloak will be yours. I only need His Majesty's promise. What do you think?" Mo pulled her hand from Song Yan's grasp and calmly replied, "Commandery Princess, your use of the strategy of vertical and horizontal alliances, befriending the distant and attacking the near, is not bad. But now, It seems it is not yet time for you to draw your blade against me. Song Yin froze, a hint of embarrassment on her face. I was wrong about that. I apologize. I targeted you then because I was angry that you and my elder cousin were too close, but I realized later that it was wrong. In the beginning, you and I were competing, but in the end, it was little sister Wen Jing who caught my elder cousin's attention. It seems that day, when she told me about the rumors between you and my elder cousin, she did it on purpose, just to intensify the conflict between us. Emojio smiled. You're not that foolish after all. But after the consort's maze game, I'm not going. Song Yin asked in surprise. Why? That purple sable fur cloak is priceless. Don't you want it? Emojio shook her head and analyzed softly. No matter how valuable it is, it's an imperial gift. Even if I got it, who would dare to sell it? Besides, I only want to be a spectator of the chess game, not a chess piece. After hearing this, Song Yin asked with a bewildered expression, what chess game? Before she could finish, a cold voice sounded from ahead. You are the one from the MO family. The two of them turn around, only to see Princess Yuja slowly approaching, her steps like the wind, her expression cold. Her voice was soft, but carried a layer of sarcasm. As expected, a beautiful face. Emojiu tilted her head slightly, her calm gaze meeting hers. Does the princess have some guidance for me? Princess Yuja narrowed her eyes, the corners of her lips curling into a lukewarm smile. I wouldn't dare offer guidance. I just have a word of reminder for you. A married woman should uphold her duties, be content with managing her household and guiding her husband and children. A frog at the bottom of a well shouldn't dream of the moon in the sky. Hearing this, Song Yin frowned in confusion. Imperial sister, what do you mean by that? Princess Yujia turned to her, her tone turning several degrees colder. A country bumpkin who doesn't understand etiquette. Yinner, you shouldn't get too close to her either. After saying this, she turned and left, her arrogance grating, the air seeming to freeze. Emojio stood still for a moment, then suddenly turned to Song Yin with a faint smile. Song Yin, this game, I'll be on your team. Hearing this, Song Yin said in astonishment, Huh? Why did you change your mind? Emojio smiled and said, Xiao Qian's marriage should not be decided by a game, and I don't need the purple sable fur cloak. I need Princess Yujia to lose this competition. In the thorn forest of the Imperial Garden, the Emperor and Consort Xie were both at the front. She looked at her daughter, Princess Yujia, giving an imperceptible nod, then turned to introduce to everyone. The maze designed by this consort is right here, and that purple sable fur cloak has been placed by this consort in the Bishui Pavilion. Whoever finds it first and brings it out will be the winner. Each person may bring a trusted maidservant inside. If none of you have any questions, you may now enter. At this moment, Emojio walked past Xiao Qian. Their eyes met for a fleeting moment. Xiao Qian was silent, his gaze profound, but he said not a word. She slowed her pace, gently placed a hand on her own neck, and said softly to him, Don't worry. The Yunwu Gu is here. Xiao Qian was taken aback by this, glanced at her, and thought to himself, she's reminding me. With the Yunwu Gu there, 1, I can know if she's in danger, and 2, she will also think of her own safety and not put herself in a dangerous situation. This Emojio, Song Yin caught a glimpse of Princess Yujia entering from another direction of the thorn forest, and was about to follow when Emojio pulled her back. She said, We'll go this way. Song Yin paused for a moment, then nodded, and followed her and Nanny Wu onto a small path dense with branches and leaves. The deeper they went, the taller the thorn bushes on both sides became, and the light gradually dimmed. The sky also seemed to turn from bright to dark. As Emojio walked, she looked around and asked, This is the palace. Why is there such a large sand pit? The commandery princess's wet nurse, Nanny Wu, replied, Young lady, you may not know, but this place was originally a lotus pond. It's just that someone once drowned here. Afterwards, the late empress had the water drained, revealing the bottom of the pond. Thorns were planted, using the word thorn, which is a homophone for auspicious, to pray for good fortune. Hearing this, Song Yin frowned. Someone died here. No wonder it's so gloomy. Emojio, she asked, How confident are you that we can find the purple sable fur cloak? I feel like we've been walking in circles. And look, wasn't the sky still bright before we came in? Why is it so gloomy now? She turned to look behind her, then looked up at the sky. The light was no longer the same as when they had first entered. Dark clouds were quietly gathering. She said, The sky really doesn't look right. We have to hurry, get the item, and get out. Otherwise, I'm afraid something will happen. She walked to the front and said, "Everyone, stay close to me." Half an hour later, at the center of the maze, Mo had led Song Yin to that pavilion. Song Yin exclaimed, her eyes shining as if she had discovered a treasure. "It's the purple sable fur cloak. Mo, you're amazing." Song Yin joyfully started to step forward, but Mo felt something was wrong and stopped her. "Song Yin, I have a bad feeling about this." "Wait a moment." But before she could finish, Nanny Wu rushed up from the side to block her, interrupting. "Young lady, you promised our commandery princess that you didn't want the cloak and would let her win the prize. For now, young lady, please wait here for a moment. This old servant will accompany the commandery princess to get the prize." Mo frowned as she watched their retreating backs. Song Yin got the cloak and, overjoyed, said to Nanny Wu, "Nanny, I got the cloak, I got it. I can go ask His Majesty to grant a marriage between me and my elder cousin." But just then, Nanny Wu's figure seemed to change, her aged face instantly turning ice cold. She pulled a dagger from her sleeve and, without hesitation, lunged forward. "Commandery princess, forgive me." Seeing this, Mo rushed forward in horror, shouting, "Song Yin," but it was too late. The sharp blade pierced through the thin silk, and fresh blood dripped onto the stone slab. Song Yin staggered, her dazed eyes looking at the person she trusted most. Nanny, why? Just as she fell onto the stone table, the sky suddenly changed, startling Mo. She looked up and said to herself, "A total solar eclipse. How could it be such a coincidence? This is..." Suddenly, the ground beneath her feet collapsed. Song Yin screamed in terror, "Help! Save me!" Seeing this, Mo rushed forward in horror, shouting, "Song Yin!" But Song Yin had already fallen, disappearing completely. She ran over, grabbed Nanny Wu's hand, and asked, "Who ordered you to harm the commandery princess? What's with the mechanism in the thorn bushes? What can I stop it? Speak." The woman shook her hand off, saying, I don't know. This pond has been dry for so many years. How could there be so much mud? I really didn't know there was a mechanism here. I originally just wanted to stab the commandery princess once." She stumbled backward into the mud pit, screaming, "Help! Save me!" Mo was startled and quickly hugged a nearby pillar, then reached out her hand and said, "Grab my hand." She pulled the nanny up with all her might, and both of them escaped at the same time. The two sat up, and Mo said angrily, "If you don't want to die, then run. What are you still dazed for?" At this time outside, Consort Xie was kneeling on the ground, weeping. It was originally just a game. Who would have thought we would encounter a celestial anomaly? Now, my good intentions have turned into a disaster. It is my crime. I beg your majesty to punish me. The emperor said, "Yujia and Yinner are still inside. You're not worried about their safety, yet you have time to ask for punishment." Consort Xie cried, "Your majesty." The emperor cut her off. "My dear ministers, who can resolve this difficult situation?" Xiao Qian frowned. The Yunwugu was quiet, so Mo was probably fine for now. But Xiao Qian still stepped forward and saluted. "Your majesty, your servant is willing to go in." The emperor immediately said, "Go quickly. You must bring everyone inside out safely." He saluted to accept the order, then commanded, "A squad of the Imperial Guard, follow me in." In the forest, Mo pulled Nanny Wu and said, "Listen here, old woman, don't play any tricks with me, or I'll leave you here to fend for yourself." Just then, she heard Xiao Qian calling her, "Mo." She turned her head in surprise and saw him running over, panting. He came to her side and asked, "Were you hurt?" "Let me see." She smiled. "I'm fine. See, I'm perfectly all right." She pointed at Nanny Wu and said, "But Song Yin was stabbed by that old woman. She's fallen into a trap, and her whereabouts are unknown." Hearing this, Xiao Qian frowned, then stepped forward and grabbed her by the collar. She pleaded in terror, Hey, Commissioner, spare my life." He frowned. "I have no interest in your worthless life. If you die today, it will be by His Majesty's own decree. Let's go." Mo was in a daze, as Xiao Qian had already taken her hand to lead her away. She blushed, thinking to herself, "Xiao Qian, this scoundrel, he actually dares to openly hold my hand right here in the thorn forest." Mo and the nanny walked out, and everyone was shocked to see them. It's the young madam of the Shao family, Lady Mo, and the little commandery princess's wet nurse. Commissioner Shao has rescued them, but where are the princess and the little commandery princess? The emperor asked, "Chan Yuan, what is the situation inside? Where are Yujia and Yinner?" At this moment, Nanny Wu suddenly ran forward to plead for help. "Your Majesty, please seek justice for our commandery princess. In front of the Bishué pavilion, the young madam of the Duke Xiao residence, Lady Mo, lost all humanity and viciously attacked the commandery princess in a fight over the purple sable fur cloak. The commandery princess was stabbed by her and has now fallen into a mud pit. Her life is uncertain, Your Majesty. Mo was utterly shocked to hear her being slandered like this. The emperor asked angrily, "What did you say?" She continued to kneel and plead, "I beg your majesty to severely punish Lady Mo and seek justice for the commandery princess, and seek justice for our Prince Cheng's residence." Old Madam Xiao stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, Lady Mo is the wife of my eldest grandson. Although she is usually a bit mischievous, she would absolutely never do something like harming someone. I implore your Majesty to investigate clearly." Mo then said, "I think today's play is truly spectacular. Even the celestial phenomenon of the heavenly dog swallowing the sun was timed perfectly, and it turns out it was used to lure the enemy into a trap." Taking the handkerchief Xiao Qian offered, she wiped the dirt from her face and said, "But I am merely a humble woman. What virtue or ability do I possess to be worthy of such a grand setup?" The person behind Nanny Wu is willing to step on the commandery princess to climb up. Just then, Prime Minister Xie stepped forward and saluted. If Miss Mo is just a humble woman, then how did she catch the eye of the Duke Xiao residence and get married in as the wife of the eldest grandson? Old Madam Xiao asked angrily, "Prime Minister, what is the meaning of this?" Prime Minister Xie saluted, presented an object, and said, "Your Majesty, I have a matter to report. I wish to impeach Commissioner of Military Affairs Xiao Qian and Duke Xiao for treason." Old Madam Xiao shouted, "Nonsense!" The Emperor said, "Old Madam, please calm down." Prime Minister Xie, "This is a serious matter. Do you have evidence?" He replied, "Your Majesty, I do. First, when I went with Xiao Qian to Chu Prefecture to manage the floods, Xiao Qian discovered the bodies of transport soldiers and a large amount of military supplies in an ancient tomb tunnel. That batch of military supplies, Xiao Qian never reported it, but secretly hid it away. Second, a few days ago, I happened to obtain correspondence between Xiao Qian and the Khan of Northern Mang. The letters are here. Xiao Qian has the heart of a wolf. Your Majesty will know at a glance. Third, in order to obtain the Tianzi Yin and the Mahis School's weapon blueprints, Xiao Qian used the pretext of a joyous occasion for the Xiao family's eldest grandson, Xiao Changzi, to marry the Mahis School's Iron Juzi, Mo into his residence. Based on these three crimes, his treasonous heart is as clear as day. Mo and Xiao Qian, upon hearing this, both burst out laughing. After reading the letter, the emperor asked Xiao Qian, "Do you have anything to say?" Xiao Qian saluted and replied, "If you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext. First, the missing military supplies were not at the assembly point, but have always been with the Prime Minister. How could I have secretly hidden them? I do not know why Prime Minister Xie would want to bite back. Second, in recent years, the relationship between Northern Mang and our court has been amicable, and both have been harmed by the Li tribe. It is necessary to unite against a common enemy. Regarding the correspondence with Northern Mang, I have also reported it to your Majesty before. How could this be treason?" The Emperor nodded after hearing this. "We have indeed heard of this matter." Xiao Qian glanced at Prime Minister Xie and asked in return, "I would like to ask, where did Prime Minister Xie get my letters?" Prime Minister Xie pointed at him and scolded, "You, Commissioner, Xiao has a sharp tongue. This old man cannot out-talk you. I will only ask you about the matter of the Mahis School's Iron Juzi. Let's see how you explain that." Mo walked to Prime Minister Xie's side and smiled. "This old man's words are truly strange. Whether I am the Juzi of the Mahis School or not, what does it have to do with Xiao Lulang? Could it be that you see my Lulang as a gentle person and are deliberately bullying him?" She pushed down Prime Minister Xie's pointing hand. The Emperor smiled and asked, "Mo, from what you say, you also know about the Mahis School's Iron Juzi?" "I know about this because Prime Minister Xie told me." The Emperor was startled. Xie Shun hurriedly saluted. "Your Majesty, do not listen to this madwoman's nonsense." Hearing this, Mo laughed out loud. "How has it become nonsense? The one who initially brought my birth chart to the Xiao family, saying I was of pure Yin and matched the divination that Master Kong Yin Yang made for the eldest young master. Wasn't that one of the Prime Minister's people?" He hurriedly denied, "I don't know anything." "No," Mo interrupted. "Ah, Prime Minister, think carefully before you speak. Deceiving the monarch to his face is a grave crime." He immediately shut his mouth. Gio continued. "First, you used the words of a wandering mystic to get me married into the Xiao family. Then you used my identity as the new Iron Juzi to frame Xiao Qian. The maze in the Thorn Garden just now was clearly laid out according to the arts of Chimen Duanjia. The consort lives deep within the palace. How could she understand such things?" Consort Xie, who was tending to her daughter, was startled. Gio continued to ask, "Behind this matter, I'm afraid it was all the Prime Minister's scheme, wasn't it?" Consort Xie hurriedly explained, "Your Majesty, I know nothing of any Chimen Duanjia. Today's events were just an accident." The Emperor shouted, "Silence." Then he turned to Gio and said, "You speak." Gio stated her thoughts. An ordinary woman could absolutely not have walked out of that Thorn Garden maze. Therefore, I guess that the Prime Minister originally intended for me to emerge from the garden with the purple sable fur cloak, at which point he would reveal that I am the new Juzi of the Maya school. And I, the winner of the competition, and the purple sable fur cloak I received would be the best evidence. It's just that he didn't expect Song Yan's unintentional action to become the biggest variable in this matter. After hearing her analysis, Xiao Qian smiled and thought, I didn't expect this girl's mind to be so quick to be able to figure everything out in such a short time. She smiled at Xiao Qian, then walked over to Nanny Wu and said, Prime Minister Xie wanted me to win the prize, thereby framing Xiao Qian and the Duke Xiao residence. But the purple sable fur cloak also represents the Emperor's promise. Someone wanted the Emperor's promise to ask His Majesty to grant her marriage to Xiao Qian. Seeing her, Nanny Wu trembled all over. She squatted in front of the nanny and asked, so Nanny Wu received instructions from the person behind the scenes. If her true master couldn't make it to the Bishui pavilion, then no matter who it was, she would strike and then frame me for it. Old woman, am I right? The woman screamed frantically, no, that's not it. It was clearly you. You were the one who attacked the little commandery princess. She lunged to attack Mo Gio, but Mo Gio took a step back and said, Your Majesty, the commandery princess was stabbed and went missing at the Bishui pavilion. The weapon used to injure her is still left in the maze. As for who attacked the little commandery princess, I believe Your Majesty can find out by having someone find the weapon and investigate its origin. The Emperor ordered, send more men. You must find Yen'er and bring her back safely. Also, all suspicious items in the Thorn Garden are to be brought back for a thorough investigation of their origins. The eunuch beside him immediately replied, yes. He looked at Mo Gio and asked, Mo Gio, I only ask you, is it true that you are the new Juzi of the Mahe school? She replied, Your Majesty, this matter? Just then, Xiao Qian stepped forward and interrupted. That is not so, Your Majesty. Although my sister-in-law's surname is Mo, she has no relationship whatsoever with the great Mahe school. The new Juzi of the Mahe school is someone else. Mo Gio was startled. The Emperor immediately asked, The new Juzi of the Mahe school is someone else. Who is it? He replied, The left emissary of the Mahe school has already brought the person here and is waiting at the Bureau of Military Affairs. The Emperor heard this and ordered, summon them to the palace. The consort will first take the people of the inner court back. The rest of you, follow us to the water palace. Everyone immediately complied. Yes. After everyone had left, Mo Gio looked up and asked, What on earth are you up to? If the new Juzi of the Mahe school isn't me, then who could it be? He replied, You'll know when you meet them in a moment. Just listen to me on this matter. You only need to stand aside and watch. He reached out and patted her head, saying, Be good, obedient. Princess Yujia was walking with the other noble ladies when she suddenly turned her head for a glance, thinking to herself, Mother Consort secretly cultivated Nanny Wu for many years, and making a move at this critical moment was originally to help me win the prize, so that Father Emperor would quickly grant a marriage between me and Xiao Qian. Who would have thought it would turn out like this, leaving Yen'er's fate unknown? Father Emperor knows she also has feelings for Xiao Qian. To appease Prince Cheng's manner, he will not grant a marriage between me and Xiao Qian now. Thinking of this, Princess Yujia clenched her fists in resentment. In the water palace, the emperor sat high on his throne, with civil and military officials below. Mo Wang had led a young lady in a white cloak into the hall. Mo Gio glanced at him In thought, senior brother, Mo Wang and the mysterious young lady knelt to pay their respects to the emperor. This commoner greets your majesty. Long live your majesty. Mo Jio's gaze shifted from Mo Wang to Xiao Qian, suspicion rising in her heart. Didn't Mo Wang say that I was the Grand Master of the Mo school? Why is he bringing someone else now? What on earth is he plotting with Xiao Qian? The emperor said, "You may rise." Minister Xiao, is this the girl you spoke of? Xiao Qian stepped forward, bowed, and replied, "It is her. Regarding the matters of the Mo school, please allow the left emissary to report to your majesty." As soon as he finished speaking, Mo Wang cooperatively stood up to reporting to your majesty. The young lady beside me is my junior sister, Fang Chiron. She and Mo Jio are, in fact, sisters born of the same mother. Moreover, not only do they both share a fate of pure four pillars, but even their appearances are identical. Upon hearing this, Mo Jio was utterly astonished. Fang Chiron, she is the sister Ran that Linger mentioned. She and Mo Jio are biological sisters. No wonder Linger mistook me for her that day. But isn't she already dead? Mo Jio, in extreme shock, hurriedly stepped forward and said to Mo Wang, "Wait, senior brother, you're saying the young lady beside you is my biological sister? I have a sister. How come I don't know about it?" Mo Wang avoided her gaze and replied, "This is a long story. Back then, before Miss Jio was born, your mother had another daughter. That child was Fang Chiron. It's just that." Fang Chiron, standing beside him, sighed at this moment and continued, "It's just that I was sent away after I was born. Since then, I have never returned to the land of Hu, nor have I ever met any of my relatives. Mother probably thought long ago that I was already dead." After hearing this, the emperor said doubtfully, "Even if this is as you say, the world is vast. The women with a pure four pillars fate are definitely not limited to just Mo Jio and Fang Chiron. How can the left emissary be so sure that the new Grand Master of the Mo school is your junior sister?" Mo Wang immediately explained, "Your majesty may not know, but besides the fate chart, the most accurate method to verify the identity of the Grand Master is the Grand Master's handprint. Only the handprint of the Mo school's Grand Master can open the first level of the sacrificial altar on Mount Shinong. Before coming here, this commoner took my junior sister to Mount Shinong to verify her handprint, and the first level of the sacrificial altar was successfully opened. This commoner has come specifically to confirm whether my junior sister is the true new Grandmaster." Upon hearing this, Prime Minister Xie shouted, "Mere words are no proof." He asked, "Then how does the Prime Minister wish to handle this?" The other party replied, "I have heard that when a new Grandmaster of the Mo school succeeds the position, a Mo school assembly has always been convened to announce the new Grandmaster's identity to all disciples of the Mo school. Now that the new Grandmaster has been decided, I wonder when you all plan to hold this Mo school assembly?" Mo Wang glanced at Xiao Qian, thinking to himself, the succession of the Grandmaster is no child's play. If we push Fang Chiron forward, this matter of replacement will become even more sensational. Xiao Qian stepped forward and bowed. "Your Majesty, I have previously heard from the left emissary that preparations for verifying the Grand Master's identity and notifying the Mo school disciples throughout the land are already underway. It's just that this matter is of great importance, and a specific date for the event has not yet been decided." The emperor nodded after hearing this. The succession of the Mo school's Grand Master affects the foundation of the nation. If that is the case, then decide on it quickly. Mo Wang asked, "Your Majesty's meaning is?" He replied, "Choose an auspicious day next month to hold the Mo school assembly to show its importance. At that time, I will send court officials to attend the ceremony." Mo Wang bowed. Yes, this commoner obeys the decree. Mo Jio stood to the side, silent. At this moment, Prime Minister Xie stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, even so, there is still the matter of Mo Jio framing Commandery Princess Siren." Just then, a soldier rushed in to report, "Your Majesty, the young Commandery Princess has been found." He immediately stood up and asked, "Where is she? How is her condition?" The soldier reported, "The search party previously discovered an underground river beneath the floating mud in the Thorn Garden, which connects to the river system outside the palace. So they followed the water to search. Fortunately, the young Commandery Princess was found in a ditch outside the palace. The Commandery Princess suffered a knife wound, but luckily, her life is not in danger." The emperor asked, "Did she say who harmed her?" Xiao Qian frowned at this moment, looking at Mo Jio. The subordinate continued to reporting to your majesty. When she was rescued, the commandery princess was still conscious. According to the commandery princess, the one who injured her was her nanny Wu. Mo Jio clapped her hands and sighed. Now this has nothing to do with me, right? The prime minister just falsely accused me. Add this to the list and remember to come to my home to apologize. The prime minister snorted coldly. Nanny Wu is the young commandery princess's wet nurse. How could she harm the commandery princess? I fear that in the chaos of the moment, someone wanted to use Nanny Wu's hand to commit murder, and the young commandery princess might not have seen clearly. Xiao Qian stepped forward, shielding Mo Jio behind him, and asked, "Now that everything is clear, I shall, on the contrary, do not understand why the prime minister insists on targeting me and Mo Jio." The prime minister shouted, "Xiao Qian, you're talking nonsense." The emperor angrily slammed the table and shouted, "Enough! The two of you need not argue anymore. Imprison Nanny Wu in the great prison for careful interrogation. The truth of this matter will be known once the investigation is clear. I'm tired today. All of you may withdraw." Everyone could only bow and comply. Just after leaving the palace gates, Mo Jio chased after her sister, calling out, "Miss Fong, please wait." Miss Fong stopped, turned around, and said, "Little Jio, you and I were born of the same mother. I am a few years older than you. I am your older sister." Mo Jio said, "Just now, senior brother said we look very much alike." The emperor didn't notice. Mo Jio wants to see your true appearance. I wonder if older sister will be willing? Mo Wang stepped forward. "Miss Jio, I'm afraid this is a bit inconvenient." Fong Chiron stopped him. "Senior brother, it's all right. If little Jio wants to see, just let her see. Besides, wearing a veil every day, I find it troublesome too." She removed her veil and took off her hood, asking, "Younger sister, do you think I look like you?" Mo Jio saw that aged face and was shocked. How can this be?" Fong Chiron stepped forward to caress Mo Jio, saying, "Don't be afraid. This premature aging is a tribulation that we women of the Fong family cannot escape. In another 2 years, you will become just like me." After speaking, Mo Wang and Fong Chiron immediately left, leaving Mo Jio standing stunned on the spot. Xiao Qian quietly walked over, looked at her for a moment, and then spoke. "Let's go. I'll take you back." But Mo Jio didn't move. She stood her ground, her eyes as cold as ice as she looked at him, asking, "Go back? Don't you have anything you want to say to me?" Hearing her words, Xiao Qian paused for a moment, only replying softly, "Get in the carriage first. We'll talk about other things later." He reached out to place a hand on her shoulder, as if to comfort her, or perhaps to pull her closer. But she immediately slapped his hand away. The action was decisive and cold. She said, "I can go back, but you have to explain everything clearly. What's this about the Grand Master of the MO school? And who is that Fong Chiron?" When we parted just now, she said that thanks to your help these past 3 years, her aging has slowed. You knew of her existence long ago. Why didn't you tell me? What exactly are you up to, Xiao Lulang? If you don't make it clear today, don't even think about me getting into your carriage. Xiao Qian let out a soft laugh, a faint and meaningful smile. His eyes were as deep as an old well, as if holding something unspeakable. He said to her, "It's fine if you don't get in the carriage. Then ride with me on the same horse." Without waiting for her reaction, Xiao Qian bent down and swept her into his arms, startling Mo Jio. He placed her on the horse, then vaulted up to sit behind her. She gritted her teeth, her hands pushing against his chest as she struggled. "Xiao Lulang," his voice whispered softly in her ear. "There are eyes and ears everywhere outside the palace. It's not convenient to talk much. The things you want to know, I will slowly tell you on the way back, all right?" Mo Jio fell silent, her gaze fixed on the road ahead, without turning back. On the way, Xiao Qian recounted in a low voice, "I took care of Fong Chiron, indeed, at someone else's request." She immediately asked, "Who?" He sighed softly, as if opening a painful memory. "My senior brother. My senior brother fell in love with Miss Fong at first sight. The two had already discussed marriage, but then my senior brother suddenly fell gravely ill and no medicine could help. And at that time, the premature aging of Miss Fong's family also began to manifest. Unable to bear it, she wanted to take her own life, but my senior brother discovered and stopped her. Later, before he passed away, my senior brother entrusted her to my care. At that time, her heart was like dead ashes, and she only wanted to live in seclusion. So I took her to a hidden place. She didn't want others to know she was still alive, so it was not convenient for me to say anything. That's why Mo Wang and the others always thought she was dead. After hearing this, Mo Jio's eyes flickered. So she and Xiao Dalong had such a connection. Then is she really my biological sister? He nodded. Your mother became pregnant out of wedlock back then. Due to excessive worry, she gave birth prematurely. The baby was born without breath. The midwife thought it was an unlucky stillbirth, so your grandmother decided to dispose of the baby early on. Your mother never even saw her child after she woke up. Mo Jio clenched her sleeves, a thin layer of mist covering her eyes. So that's how it is. Then, what about the Grandmaster matter? The Grandmaster is clearly me. What are you and Mo Wang trying to do by having Fong Chiron take my place? He slowly explained to Mo Jio. I'm afraid you've misunderstood this matter. There is no replacement. The new Grandmaster of the Mo school was always her, not you. Mo Jio was slightly stunned, her delicate brows furrowed, her gaze turning several shades colder as she sharply retorted, I don't believe it. If that were really the case, why would Mo Wang have gone all that trouble in the beginning, saying I was the new Grandmaster? Xiao Qian looked at her, his eyes as calm as the deep sea, and said, this was originally Mo Wang's oversight. Before the old Grandmaster passed away, he located the new Grandmaster's position in Huji, and coupled with your fate of a pure Een 4 pillars, he assumed you were the new Grandmaster. But later, when Fong Chiron's identity was revealed, there were two possibilities for the person chosen by the Grandmaster. Compared to you, who grew up by your mother's side, Fong Chiron, who was raised by the previous left emissary and has close ties to the Mo school, is clearly more convincing as the new Grandmaster. After hearing this, Mo Jio's lips turned pale. She clenched her sleeves, but still stubbornly wanted to argue. But he didn't want to hear any more, immediately cutting her off. No buts. Besides, you heard it yourself. Fong Chiron's handprint has already opened the first level of the sacrificial altar. Mo Jio still shook her head, her eyes gradually welling up with tears. But I don't believe it. Prime Minister Xie was right about one thing. Mere words are no proof. Only seeing is believing. I don't care about being the Grandmaster or not, but that Tianxi scroll very likely has the cure for the Yunwu Gu. If I'm not the Grandmaster and the Tianxi scroll is taken by someone else, doesn't that mean the Yunwu Gu can never be cured? She struggled to jump off the horse. Seeing her being so stubborn, Xiao Qian's brows furrowed tightly, his eyes as cold as steel. He tightened his grip on the reins, his voice deepening. Whether it's the Bagua tomb or the Tianxi scroll, the matters behind the great Mo school are extremely dangerous. From now on, these things have nothing to do with you. Don't go looking for trouble. As for curing the goo poison, it's not something a young lady like you should worry about. I will think of a way. She looked up, gazing deeply at him, still not giving up hope as she asked, you're deliberately doing all this to protect me, right? Xiao Qian pursed his lips, tightened his grip on the reins, a flicker of complexity in his eyes, before he answered curtly, no. I'm doing this because of what happened in the hall today. That is simply the truth of the matter. Mo Jio was stunned, then slowly began to laugh. A laugh mixed with bitterness and self-mockery. What you mean is it turns out I was the one being replaced, not Fong Chiron. That's right. She thought to herself, I'm just a soul that transmigrated here. Even this body isn't mine. What right do I have to talk about replacing anyone? Xiao Qian hurriedly dismounted, shouting, Mo Jio. The hand he reached out froze as she turned to look at him. Her eyes were red-rimmed, but her smile was nonchalant. You see, Mo Wang and Fong Chiron are the real brother and sister. Now that Fong Chiron is back, Mo Wang can't be bothered with this junior sister of his anymore. Seeing her turn to leave, Xiao Qian immediately pulled her back, gripping her hand tightly as he asked, Mo Jio, what are you doing? She tilted her head to look at him, smiling as she replied, Fong Chiron is the real Grandmaster. So, whether it's to get the Tianxi scroll or to cure the Yunwu Gu, you don't need me anymore. Since you said a young lady like me shouldn't meddle in these things, then I won't meddle anymore. From now on, nothing has anything to do with me. So I'll go find some fun that does have something to do with me. She forcefully pulled her hand from his, decisively taking a few steps back, then turned and left, saying, Commissioner Xiao will part ways here tonight. Then she went to find another man. knocking on a door and calling out, "Tongshi, open up, it's me, Emojio. I'll come to drink with you." The door was opened. Xiao Qian stood behind, watching her retreating figure. Shui Fong, standing beside him, asked, "Commissioner, is everything you're doing for Miss Jio's safety? You're not explaining it to her." He shook his head. With her personality, if I explained it clearly, would she still let me make arrangements for her? Shui Fong worried, but if Miss Jio gets too close to the one in that courtyard, whatever she chooses is her freedom. As long as she doesn't regret it, I will respect it. Mo Jio followed a servant and asked, "Is Tongshi here?" The servant stammered, "This." Just then, Tongshi walked over and said, "I've said it before, if you come, I'll be here." "Silly girl, who bullied you? Why do you look so weary?" Emojio said, "Who would dare to bully me? I just wanted to find someone to have a drink with. Can Tongshi have a drink with me?" He stroked her hair and said, "Why not? If you've come, I'll gladly keep you company." The two entered the room. Emojio sat by the table and began, "It's so late. I originally thought you wouldn't have this drink with me." Tongshi replied, "You have worries in your heart. A little wine will help you sleep better. Although you and I have only met a few times, I always feel that a beauty like you shouldn't be so melancholic." She drained a cup of wine and said with a laugh, "It's nothing. I just feel like I've never been so lonely. This identity of mine looks glamorous, but in reality, it's nothing at all." She thought to herself, even the identity of the eldest daughter-in-law of the Shao family, if Shao Dalong were still alive, it should have belonged to Fong Chiron. How ridiculous for an imposter like me. She grabbed her hand to stop her. "Why lonely? Don't you still have me?" She dodged and replied, "So what if I have you? You're just a drinking and feasting companion." She raised his cup and said, "No. Emojio, you must remember, if you ever need my help in the future, you just need to say the word. The things I can do are perhaps far more than you can imagine." At this time, Xiao Qian was still standing outside. Shui Fong couldn't bear to see his master like this. Xiao Qian glanced at him and asked, "Have you done something shady? Or do you have something to report?" Shui Fong handed a letter to Xiao Qian and said, "Commissioner." After reading the letter, Xiao Qian said, "Not returning for a night, it would be inconvenient for Mo Jio to explain herself returning to the Shao Manor alone. You wait here. When it's light, go knock on the door and bring her back." Shui Fong bowed and said yes. Then Xiao Qian immediately mounted his horse, spurred it on, and left. The next morning, Mo Jio walked out of the residence and asked, "Why are you disturbing someone's dreams so early in the morning? Where's Xiao Qian?" Shui Fong bowed and replied, "Miss Jio, please calm your anger. The second madam went for a stroll yesterday and was unexpectedly kidnapped. The commissioner has gone to find the second madam. Before leaving, he specifically instructed this subordinate to come and escort you back to the manor." She asked in surprise, "When Jingshu was kidnapped?" Just then, Wang Kai barked a few times and ran over to hug her, startling her. Wang Kai kept pulling at her skirt with its mouth. She asked in surprise, "You want me to follow you to the carriage?" Wang Kai wagged its tail and barked once. She asked, "But where do you want me to go?" "You're Xiao Qian's dog, but does Xiao Qian have something he needs you to take me to him for?" Wang Kai continued to wag its tail and bark. So Mo Jio had to say, "All right, you lead the way." Hearing this, Wang Kai barked happily. She climbed into the carriage and said, "Go." Seeing this, Shui Fong was full of questions. Isn't Miss Jio afraid of dogs? Why did she run off with a dog? The carriage stopped in front of a house. Mo Jio hid behind a bush and thought to herself, "Xiao Qian is here." She approached the house and heard voices from inside. "Nanrong cannot compare to my Exian Kingdom and Beimang in terms of military strength and weaponry. A flying dart to eliminate the people of Exian with the Crown Prince's battle records in the north these past few years and elite troops in Nanrong. Why should my Beimang worry about not conquering the world?" Xiao Qian replied, "I will do my best." Mo Jio frowned and secretly pushed open the window to peek. She thought to herself, that voice is Xiao Qian's. Inside the room, Xiao Qian was discussing matters with others. A man said, "This old official entered the capital and discovered that the MO school assembly is approaching. I fear they're also targeting the MO school's Tianzi scroll. It's just that the MO school's grandmaster was suddenly changed. May I ask the Crown Prince how we should report this matter to the Great Khan?" He spoke, "It is inevitable for our court and Nanrong to unite against the Exian Kingdom. If Nanrong obtains the weaponry diagrams, they will naturally be used by me. Who the Grandmaster is has nothing to do with this. Mo was horrified upon hearing this. Xiao Qian is the crown prince of Beimang, but as the crown prince of Beimang, how did he become the commissioner of the Bureau of Military Affairs of Nanron? Xiao Qian continued, pretending to kidnap my second sister-in-law to lure me here was too risky. Don't use this trick again in the future. His subordinate said yes. An important official said with dissatisfaction. Namu Khan said that because of the misunderstanding back then, she married Xiao Erlang resentfully and is now suffering grievances. The crown prince must take good care of Jingshu. The other person said, although Jingshu is only a handmaiden, he once treated her as a disciple and taught her strictly. When Jingshu, sitting beside them, smiled, the old master is too kind. Lulang treats me very well. If it weren't for Lulang, Jingshu's days would be unimaginable. Hearing this, Mo was shocked and took a step back. I can't believe Xiao Qian is the crown prince of Beimang, and when Jingshu has this kind of relationship with him, how many more secrets does this Xiao Qian have? Just then, as she stepped back, she stepped on a branch, making a sound. Xiao Qian immediately became alert and asked, "Who's there?" Mo panicked and ran away with Wang Kai. Thinking to herself as she ran, I'm doomed. Xiao Qian's subordinate rushed out and said, "Stop, don't run." Just then, she tripped and fell to the ground. Seeing this, the subordinate immediately said, "It's a Central Plains woman. Capture her and hand her over to Namu Khan. Where do you think you're running?" At that moment, Xiao Qian rushed out and said, "Stop." When Jingshu saw her and exclaimed in surprise, "Sister-in-law, why is it you?" Namu Khan spoke up. Jingshu calls her sister-in-law. "Crown Prince, could she be the Mo you often mention to the Great Khan?" "Crown Prince, she just overheard our conversation and knows about your relationship with Beimang. At this point, regardless of her identity, she cannot be kept alive." Xiao Qian lowered his head and saw Wang Kai wagging its tail at his feet. He sighed and said, "Namu Khan, hand her over to me. I have my own way." Hearing this, the old man hurriedly advised, "Crown Prince, she knows too many of our secrets. Keeping her alive will be an endless source of trouble." Before, she had the identity of the MO school's grandmaster, so this old official could understand you protecting her. But now she is nothing. Why do you still want to keep her? Mo spoke up at this moment. This old man's words are harsh, but they do make sense. Xiao Qian shouted angrily, "Shut up, Namakan. You just asked me why I want to keep her? I will tell you, because her life is my life." Hearing this, Mo was deeply shaken. Xiao Qian. At this time, the other old officials ran over, calling, "Crown Prince." Namu Khan was still trying to persuade him. "Crown Prince, this woman must be eliminated. I hope you will think it over carefully and not act on impulse." Another high-ranking official stepped forward to block him. "Crown Prince, you mustn't." But he had already picked Mo up, used his scabbard to push his officials away, and cursed, "Get lost." He carried Mo away. Seeing this, Wen Jingshu hurriedly chased after them, calling, "Lulang, wait, I'll go back with you too." The other official saw this and frowned with worry. I have never seen the Crown Prince protect someone like this. It seems the Crown Prince has truly developed feelings for this Mo. Namu Khan looked at his retreating figure, frowned, and said, "This matter is of great importance. We will wait until we return to report to the Great Khan for a decision." After walking for a while, Mo was panting. Seeing this, Xiao Qian sighed, bent down, and said, "Get on. The mountain path is difficult to walk. At your current speed, you won't make it back by dark." Mo was silent in thought, then stepped forward and climbed onto his back. When Jingshu saw this scene from behind, she asked, "I'm no longer the Grand Master. Why did you still save me?" He replied, "I didn't save you. You are my ancestor. You can't die." Hearing this, she asked curiously, "Is it because of the Yunwu Gu? I originally thought I was the Grand Master and could find the Tianxi scroll sooner to be free from the bondage of the Yunwu Gu. But now that I'm not, without curing this Gu, for us to be like this, being bound together for a lifetime doesn't sound so bad." Xiao Qian looked up and asked, "After eavesdropping for half a day, don't you have anything you want to ask me?" She laughed. "I already know what I should and shouldn't know. What else is there to ask, unless it's about the affairs of the world and imperial power? If it were you, and I knew such a big secret of yours, aren't you afraid I'll tell?" He replied, "You won't." She was surprised. "You trust me that much?" He nodded. Mo called out, "Xiao Qian." He hummed in response. She hugged him. "Regardless of why you trust me, I will not let you down." His face turned red. "Just be good and cause less trouble. That would be for the best." Just then, when Jingshu called from behind, "Lulang, it seems there are people ahead." In front of them, Figures were passing by, making rustling sounds. Xiao Qian put Mo down and stepped forward to ask, "Who goes there?" The soldier saw him and said in a low voice, "Commissioner Xiao." The leader dismounted and introduced himself. This humble general is Colonel of Manifest Might Deng Pengfei of the Piaoqi Battalion. Greetings to the Commissioner of the Bureau of Military Affairs. Hearing this, he was puzzled. Why is the Piaoqi Battalion here? What has happened? Deng Pengfei bowed and said, reporting to Commissioner Xiao, today there were robbers on Zhuke Street who killed someone and fled. Later, a young lady reported to the authorities that she had discovered the whereabouts of the two criminals on this mountain. This humble general was ordered to come here to pursue and capture them. Mo heard this and thought to herself, how can it be such a coincidence? Why would the search party come to this deserted mountain? The people from Bei Mang are still on the mountain. If Xiao Qian had left a step later, wouldn't they have been treated as enemies? I'm afraid someone leaked the information, deliberately leading people here to search. He just said a young lady reported it to the authorities. She leaned close to him and whispered, "It wasn't me." He replied, "I know." Deng Pengfei thought for a moment and asked, "I was just wondering why Envoy Xiao is here." He explained, "My second sister-in-law was also kidnapped by bandits, so I came up the mountain to look for her." Hearing this, he then asked, "Where are these bandits from to be so bold?" "I hope Envoy Xiao can point out the bandits' direction. I will go capture them at once." He replied, "Those bandits are all poor people who fled from the north. They were forced to become robbers on the mountain to make a living. They just want some money. Just give it to them. My second sister-in-law is fine. There's no need to pursue the matter." Just then, Xuefeng appeared and saluted. "Envoy, your subordinate was late in coming to the rescue. I hope the envoy will forgive me." He replied, "It's fine. The captain has matters to attend to. I will head back first, so I cannot accompany you." Deng Pengfei saluted. "Envoy, you are too kind. The mountain path is difficult to travel. Please travel safely, envoy." Xiao Qian walked to the carriage and said, "My two sisters-in-law, please get in the carriage." Wen Jingshu got in first. Just as Mo was about to get in, she suddenly cried out. Seeing this, Xiao Qian asked worriedly, "What's wrong?" She clutched her stomach and said, "My stomach suddenly hurts terribly." Hearing this, Xiao Qian immediately reached out to take her pulse. She asked anxiously, "What's wrong with me? Could I have been suddenly poisoned? Or have I contracted some strange, incurable disease?" He silently frowned and looked at her for a moment. Seeing that he didn't answer, she grew more anxious, pushing him and urging, "Say something." He said awkwardly, "It's nothing serious." He coughed once, then continued, "Get in the carriage first. We'll talk about it when we get back." Hearing this, she fell silent. After she got into the carriage, Xiao Qian gave the order back to the manor. Mo and Wen Jingshu sat facing each other in the carriage. The atmosphere inside was extremely quiet. Mo looked up and said to Wen Jingshu, "If you want to say something, just say it. Why do you keep staring at me?" Wen Jingshu said, "Sister-in-law, you really shouldn't have come along today." She frowned and asked, "Is Jingshu lecturing me?" The other woman replied, "Jingshu wouldn't dare. You're my sister-in-law, but there are some things that I really must say." And Mo leaned against the carriage and said, "My stomach hurts, but I can't exactly shut you up. If you have something to say, say it. No need to beat around the bush." The other woman said, "Jingshu can see that sister-in-law likes Sixth Master, but Sixth Master is a man of noble and pure character, and has always been chaste. Sister-in-law, you shouldn't, in a moment of impulse, tarnish his reputation and cause people to gossip." Hearing this, she smiled. "Who said it was a moment of impulse? Can't you see that Sixth Master likes me?" Wen Jingshu said hurriedly, "Sister-in-law, don't speak nonsense." Mo asked, "How is it nonsense? What you said actually reminds me." Wen Jingshu was shocked. "What?" Mo clutched her stomach and made up a story. "Sixth Master and I are together every day, and now my stomach suddenly hurts. Could it be that I'm pregnant?" Wen Jingshu asked in horror, "Sister-in-law, what are you saying?" Mo waved her hand. "Ah, it's nothing." Wen Jingshu called out impatiently. Jingshu clearly heard sister-in-law say you're pregnant. Xiao Qian overheard this conversation, was silent, secretly tightening his grip on the reins, and cursed inwardly. Mo. As for Xuefeng, he was utterly astonished after hearing it. Back at the manor, Mo said, "We couldn't talk outside just now. Now that we're back, why are you still not saying a word?" Xiao Qian said while peeling a grape, "Your pulse is surging, large and slippery, as well as wiry and rapid. Your blood is hot." She didn't understand. "Can you speak in plain language?" I don't understand. He picked up a grape and said, to put it simply, you're on your period, which is why your stomach hurts. She was stunned, that's it. She stepped forward, lifted his chin, and teased, I say, Xiao Lu Lang. You're this old, and a doctor at that. How could you not even say something like this? Are you even a man? Hearing this, he frowned, reached out, pulled her closer, and asked, what do you think? He stuffed the grape into her mouth. Didn't sister-in-law say in the carriage that you were pregnant with my child? I heard everything. She said awkwardly, I never said I was pregnant with your child. He smiled teasingly at Gio. Now that you know so many of my secrets, you still want to bear another man's child? I won't allow it. After speaking, he immediately kissed her on the lips. She looked at his face so close to hers for a moment, then wrapped her arms around his neck and kissed him back, surprising him. She let him go, looked at his blushing and flustered face, and smiled teasingly. Why so surprised? When a beauty offers a kiss, it would be impolite not to accept. She reached out to touch his stomach and asked, Lu Lang, does your stomach hurt? He asked back, why will my stomach hurt? She replied, the Yun Wugu allows us to feel each other's pain. Logically, if my stomach hurts, you should be able to feel it too. A 7-foot-tall man experiencing what a woman feels during her period. I'm afraid this is a first for you, Lu Lang. He scolded, nonsense. She burst out laughing. Someone's getting angry out of embarrassment. He picked her up in his arms. She asked angrily, what are you doing? He placed her on the bed and instructed, if your stomach hurts, just lie down obediently. I'll go make you a bowl of brown sugar, ginger water, and brew some medicine for you. Drink it and then sleep. Don't cause any more trouble. He was about to leave when she reached out and grabbed his arm. She said, you were the one who teased me. Now that I'm responding proactively, why are you running away, Lu Lang? Since things have come to this, I just want to ask in your eyes, what is our relationship now? He smiled and asked, what relationship? I cherish you and don't want to see you suffer any grievance or harm. You tell me, what is our relationship? Her hand was still holding his wrist. He glanced at it and said, Gio, the one who's hot and cold is not me. What our relationship will ultimately become and how far we'll go, the person who can decide is not me. A moment later, Gio walked out wearing a fur cloak and heard Minner calling, Big sister, big sister. Gio sat down on a chair and asked in surprise, Minner, you're back. The little girl asked curiously, Big sister, what are you thinking about so intently? She coughed once and replied, nothing. How did the thing I asked you to do go? The little girl answered, same as before, I couldn't find Envoy Xiao. It seems he hasn't come to our Duke's manor since the day he found the second young mistress. Hearing this, Gio pursed her lips. I'm afraid it's not that he's avoiding me, but tomorrow is the day the Mo family holds its grand assembly. He's avoiding me, and I don't have an invitation. It seems I won't be able to watch the succession of the new Juzi. I can't just sit around and wait for Xiao Lu Lang. I might as well take the initiative and find a way myself. She immediately stood up and said, Minner, I'm going out for a bit. If anyone asks, just say I'm not feeling well and am not receiving guests. The little girl asked worriedly, Big sister, where are you going? She thought to herself, of course, I'm going to find someone who can help me with this. She went to Dong Yu's residence to find him. But his subordinate said, I'm very sorry, the young master went out today. He won't be back until this evening at the earliest. The young master previously instructed us to prepare a room for you, miss. It's cold outside, and it's a long way from the Duke's manor. Why don't you come inside and rest for a while, and wait for the young master to return? She walked into the room and replied, all right. Looking out the window, she thought to herself, plum blossoms. This Dong Yu is so elegant. When on earth will he be back? I'm so sleepy. And so, she slumped down and fell asleep. Outside, Xue Feng had been following her movements. He quickly returned to report Envoy Xiao. At this moment, he was sitting on a chair, reading a book, and asked, where is she? Xue Feng replied, she went to that young master's courtyard in the afternoon and hasn't come out since. After hearing this, Xiao Qian angrily threw the book to the ground. Xue Feng said hurriedly, Envoy, please calm your anger. He sneered, I'm going to the ice chamber. Instruct everyone that no one is to disturb me. Hearing this, Xue Feng was shocked. Tomorrow is the winter solstice. It's already very cold outside. Why are you going into the ice chamber? Xiao Qian turned and said, don't ask so many questions. Just do as I say. Xue Feng could only reply with a yes. Xiao Qian pushed open the door to the ice chamber and walked in. thinking to himself, back in the Kintum, the cold air there could awaken the Yunwoo-gu, thereby deepening the empathy between her and me. The temperature of this ice chamber is similar to that in the Kintum that day. It might be able to achieve a similar effect. He walked to the center of the ice court and sat down, looking at the ice and thinking, I want to see how you can be at ease in the same room with that man this time. In her sleep, Emojio mumbled, so cold. Suddenly, she heard a voice calling Agio. Emojio felt as if she were walking on an ice court, hugging herself and shivering, her mouth crying out that it was cold. The calling continued, and she asked, Who is calling me? Where is this? As soon as she entered, she was stunned. Xiao Qian was only wearing a single layer of white robes, revealing much of his firm muscles. He waved to Gio. Come here. Her face flushed red as she asked, Lu Lang, why have you turned yourself into this? Emojio thought to herself, truly a demon. Just as she was about to back away, Xiao Qian reached out, pulled her over, and pressed her down beneath him, asking, Didn't Agio ask me the other day if I was a man? Why don't you verify the answer for yourself today? She saw him and asked in surprise, Aren't I at Dongyu's place? Why am I here? It's so hot. She reached out to push him, saying, Xiao Lu Lang, is this a dream? Let me get up first. But he placed a finger over her lips and replied, No. She blushed and grabbed that finger, asking, It really must be a dream. Otherwise, with your personality, how could you do something like this? He held her and whispered in her ear, Agio, is it okay? He held her tightly in his arms, and she also blushed, leaning against him. Xiao Qian's gaze was fixed on her. He then reached out and pulled out his hairpin, and his long hair immediately cascaded down. Seeing this, Emojio cried out in surprise, Lu Lang. He reached out to stroke her hair, praising, Agio is so beautiful. Then he lowered his head, held her tightly, and pressed down on her. She blushed and sighed, Lu Lang, it's a pity this is just a dream. Her mischievous finger drew circles on his chest muscles. Seeing this, he smiled, placed her on the bed, and said, It's a dream, so Agio doesn't need to be afraid. She smiled and replied, I'm not afraid. I'm willing. Hearing this, Xiao Qian couldn't hold back any longer and lowered his head to kiss Emojio's lips. When he left her lips, she wrapped her arms around his neck and said, Lu Lang, I like you. Hearing this, Xiao Qian asked in surprise Agio. She continued, Although I don't know if I'm being controlled by the Yunwoo-gu, at this moment, my feelings for you are real. Lu Lang, what about you? Xiao Qian looked at her with deep and loving eyes. He lowered his head and held her tightly, as if embracing the only treasure in the world. He replied, Me too. The two of them, in the flickering candlelight of the dark night, confessed their feelings to each other. Back in reality at Dongyu's residence, Emojio was slumped over the table, mumbling in her sleep, so dizzy, no more. Dongyu smiled as he picked up a cloak, preparing to put it on her, and gently chided, Silly girl, sleeping with the window open all night. Aren't you afraid of freezing to death? Emojio had just woken up. She lifted her head, still with a dazed expression, and asked, Where am I? Dongyu, who was beside her, asked, Jewel, you're awake. As soon as she saw him, she cried out in surprise, Dongyu, why is it you? He was puzzled. If not me, who else could it be? After hearing this, she frowned and thought, I actually had such a dream, and with Xiao Lu Lang, has the Yunwoo-gu grown again? Dongyu looked at her and asked, What is Jiao thinking about? You came here last night. What was it for? She immediately remembered the main reason. All right, I almost forgot. Today, the Linyan Mountain Villa is holding the Mo family's grand assembly in the outskirts. I want to go, but I don't have an invitation. Dongyu, do you have a way? Dongyu asked, Is the Mo family's business really that important to you? She immediately replied, Very important. Hearing this, Dongyu frowned and tapped on the table. After a moment, his finger stopped, and he spoke. All right then, no need for any invitation. I'll take you. But you're a person from the Xiao Duke's manor after all. It might not be appropriate for me to just take you there. We'll need a little disguise. She asked curiously, Disguised as who? Dongyu suggested, How about my handmaiden? She replied happily, I'll listen to you. After that, Dongyu's magnificent grand palanquin set off for the Mo family. The palanquin was large and imposing, exquisitely decorated, with 2 rows of handmaidens following on either side. A moment later, the driver came in to report, Master, we have arrived. Dongyu replied, Present the invitation. His subordinate immediately replied with a yes. He turned and called, Gio saw his hesitation and said, "We are friends. Just say what's on your mind." He said to her, "You once asked me who I really was. At that time, I said that I befriended you simply as a companion for pleasure, with no need to mind each other's status. But in this world, one cannot avoid talking about status. Since I brought you here today, I don't want to hide it from you anymore. You don't need to be surprised either." She smiled and replied, "No matter who you are, to me, you are just Dongyu." She waved her hand and said, "Don't worry, I won't use your reputation to do anything." Hearing this, Dongyu sighed and murmured, "I hope that later at the Linyan Mountain Villa, Jewel won't go back on her word." Dongyu's palanquin was now slowly moving towards the entrance of the villa. Gio gently lifted the curtain, her gaze unconsciously stopping on the crowd lined up in front of the gate. The sight made her frown slightly. All the leaders of the Mo family's grand assembly were standing quietly outside the gate, their presence solemn. She tilted her head slightly, her eyes filled with a bit of confusion. The Mo family's grand assembly, and all the leaders are standing outside. This formation is too grand. Are they waiting for someone? Soon after, without waiting for an answer, her question was immediately answered. All the most powerful figures of the Mo family suddenly knelt down in unison on the stone ground, their voices thundering, "Long live His Highness the Crown Prince. We were unaware of Your Highness's arrival and failed to welcome you from afar. We beg for Your Highness's forgiveness." This cheer struck right at the heart, causing Gio in the palanquin to tremble all over, her face changing drastically. "Crown Prince." Dongyu calmly reached out his hand, gently placing it on the back of hers, his eyes gentle and deep. "Get out of the carriage with me." She still hadn't recovered from the shock, asking, "You, actually?" Dongyu smiled and said, "Didn't Jioer just say not to judge a book by its cover?" She murmured, but Dongyu reached out to stroke her cheek and said, "No matter who I am, the words I've said to you will not change. I hope the same is true for Jioer." After speaking, he tightened his cloak and stepped out of the carriage. The hem of his robe fluttered lightly in the wind, carrying an imperial aura that commanded respect without anger. He spoke in a clear voice to the people kneeling on the ground. "Everyone, please rise." The crowd said in unison, "Thank you, Your Highness the Crown Prince." Gio felt as if she had been pulled from a long dream, all the pieces from when she first met him falling into place. She thought to herself, "Dongyu, no wonder I felt his aura was extraordinary from our first meeting. It turns out he is the heir apparent of Nanro." She lowered her head and walked past the bowing crowd, feeling all eyes on her, so heavy it was suffocating. Dongyu, who was walking ahead, suddenly stopped, turned to look at her, his eyes as warm as ever, his voice unchanged. "I am no different from before, and nothing has changed." Gio bit her lip. "I thought you might be a royal relative, but I never expected you to be the crown prince." Dongyu replied, "Who I am is not important. What's important is that, to you, I am only Dongyu." On the other side, in the crowd, Fong Jiren, wearing a mask, had a cold gaze that pierced through the gap. When she saw Gio's figure, she frowned slightly. Beside the crown prince is Jioer. Senior brother must have recognized her too. Wang nodded lightly, his voice low as he replied, "Yes, why is she with the crown prince?" Hearing this, Fong Jiren narrowed her eyes and asked, "Is senior brother worried?" With her personality, being with someone from the imperial family is truly unsettling. 3 years, and indeed, everything has changed. Changyu has married someone else, and senior brother no longer cares only for me. Hearing this, Wang said hurriedly, "Junior sister, I..." Just then, a burst of hurried hoofbeats broke the tense atmosphere. In the distance, a fast horse was galloping over. The crowd murmured amongst themselves, "Envoy Xiao is here, quickly invite him in." Xiao Qian majestically rode his horse in. Wang saluted Xiao Qian. He nodded slightly, then walked inside without a word. His sharp eyes swept across the crowd, finally landing on the two figures in front, the crown prince and Gio. His gaze immediately darkened, his lips pressed into a tight line, not hiding his displeasure at all. Up ahead, Dongyu was hastily adjusting his cloak. Perhaps because he was in a hurry, the sash was tied a bit crookedly. He turned to Gio, frowning slightly, and said, "I got out of the carriage in a hurry and didn't tie my cloak properly." "Jioer, Help me with it. Hearing this, she froze, her eyes unconsciously glancing past Dongyu, then over the solemnly standing crowd in front. A flicker of hesitation crossed her eyes, but in the end, under the crown prince's expectant gaze, Emo Jiu still nodded gently and stepped forward. Her hands trembled slightly as she touched the thick fabric of the cloak, gently adjusting the sash and collar for him. And this scene was all witnessed by Xiao Qian. Beside him, Xie Qingxiang glanced over, the corner of his mouth curling up as he said, half jokingly, "Envoy Xiao has arrived, yet you're still a step behind His Highness the Crown Prince." Xiao Qian didn't reply, his sharp gaze still fixed on the scene ahead. He stepped forward and clasped his hands in a salute. "Greetings, Your Highness. The road was difficult, and your subject has arrived late. I ask for Your Highness's pardon." Hearing that familiar voice, Emo Jio felt as if she had been abruptly woken from a dream. Her whole body trembled slightly, her eyes wide. The Crown Prince smiled. "It's fine. I see that Envoy Zhao's complexion is not good. Are you perhaps unwell?" Xiao Qian looked directly into the Crown Prince's eyes, his voice low and clear. "Thank you for your concern, Your Highness. Your subject is fine." Emojio, standing to the side, felt her whole body burn, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, her heart pounding like a drum. Last night's dream unconsciously surfaced in her mind, those hazy yet vivid images making her want to find a hole to crawl into. She thought to herself, the aftereffects of last night's dream haven't faded. Why did I have to run in a Xiao Qian at this moment? The Crown Prince nodded lightly and said, "It's good that you're fine. The auspicious time for the Mo family's grand assembly is approaching. Let's go." Hearing this, Emojio was startled and hurriedly interjected, her voice panicked. Your Highness, please forgive me, I suddenly need to use the latrine. I'll excuse myself for a moment." Without waiting for a reply, she turned and fled, leaving behind two pairs of meaningful eyes, one bewildered and surprised, the other dark and cold. Xiao Qian watched her hastily retreating back, frowned, and snorted coldly to himself. "Now you know to run." As soon as Mo Jio was out of his sight, she let out a sigh of relief and said softly, finally, some distance from him. But before she could rejoice, a familiar low voice suddenly sounded from behind her, making her freeze. Where is it Jio going? She was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, bristling as she turned around, her eyes wide with alarm. I'm looking for the latrine." Xiao Qian closed in step by step, the distance between them shrinking, his voice like a cold winter wind blowing straight into her heart. "You left without a word, dressed like this to follow the Crown Prince to the Mo family's grand assembly. Emojio, don't you have anything to explain to me?" Her face flushed red, her hands clenched tightly, and she retorted angrily, "You were the one who kept avoiding me after we came down mountain, and now you're blaming me? You should worry about yourself. Don't mind me." He narrowed his eyes and asked, "When did I avoid you? I went to the Shao Manor to find you last night, but you weren't there. I'd like to ask, where exactly did Eiju go last night?" The moment he mentioned last night, Emojio's face instantly turned as red as a ripe persimmon. She didn't dare to look him in the eye, her hands clutching the hem of her clothes, as if she were about to catch fire. Xiao Qian saw her reaction clearly, the corner of his mouth lifting slightly as he leaned down to tease. "Why is your face so red? Could it be you did something you can't let others know about?" His words hit a nerve, and she shouted, "What nonsense are you talking about?" He said, "Not nonsense. Then let's talk business. Don't get too close to the Crown Prince, or you'll regret it." She closed her eyes and retorted, "He is very good to me, cares about my feelings, grants my requests, and is an incredibly noble person in Nanro. A man like that, if I don't get close to him, should I get close to you instead?" The last sentence was like a sharp and bitter sword. But he didn't get angry. Instead, in that instant, Xiao Qian suddenly raised his hand and covered her head with his cloak. The movement was forceful, yet surprisingly gentle. Before Mo Jio could react, her face was obscured. In that dark space, an unexpected kiss landed on her lips, soft, hot, and breathtakingly domineering. She let out a soft, her entire body losing its bearings. When he let her go, before she could even catch her breath, his voice was already whispering by her ear, low and dangerous. "Also, think carefully before you speak. Otherwise, you'll be the one to suffer." Emojio eventually returned to the Crown Prince's side. Although she tried to compose herself, the blush on her cheeks had not yet faded. Dongyu was now sitting leisurely on the main seat, his gaze sweeping over her as he said with a hint of teasing and genuine concern, "Did you run so far to cultivate your feelings?" The Crown Prince then reached out picked up the prepared teacup, and offered it to her. She hurriedly took the teacup like a drowning person grabbing a lifeline. Just as she took a sip, Elder Shin stepped forward and bowed. "Your Highness, everyone has arrived. May the succession ceremony begin." Donyu put down his teacup and nodded, "Begin." Hearing this, Elder Shun immediately turned around, his voice echoing throughout the MO family square. "Today, the new Juzi of the MO family succeeds." Before he could finish, he was cut off by a female voice. "Wait." Everyone turned their heads in unison, then began to murmur, "The right deacon? Isn't she so ill that she's withdrawn from official matters? Why did she suddenly come?" She walked forward unhurriedly, clasped her hands, and asked to decide on a new Juzi just like that. "Isn't it a bit too perfunctory?" As soon as Mo Wang heard this, he immediately retorted, "Right deacon, please be careful with your words. Miss Fong Juran has the fate of the 4 pillars of pure Yin and has opened the mechanism handprint of the Longshan altar. How can you say it's perfunctory?" Shangya just smiled faintly. "The left deacon says Miss Fong Juran has opened the handprint of Shinong Mountain, but none of us from the MO family have witnessed it with our own eyes. Moreover, I've heard that Miss Fong Juran is not the only one with the fate of the 4 pillars of pure Yin." Hearing this, Mo Gio frowned. Shangya stopped there, then continued, "Every word is laden with deep meaning. The new Juzi of the MO family bears a great responsibility, and there can be no room for error. As the right deacon, it is only natural for Shangya to be a little cautious." Mo Wang had lost his patience by now. "What do you want?" Shangya clasped her hands and replied, her tone clear and as if prepared in advance. "Our MO family is rooted in Moism, supplemented by the art of mechanisms. The Juzi has always been a person of both virtue and talent. Shangya has had a mechanism room prepared. I invite Miss Fong Jurun to enter and give it a try. I wonder how everyone here feels about this." Fong Jurun turned and asked, "Is it enough just to be able to get out?" Shangya immediately smiled and replied, "Of course, another competition is needed. I have heard that the young lady beside the crown prince is proficient in the art of mechanisms. To be fair, I wonder if we could invite this young lady and Miss Fong into that room, and then invite your highness to bear witness. Would that be acceptable?" Hearing this, Mo Gio frowned, realizing that this Shangya was deliberately trying to drag her into this mess. After the battle at Shangxi Manor that day, Xiao Qian had already found out that she was one of Xie Kan's people, but Fong Jurun was recommended by Mo Wang and Xiao Qian. "If I agree, wouldn't this competition be me colluding with Xie? Can I harm them?" Just then, the crown prince of the eastern region beside her said softly, "Jor, whether you agree or not is up to you." She replied, "Ah?" Before she could finish, her hand was suddenly taken. The crown prince held her hand tightly, his gaze firm and gentle as he said, "If you are hesitant, I will give you more time to think it over." Emogio stared at him blankly and asked back, "Is that okay?" The crown prince of the eastern region smiled, his eyes reassuring, without a hint of hesitation. "Why wouldn't it be?" Then he turned to the crowd and said, "This matter is of great importance. Jior dares not agree rashly. I must trouble you all to wait a moment and let her go think it over." After hearing the crown prince's words, Mo Gio said nothing more, only bowing slightly before retreating from the high platform. Just as she stepped down, Xiao Qian, who had been silent all this time, suddenly slammed his teacup on the table. The crisp sound of the impact echoed in the quiet space like a warning. He looked straight at her with a sharp, cold gaze, devoid of any emotion. As Emogio walked, she thought to herself, regardless of whether Xiao Qian put Fong Jurun in this position to keep me out of the storm, or if Fong Jurun has other motives, I have a feeling that opening the Shinnong altar of heaven worship is my only chance to return to the modern world. If I want to go back, I shouldn't give up this fight for the Juzi position. But this gamble involves not just me, but also Sixth Master Xiao and Mo Wang. If I win, they will surely be in a very difficult position. As she was lost in her chaotic thoughts, she suddenly saw a figure flash past on the small path behind the ceremonial stage. It was Mo Wang's back. She immediately hid and quietly followed behind, thinking to herself, although I can't see his face clearly, the figure is very similar. I probably haven't mistaken him. Where's he going at this time? Mo Wang walked along a small corridor, entered a side room, and closed the door. Not long after, a soft voice came from inside. "Jirun." Fong Jirun asked, "Senior brother, what do you plan to do?" Mo Gio stood outside the door, her ear pressed to the crack, holding her breath as an ominous feeling rose in her heart. It really is Mo Wang, and Fong Jirun is there too. Inside the room, Mo Wang said. Since it has come to this, it cannot be allowed to live. Fong Zhirun immediately hesitated, her voice trembling slightly. No, it is my sister. Hearing this, Mo Wang said, things have already reached this point. How can you still? Outside the door, Mo Jiao clenched her teeth, her whole body trembling. Mo Wang, for Fong Zhirun and the position of Juzi, he actually wants to kill me? Inside, Fong Zhirun was still pleading. It can't be like this. You must listen to me on this matter. She couldn't listen anymore. Mo Jiao turned and staggered away, her steps as heavy as if she were treading on sharp, jagged rocks. Her mind felt as if it had been torn apart by someone, and her palms were cold. Just because I'm in Fong Zhirun's way, and Mo Wang wants to kill me? He saved me several times, I thought. She just kept walking forward with her head down, not paying attention to the path, and ended up bumping right into the approaching Xiao Qian. He immediately reached out to steady her. She looked up, her red-rimmed eyes suddenly blazing with anger, as if an emotional nerve had been struck, and cursed, "Bastard, what are you doing blocking my way?" He then asked, "Why are you so angry? Who provoked you?" She questioned angrily, "Who provoked me? Aren't you clear about that?" He felt bewildered. "How would I know?" She questioned angrily. "Fine, then let me ask you, Sixth Master Xiao, if I ruin your plan today and go compete for the Juzi position, are you also planning to join forces with others and prepare to kill me?" Hearing this, he was even more confused. "What nonsense are you spouting now?" She cursed angrily. "Am I the one spouting nonsense, or are you afraid to answer? If you don't answer, I will give my all to win this competition against Fong Zhirun." With that, she immediately tried to leave. Xiao Qian immediately pulled her back, saying, "Come back." She shouted, "Let go." At this moment, a warehouse door appeared. Xiao Qian forcefully pushed her into that room, causing her to fall and sit on the ground. She cursed angrily. "The ever-righteous and honorable emissary Xiao, now with just the two of us, a man and a woman, you push me in here. Aren't you afraid people will misunderstand that we're doing something that can't be known to others?" Hearing this, sighed, took her hand and asked, "The matter between us, since when could it not be known to others?" He hugged her, stroking her head, and said, "If it can't be known to others, then let's just keep it from being known to others forever." Mo Jiao looked up and called, "Sixth Master Xiao." He replied softly, "What is it?" He looked at her and thought to himself, "Was in the ice chamber last night. Did the Yunwu Gu act up again? Being near her today, my heart is beating so fast." He reached out and held her tightly. She asked curiously, "Why did you come looking for me?" To speak up for Fong Zhirun. He reached out and lifted her chin, asking, "Why? What about you? Must you insist on wading into these muddy waters?" She asked back, "What if I say I must?" He said, "Give me a reason." She then spoke her mind, "Because the weapon blueprints and the heavenly scroll and the altar, I also have things I must find out. I can't tell you the specific reason, but it's very important to me. I also know that if I really beat Fong Zhirun, it will cause you trouble." At this point, she clenched her fists. After hearing her, he silently let go of her hand. She hesitated for a moment, then turned to leave. Never mind. She thought to herself, "This is what she wants. I'll just grant her wish." Suddenly, Xiao Qian reached out and pulled her back, saying, "Don't go." She frowned, annoyed, and said, "They're still waiting for my decision outside." Suddenly, she was startled, only to see him abruptly rush forward and hug her tightly. She immediately covered his mouth with her hand, blushing as she asked, "What's wrong?" The ever-proud emissary Xiao, "Now for the sake of this competition, you're willing to disregard your status and plan to use a honey trap to keep me here?" She pushed him away and scolded, "Xiao Qian, you truly disappoint me." She wanted to leave, but he held her tightly, saying, "I said you were not to go." She angrily pushed him, scolding, "Let me go." Suddenly her foot slipped and she fell into a pile of hay. Xiao Qian fell with her, landing on top of her. He looked at her for a moment, then held her, panting as he asked, "I just want you to stay with me a little longer. Why are you so angry?" She suddenly realized the Yin Wu Gu, so she looked at Xiao Qian probingly. He nodded. "A Jew." She immediately moved away from him, thinking to herself, "The way he is now, I'm afraid the Yun Gu in his body is acting up again." So she shouted angrily, "You're not well. Snap out of it." He reached out and pinned both her hands, saying, "I am very clear-headed. A Jew, I never thought I could be so close to someone else." She hurriedly shouted, "Snap out of it. It's the Yun Wu Gu. It's not what you think." He still replied, "No." Then he lowered his head, wanted to kiss her lips. Seeing this, she panicked, quickly raising her leg and shouting, "Xiao Qian." She kicked him in a sensitive spot, causing him to immediately let go. Right after, he received a slap from her. Xiao Qian's face was blank. Mo asked angrily, "Do you know what you're doing?" Xiao Qian came to his senses, stammering, "It was me. I was too rash a Jew, forgive." Mo looked at him and said, "What's really going on with the yin goo in your body?" Logically, the goo worms in your body and mine are attracted to each other. If the yin goo is active, the wu goo should also react. But why is it only you? He stammered, I don't know either. She stood up and said, "If you're not feeling well, then rest here for a bit. It's getting late. The assembly is still waiting for me. I have to go." Hearing these words, he advised, "Mo, the Mo school has a 1,000-year heritage, with disciples all over the world. The position of Juzi looks glorious, but it's actually a target for everyone. Inheriting the Juzi position means you will always be watched by wolves and tigers. She stood at the door and asked, "You're afraid I'll be in danger? But are you sure Fang Zhirun can help you get what you want?" He replied, "I'm not sure, but at least she and Mo Wang are originally from the Mo school. Revitalizing their school and inheriting everything can be considered reasonable and logical. But you..." Mo stepped outside, recalling what Xiao Qian had just said. If you want to win, then give it your all. She wasn't paying attention again and bumped into another person. "Dong," she said, "I've been waiting for you here in the wind for a long time, but it seems you didn't see me at all." She saw him and exclaimed in surprise, "Your Highness the Crown Prince." Hearing her call him that, he smiled and said, "Dongxi is my name. You can still call me that." She looked at him with confusion. "Why were you waiting for me?" He patted her head and replied, "I just wanted to tell you, regarding the competition for the Juzi position, you should just do as you wish. No matter what you encounter, I can handle it for you." With that, is Jiu at ease now? Hearing this, she smiled with relief and replied, "Thank you, Dongxi." Just then, an attendant ran up to report, "Crown Prince." He asked, "What is it?" The attendant immediately reported, "Officials from the government have arrived." Hearing this, he furrowed his brow slightly, thinking to himself, "Imperial Father." Immediately after, he stepped out to the front door and bowed. "Your son greets Imperial Father. Your Majesty has graced us with your presence. Why was there no advance notice for your son to prepare?" The Emperor replied, "What is there to prepare? We had not intended to come, but this assembly is held in high regard by the common people. As the master of the myriad people, we also wanted to join in the excitement. But it seems our trip was not in vain. You are not finished yet?" The Crown Prince replied, "Yes, Your Majesty. The right steward of the Mahe School has set a challenge, inviting Miss Fong and Miss Jiu from my side to compete. This has not yet begun." The Emperor said, "If that is the case, you all just proceed as planned. We will just watch from the side and not interfere." The Crown Prince called softly, "Right steward." She immediately came forward and bowed. "The Mahe School's secret mechanism chamber is ready. Shangya takes the liberty of inviting Your Majesty and all the esteemed officials to move to the manor in the rear courtyard." Song Ao curiously leaned in and whispered to Xiao Qian. "The Zhang Yuan beside the Crown Prince is Mo. I'm afraid Imperial Father has also realized it." He nodded and replied with an Song Ao continued, "That day, Xieshen used Mo's identity as the Juzi to frame you, and even caused Xian's death. Fortunately, you kept Fang Zhirun, which allowed you to escape. But afterwards, Matron Wu took all the blame in prison, and Xieshen cleared his name again. Now Mo has come to compete for this Juzi position again. If she really wins, you will be guilty of deceiving the Emperor. Do you know that?" He nodded and replied, Song Ao asked anxiously, "Why do you keep saying, ma'am? Do you have any plan in mind at all?" He called out, "Little prince, you have always been fond of women and understand their thoughts. Why are women's thoughts so hard to guess? Entangled by love, it is naturally hard to guess. But why are you asking me this now?" Xiao Qian asked with confusion. "Love because of affection," Song Ao explained cheerfully. "To put it poetically, a day apart feels like 3 autumns. To put it practically, it's wanting to share a bed and blanket with her." "Wait a minute, Zhang Yuan, why are you staring so intently?" He noticed Xiao Qian's gaze was fixed on Mo and asked in shock, "It can't be. You have feelings for your sister-in-law?" Xiao Qian shouted angrily, "Shut up." He looked at her, calling out in his heart, Mo. At this moment, Mo had already stepped into the secret chamber. She looked up and said, "This is..." Just then, a series of echoes rang out, announcing the rules to the 2 people in the room. The secret chamber is limited to the time it takes for 1 incense stick to burn. If both young ladies cannot exit the secret chamber within 1 incense stick's time, then this competition will be a failure for both. In the main hall, the Emperor looked out and said, "I didn't expect this secret mechanism chamber to be so exquisitely arranged. The right steward bowed. This is just a minor skill of our school. We have made a fool of ourselves before your majesty. Xiao Qian was now standing outside, staring intently into the room. Inside the secret chamber, Mo Jio murmured, "South, the Li trigram is fire." Mo Jio walked to a cabinet where a zither was placed and immediately pulled it out. A sound rang out, causing Xiao Qian's heart to tighten. Song Ao hurriedly stepped forward to stop him. Zhang Yuan, His Majesty is here. Do not act rashly. He thought worriedly. Mo Jio. As for her, she smelled the sin on the zither and began to analyze. This is phoenix tree wood, which originally belongs to the wood element, but phoenix tree wood also belongs to the fire element. To use phoenix tree wood for a zither, could it be? She opened the back of the zither, and sure enough, a saltpeter stone fell out. She picked it up, thinking to herself, as expected, there's a hidden saltpeter stone. Mo Jio walked before the jade statue and said with a smile, "Ancestor, my apologies." As soon as she finished speaking, she threw the saltpeter stone at it, causing an explosion. From within the statue, a new mechanism was revealed, and inside the mechanism were new layers of locks. Seeing this, Mo Jio murmured, "How interesting, a 48-pillar Luban lock." She stepped forward and began to solve the lock with interest, thinking to herself, this thing might be difficult to solve in non-Rome, but in the modern era, I've played with these until I was sick of them. Asking me to solve it is as easy as flipping my hand. She climbed up, pulling out pieces as she murmured. From the bottom, pull the third one in the middle. From the top, pull the second one. From the bottom, pull the first one. In the middle, pull the fifth one. From the top, pull the sixth one. Pull the seventh one. As soon as she finished speaking, the mechanism immediately moved with a clatter. A new door opened. Mo Jio stepped inside and saw a stone pillar with a handprint in front of her, falling silent. In another room, the emperor laughed and praised. This Miss Jio, her abilities are truly extraordinary. And Miss Fong is not lacking either. Mo Jio stepped forward, looking at the handprint and wondering, could this be? She frowned and looked outside. The emperor also saw the stone pillar and asked curiously, what mystery does the stone pillar in the middle of the secret chamber hold? The right steward bowed, reporting to your majesty, this is a replica of the Juzi's handprint left by the ancestors of the Mahe school at the altar of heaven worship on Mount Shinno. Mo Jio wondered, should I really put my hand in it? Xiao Qian clenched his fists, using the Yunwu goo in their bodies to transmit his thoughts to her. Just do what you want to do. Don't mind me. I will be fine. Mo Jio at this moment also heard his words. Just do what you want to do. I will be fine. Upon hearing this sentence, Mo Jio made up her mind and placed her hand on the handprint. Another door immediately opened, leaving her astonished. She came face to face with Xiao Qian, who wore a sorrowful expression, his brows tightly furrowed. Just then, someone shouted, "Open the secret chamber quickly. Miss Fong has fainted." Hearing this, Mo Wang, extremely worried, rushed to open the door of the secret chamber. On Fong Jirun's side, he saw her collapsed on the ground and called out worriedly, "Junior sister." Mo Jio walked over and asked, "Did I win?" However, Mo Wang paid her no mind, but ran to Fong Jirun's side and picked her up. Dongshi walked to Mo Jio's side and said, "Yes, don't be afraid." After leaving the main hall, the emperor sat back down in his chair and questioned coldly, "Minister Xiao, left steward, do you have anything you wish to say to us?" Xiao Qian said nothing, while Mo Wang was still attentively caring for Fong Jirun. A moment later, Xiao Qian bowed. The altar of heaven worship is a sacred place of the Mahe school. The handprint mechanism, your subject has never seen it with my own eyes, and am not clear on the details. You, Mo Wang knelt down and said, "Your Majesty, please see clearly. My junior sister was born with the fate of the four pillars, god of death. This commoner has not deceived your majesty in this matter. Moreover, her body was unwell just now, and she never even tried the handprint, so I'm afraid it cannot be counted as a loss in the competition. This commoner believes there was a problem during the handprint verification. Wait for this commoner to send someone to investigate clearly later." The emperor immediately cut him off, investigating back and forth. It's all people from your two factions. What's the point of investigating? He angrily threw the teacup to the ground. Seeing this, Mo Jio felt a sense of fear. She turned and grabbed Dongshi's hand, calling, Dongshi. He sighed, stepped forward and bowed. Imperial Father, the matter of the Mahis Juzi is of great importance, but this affair is indeed full of suspicious points. Your son has a method. The Emperor gestured. Speak. Dongshi then said, as Imperial Father said, whether it's the Mahist Assembly or the Juzi's challenge, it's all arranged by the Mahis themselves. It's hard to avoid someone interfering. In your son's opinion, it would be better to have the Imperial Court inspect the handprint at the altar of heaven worship and make a decision after re-examination. The Emperor nodded after hearing this. The Crown Prince speaks with reason. Then this matter is entrusted to you to dispatch people. Quickly send people to Mount Shinnong, reopen the handprint, and seal off Cloud Mountain Manor. Before the matter is clarified, no one from the Mahis school is to leave. This matter is important, and the Crown Prince will personally supervise it here. Dongshi bowed. Your son obeys the decree. The Emperor stood up, and as he passed by Xiao Qian, he said coldly, recently, official duties have been busy, and Minister Xiao has had no time to rest. Now that there is this good opportunity, you should just stay here and recuperate for a few days. Hearing this, Emo Jio was shocked. The Emperor's meaning is to place Xiao Qian under house arrest here as well. Xiao Qian only bowed respectfully. Your subject, thanks your majesty. 10 days later, Xiao Qian stood outside the pavilion playing a flute, the sound melodious. Emojio stepped out of her room, thinking to herself, it's Xiao Qian. She hurried out onto the corridor. Dongshi's attendant saw this and asked, Your Highness, should we stop Miss Jioa? Dongshi replied, No need, just let her go. Her heart is already gone. There's no stopping it. Emojio held an umbrella in one hand and a cloak in the other, walking to the pavilion where Xiao Qian was playing his flute. Hearing the sound, he stopped. Xiao Qian saw Emojio draping the cloak over him and asked with confusion, What's wrong with you? Emojio replied, In the past, wherever you went, you had people attending to you. Now that you're here alone, are you used to it? I am now a criminal. Naturally, I cannot be as at ease as you are by the Crown Prince's side. Hearing this, Emojio was at a loss for words. She immediately reached out and lifted his chin, saying, I am now a handmaiden of the Eastern Palace. If I'm not at his place, where else would I be? You're even jealous of this? He turned his face away, pushing her hand aside. The way he treats you is not ordinary. Anyone with eyes can see it. I am irreconcilable with Xie Shun, yet he is Xie Shun's maternal nephew, and still he pleaded for me before the Emperor for your sake. She reached out and cupped his face, saying, So it turns out what the Emperor hates most is imperial relatives meddling in politics. Although Dong, she is Xie Shun's maternal nephew, he is even more so the Emperor's son, the Crown Prince of Nanron. On this point, Sixth Master should be clearer than I am. So young, and already worrying until your hair turns white. He grabbed her wrist, frowning as he asked, What business do you have coming to find me? Surely it's not just to bring me a cloak? She told him, The people who went to Mount Shinnong have returned. Now, the manor is rushing to repair the handprint mechanism at the altar of heaven worship. I heard it will be finished by tomorrow at the latest. Faced with this situation, do you have a plan in mind? Is a Jew worried about me? Or are you worried that if I commit the crime of deceiving the Emperor and have to have my 9 generations exterminated, you'll have to die with me? She replied, You won't die. Even if you have no way, I will definitely find a way to help you escape. I'm the one who messed up the Juzi matter. Your business, I won't let you be in mortal danger because of it. He smiled. You also know I'm risking my life? In that case, this affection of yours, isn't the repayment a bit too light? She blushed and asked, What more do you want from me? He reached out and held her tightly, saying softly, Hold me tight. Immediately after, he executed his lightness skill and leaped out of the pavilion, startling her. She held on to him tightly, looking down in fear. But in his eyes, there was only her reflection, looking down from above. She thought in amazement, This view is so beautiful. Afterwards, Xiao Qian landed steadily on the ground. His face was close to hers, causing her cheeks to flush. He began, These past few days I've thought through a few things. She pushed him away, blushing as she said, Whatever you've thought through, let me go first before you say it. He said, That day in the woodshed, I lost control and offended you, confirming that the Yunwu Gu is not fake. But what I want to tell you is, if my heart were pure and I could control myself, the Yunwu Gu would be powerless against me. He pulled her into his arms. Why are you talking about these things now? She asked. He reached out and stroked her hair, replying, You think I'm good to you because of the Yunwu Gu? She asked with confusion, Isn't that it? He replied, It's not. A Jew, I am good to you because you are my heart. Hearing this sentence, Mo was instantly stunned. She stammered, what did you say? He continued, in my entire life, I, Xiao Qian, have never been moved by any woman. That day, after hearing what Song Ao said, I thought about it a lot. Perhaps I have fallen for you. After she heard this, her face grew even redder. You. She pushed him away and shouted, I have a stomachache. Whatever you have to say it later. I'm going to find something to eat. Just as she was about to run, Xiao Qian reached out and grabbed her arm, saying, stop running. That day at Cloud Hidden Mountain, you knew I was the heir apparent of Beihan. You must have guessed. This struggle for the world, I have always had ambitions. A Jew, if you truly want to promise me something, are you willing to wait for me? She blushed and asked back, wait for you for what? He replied, wait for him to abdicate, for me to ascend the throne. Mo, at that time, you will marry me. She gave a bitter smile, telling me to marry you? Those words of yours don't sound like a marriage proposal, more like a bride snatching. He smiled and said, it was originally a proposal. If you don't agree, it will become a bride snatching. He held her hands tightly with both of his and asked with a smile, so, a Jew, will you agree or not? She stammered, I. Just then, Dongshi's attendant came forward and bowed. Miss Joer, emissary Xiao. So you two were here? This servant has been looking everywhere. Xiao Qian asked, what is it? The crown prince's attendant replied, the new handprint at the altar of heaven worship has been carved. The steward has also arrived. His Highness the Crown Prince has ordered this lowly one to invite you two to the front courtyard square. He nodded. Understood. You go back and report to His Highness first. Say we'll be there shortly. The attendant bowed. Yes. Then he withdrew, and Mo frowned. I didn't expect them to be so fast. He said, it was the Emperor's decree with the Crown Prince supervising. The people below naturally wouldn't dare to delay. He suddenly bent down and placed a kiss on her forehead, comforting her, don't worry about me. She stammered, why did you suddenly kiss me? I didn't agree just now. He smiled and said, your expression has already agreed. Then he turned and waved. If a Jew is shy, it's fine not to answer. I will wait. Wait until the day you say yes with your own mouth. That kiss just now, just consider it your deposit. The surroundings were completely silent. A moment later, Mo arrived at the front courtyard square. Xiao Qian, Mo Wang, and Fang Zhirun were already waiting there. The emperor sat high on his chair and said, Miss Mo, just now the crown prince has made it clear to us. You are not a handmaiden of the Eastern Palace, but the niece-in-law of the Xiao family. Miss Mo. She bowed yes. In truth, it was indeed improper for this commoner to participate in the Mahist assembly. Your subject had no intention of deceiving the emperor. I beg your majesty's forgiveness. The emperor replied, we are angry, but you are not at fault. Today the engraved mechanism is complete. You and Miss Fang will test it immediately. She turned and asked, elder sister Fang Zhirun, who among us goes first? Fang Zhirun replied, Joer, you go first. She replied, very well. Then she stepped forward and placed her hand on the stone platform. Xiao Qian watched her from behind, his brows tightly furrowed. As soon as her hand was placed, the mechanism immediately reacted. The crowd shouted, it opened. The mechanism has opened again. Mo Wang was in agony and grief. Fang Zhirun still stared at her coldly, while Xiao Qian felt relieved. Everyone continued to shout, this Mo is indeed the Juzi. Fang Zhirun stepped forward and bowed. My handprint and Mo's are not the same. Since she has opened it, I suppose there is no need for me to try. Prime Minister Xie, now smug, said, Mo has opened the handprint mechanism twice in a row. Your Majesty, the matter of the Juzi is no longer in dispute. The emperor stood up and said, the matter of the Juzi is no longer in dispute. Very well, after several days of turmoil, this matter should have a conclusion. Mo, this position of Juzi is indeed the mandate of heaven, but we feel that with your talent, the mandate of heaven alone is not enough. We also wish to bestow an imperial gift. In 3 days, Mo shall come to Jinrui Hall to receive her title and an imperial golden seal. Prime Minister Xie bowed. Your Majesty, heaven protects our non-Rome. Today, the Juzi has been decided and has also received an imperial bestowment. In addition, heaven has sent an auspicious sign today. This is a great blessing. With the Juzi's assistance in finding the Tianzi Yin and the weapon's blueprint, it will not be long before your Majesty conquers the world like a tiger with wings. After speaking, he glanced at Xiao Qian again. It's just that, if that is the case, regarding Commissioner Xiao appointing a fake Juzi, I hope your Majesty will pass judgment. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qian, frowned slightly. Emojio quickly cried out, "Your Majesty." Dongshi shook his head, thinking to himself, if she pleads, it will likely backfire. Seeing Dongshi shake his head, Emojio was stunned. The emperor gave the order. Xiao Qian, Mo Wang, and Fang Zhirun have committed the crime of deceiving the monarch. Arrest them immediately and hand them over to the Ministry of Justice, the Censorate, and the Grand Court of Revision for a joint trial. All findings must be reported to us. This must be investigated thoroughly, leaving no one out. Soldiers immediately rushed forward to arrest Xiao Qian. Seeing this, Emojio shouted, "Wait." She grabbed Xiao Qian's hand and asked anxiously in a low voice, "Didn't you say you had a countermeasure? Where's your countermeasure?" He lowered his eyes to look at her and said softly, "A Jew, don't be afraid." Dongshi saw this scene and frowned. Xiao Qian turned and said, "Wait for me," obediently. Then he left with the soldiers. Emojio watched this scene, calling out in her heart, "Xiao Qian." 2 days later, in the capital, Emojio stepped down from the carriage, dressed simply, but it was hard to hide the nobility in her every move. Xuefeng followed closely behind, whispering as he walked, "Miss Jiu, this subordinate knows you are worried about the commissioner, but the censorate is heavily guarded. Without a summons, one cannot enter. Why don't we?" Emojio turned her head, cutting Xuefeng off before he could finish. "It's fine, I have a way. Just wait for me here." After speaking, she walked forward. Her forehead was dewy with the cold, her cloak blowing in the night wind, but her steps did not falter. As soon as she reached the gate, the guards immediately raised their spears to block her. "Halt! Who dares to trespass into the censorate's prison at night?" Emojio was not angry at all, only leisurely raising her hand, taking a ring from her little finger and holding it out in front of the soldier, asking, "Little brother, it's fine if you don't recognize me, but this, you should recognize it, right?" As soon as the guard saw the symbol on the ring, he was instantly terrified, his face drained of color, and he hurriedly knelt to pay his respects. "This is the token of His Highness the Crown Prince. This officer was blind. I beg the noble lady's forgiveness." Emojio said no more, only asking coldly, "Where is Xiao Qian?" The soldier immediately stood up, bowed, and said, This officer will take you there at once." In the prison, the lamplight was dim and yellow. Xiao Qian sat cross-legged on the ground, his eyes closed, his expression still composed, as if this place was not a prison, but some quiet study. The sound of footsteps echoed in the empty stone corridor. Emojio walked over, looking at the unmoving man. Her heart couldn't help but panic. With his hearing, it's impossible he didn't hear someone coming. Why is there no reaction at all? She carefully probed, calling out, "Xiao Lulang." The iron door was creaked open by the guard, and before the door was fully open, she had already rushed in. Rushing in front of him, she bent down in a panic. "Lulang, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me." "Xiao Lulang." Before she could finish, an arm suddenly reached out and pulled her into an embrace. She let out a small cry and fell right into him. She struggled angrily, her eyes wide as she scolded, "You audacious Xiao Qian, you dare to play dead to tease me." He smiled, his eyes full of amusement. "Your hands are so cold. Is it very cold outside?" She huffed softly. "Xuefeng brought me here. I only walked a short distance. How could it be cold?" "It's you, suffering in terms of food and clothing. I made some late-night snacks to nourish you, and also brought you a bottle of pear blossom wine. It's cold in here. The wine can warm you up. Drinking a little might make you feel better." After hearing her, he asked curiously, "Visiting a prisoner late at night, and even cooking yourself, why is a Jew suddenly so good to me?" She poured him wine, blushing, and said softly with her head down, "Didn't you say you want me to live with you in the future? I'm afraid you'll suffer from the wind and frost in prison and get sick. When you get out, won't I still be the one to take care of you?" He shook his head. She looked up and said with a frown, "What about me? Is it good?" He laughed out loud, nodding in praise. "Delicious." Hearing that, she said, dissatisfied, "Is just one word delicious enough? When you praise someone, you should at least be a little more sincere, a little more practical." He reached out, pulled her into his arms, gently kissed her lips, and whispered, "Is this practical enough?" Emojio was startled, her cheeks flushed red, thinking to herself, "This is a bit too practical." She pushed him away, blushing, and stammered, I meant, instead of praising me, you might as well give me something valuable like gold, silver, or jewels." He picked up the wine cup and said with a smile, "Those mundane things, could they be more valuable than me?" She asked, "Where did you learn these roguish words? Why don't you ask me what I came here for today?" He looked at her, his gaze softening, and asked, "You came to see me. Do you still need a reason?" She sighed. and finally couldn't hold back, saying directly, "Fine, I'll be direct. Xiao Lulang, how much longer do you plan to eat this prison food? I know you have a plan, but you hide everything from me. I don't know anything." Xiao Qian, hearing her questioning, didn't answer, but asked instead, "You have to go to the Golden Hall tomorrow to receive your title, right?" After asking, he picked up the wine pot again and poured another cup. She nodded and replied, "Yes." He said to her, "Then this storm over the Juzi, it should come to an end tomorrow." Hearing this, her curiosity was piqued, and she hurriedly urged, "Explain it more clearly." Xiao Qian complied with her wish and revealed his plan. "Tomorrow, reinforcements will arrive. This path of Xieshans should come to an end." Hearing this, Mo asked doubtfully, "How certain are you?" He smiled and said, "Naturally." Hearing this, Mo smiled. "Then let's make a bet. If you can be exonerated in the Golden Hall tomorrow, I'll give you a big gift." The next day, in the Golden Hall, a eunuch held an imperial edict and proclaimed, "By the grace of heaven, the emperor proclaims, Mo, the new Juzi of the Mai school, is virtuous and talented, capable and knowledgeable, a pillar of Nanrong. We hereby specially bestow a golden seal. From this day forward, you shall carry the reputation of the Mahis school and assist the state of Nanrong." Mo received the golden seal and bowed. "Mo, thanks your majesty. May your majesty enjoy health and fortune, and a long and prosperous life." The emperor said, "You may rise." Mo replied, "Thank you, your majesty." Just then, a high-ranking official entered the hall, knelt, and paid his respects. "Your subject, Su Yi, greets your majesty." The emperor asked, "Minister, Su has returned. How is the investigation we entrusted to you?" Su Yi, the Finance and Surveillance Commissioner, replied, "Reporting to your majesty, I have not failed your majesty's expectations. This trip has been quite fruitful. I have had the people involved in the case brought to wait outside the hall, and they can be summoned at any time." The emperor commanded, "Summon them." Su Yi clapped his hands, and immediately a prisoner was brought before the hall. She caught a glimpse of the person and couldn't help but be shocked. "This person is Qiao Zhanping. Isn't he already dead?" Su Yi said, "Reporting to your majesty, this man is named Qiao Zhanping. He was once involved in the river transport case of the censorate in Xieshan and has long been dead in prison." The emperor suppressed his anger and asked, "We remember this man's suicide in prison. So what is the situation now?" Su Yi bowed and continued, "That day, your majesty sent me, along with the case of the mechanism in Jingji Garden and Princess Xian's incident. I later found out that the mechanism set up in the garden was of the same school as the Mai starts. I investigated the people working in the garden that day and found a person named Yi Sanfeng. Hearing this, Xieshan was terrified and his face turned pale." Su Yi continued, "Coincidentally, before the Mahist assembly, the rumor that Fong Zhirun was the new Juzi was also spread by Yi Sanfeng. I followed the clues and found that someone had tampered with the Jitian altar on Shinon Mountain." Dongxi looked worriedly towards Mo. She saw his gaze and shook her head. Su Yi continued, "Fong Zhirun did indeed open the handprint on the Jitian altar, but that handprint was a fake at the time. Yi Sanfeng used this to draw the Mahists into the affair, then destroyed the evidence, intending to cover up the truth. And this Yi Sanfeng is Qiao Zhanping." After hearing this, Xieshan was horrified. Su Yi said again, "As for why a dead man could escape from the prison, let Elder Qiao explain this himself." Mo thought to herself, "So, this person is the reinforcement Xiao Qian spoke of last night. Truly, he has calculated everything." Mo glanced at Qiao Zhanping, her gaze as cold as frost. In the vast hall, all eyes were on the person kneeling in the center. Qiao Zhanping's hair was disheveled, his expression calm, but his figure was no longer as straight as before. His voice echoed in the great hall, carrying a hint of weariness, yet still resolute. "Things have come to this. There is nothing more for Qiao to say." At this moment, Su Yi stepped forward with his hands clasped and said in a deep voice, "I know your original case was handled by Prime Minister Xie, but now that you have nothing more to say, then please trouble Prime Minister Xie to explain to the Emperor how this man faked his death to escape." Prime Minister Xie was terrified, his whole body trembling. He took 2 steps forward, pleading shakily, "Your Majesty, this old subject truly knew nothing of this matter." Qiao Zhanping didn't even look at him, only looking straight at the dragon throne, and said slowly, "Qiao has been an elder in the Mahe school for many years. A mere prison, how could it hold me? Everything was done by me alone. Commissioner Su should not wrong others." At this time, Mo took a step forward, her voice as cold as ice. wrong others? Since you say so, where did the corpse you used to fake your death come from? The Jingji Garden is in the Imperial Palace. Without someone to guide you, how could a commoner like you set up a mechanism inside? You and Xiao Qian have no grudge. Why have you been determined to target him since your first meeting at Shangxian Villa? Oh right, speaking of Shangxian Villa, that day you publicly threatened that if Commissioner Xiao and young Prince Song Ao died, Prime Minister Xie would bear all responsibility. Why are you now saying this matter has nothing to do with others? Your Majesty, the matter of Qiao Zhanping colluding with Prime Minister Xie. He admitted it himself at Shangxian Villa that day. Those words were heard clearly by everyone present. Your Majesty only needs to ask to find out. The Emperor's face darkened like water, a dangerous glint in his eyes. The chief eunuch stepped forward and shouted sternly, "Will you not confess your crimes quickly?" Qiao Zhanping remained kneeling, unmoving, his tone calm. Qiao has nothing to say. Su, he stepped forward, holding a scroll of memorials. It doesn't matter if you don't speak. Your subject has the case files here. I invite your Majesty to peruse them. Initially, Xie Bing colluded with people from the Li state, secretly harming the transport soldiers, plotting to seize the military equipment. He arranged for Qiao Zhanping to fake his death, open the mechanism in the mausoleum to hide the soldiers' bodies, and then transport those weapons into the Li state. This matter was discovered by Xiao Qian, which is why that fake general wanted to eliminate Xiao Qian as soon as possible. The Emperor nodded, and a eunuch stepped forward to receive it and quickly presented it. In the Great Hall, only the cold sound of flipping pages remained. After the Emperor finished reading, his face was grim. His eyes looked as if they could spit fire. Xie Can, do you have anything else to say? Prime Minister Xie's face was pale, and he kowtowed to the ground. No, Your Majesty, this old subject has been wronged. They are framing me. Xiao Qian and Su Yi colluded with the new Juzi, and they have a marriage contract. They have joined forces to drive this old subject to his death. Mo asked him with a cold smile. If he didn't do it, then who did? Xieqin, you have a grudge against the Xiao family, and you secretly dealt with the Xiao family. Although this matter is unforgivable, it is still a domestic affair of Non-Rome. But you, as the Prime Minister of Non-Rome, went so far as to transport military supplies for the people of Li State. This is disloyal and unjust, the heart of a wolf. Seeing that the situation was lost, Xieqin turned and kowtowed to Dong Shi, begging, Your Highness the Crown Prince, please speak a few words for this old subject. Dong Shi, who had not said a word from beginning to end, now spoke slowly. I'm the Crown Prince of Non-Rome. You have committed such a treasonous and immoral act. Even if the Xie family has reached a dead end, what does it have to do with me? The Emperor angrily ordered, Men, imprison Xie Can and Xiao Zhanping in the Great Prison for now. We will definitely investigate this case to the bottom. The guards immediately stepped forward, bound the two men, and escorted them out of the Great Hall. An invisible cold wind blew through, and the entire court was silent. At this moment, Mo knelt in the middle of the hall and said respectfully, Your Majesty. The Emperor looked at her and asked softly, What does the Juzi mean by this? Mo took a breath, her voice gentle yet firm. Mo has a matter and wishes to ask for Your Majesty's gracious decree. The Emperor approved. Speak. Mo lowered her head, her gaze falling on the dragon-embroidered carpet at her feet, and made up her mind to plead. That day, your subject married into the Xiao family's eldest grandson's line. The eldest son of the Xiao family once told a matchmaker that this was his parents' order, not what he desired. Moreover, the Xiao family's eldest young master is bedridden with illness. After marrying over, your subject, and he had no reality of being husband and wife. Just now, Xieqian's words have reminded your subject. Dong Shi heard this, and unconsciously tightened his grip on his sleeve, his knuckles turning white, his eyes filled with unconcealable anticipation as he looked towards Mo. Mo slowly raised her head. Under the flickering candlelight in the hall, her firm voice rang out. Today, as the Juzi of the Mahe school, to also have a marital relationship with the Xiao family is truly inappropriate. Therefore, your subject wishes to ask Your Majesty to preside and help your subject annul this marriage. On the throne, the Emperor raised his eyebrows slightly, then nodded in appreciation. The Juzi deeply understands the greater good. We naturally approve. Pass our decree. From this day forth, the marriage contract between Mo and the eldest son of the Xiao family is annulled. The Juzi of the Mahe school and the Shao family no longer have any relation. That night, the long corridors of the palace stretched out under the cold silver moonlight, lanterns swaying gently in the wind. Emojio, wrapped in a cloak, walked slowly, each step seeming to tread on 1,000 thoughts. She thought as she walked, although my marriage to the eldest son of the Shao family was originally a sham, annulling the marriage in the Golden Hall this time is like a slap in the face to the Shao family. Perhaps I should go see the old duke to apologize in person. It's just, the emperor has arrested Xie. Why hasn't he released Shao Qian immediately? What does he want to do? Wait, that is... Suddenly, she heard footsteps and whispers from the corridor ahead. Emojio hid behind a large pillar and heard the chief eunuch say to the old duke, "Old Duke, His Majesty intends to form a marriage alliance with the Shao family, wishing to marry Princess Yujia to Commissioner Shao. It's just, if His Majesty bestows the marriage, it will inevitably displease Princess Xian, making it awkward to explain to Prince Cheng's side. Therefore, His Majesty thinks if you were to petition the Emperor to bestow the marriage to the princess, it would be a different matter. At that time, we can welcome Commissioner Shao out of prison and hold a grand wedding, and this prison disaster will be considered over." Emojio, hiding behind, felt a sharp pain in her heart. No wonder Shao Qian wasn't released from prison. It turns out the emperor wants to use him as leverage, forcing Shao Qian to agree to the marriage with Yujia. Today, Shao Qian is imprisoned. His life and death are in the emperor's hands. The meaning behind the eunuch's words is to become one family, making it easier to turn a big issue into a small one. But I went through so much trouble to annul the marriage with the eldest young master. If he gets engaged again, wasn't all my effort in vain? No, I have to see Shao Qian. She rushed out of the palace gate, called for a horse, without time to change her clothes or inform anyone. The night wind howled, whipping against her cheeks, her hair in disarray, but her eyes were as sharp as a sword. Just as the horse galloped near the censorate, a strong smell of burning suddenly hit her nostrils. Thick black smoke billowed into the night, dyeing a patch of the sky blood red. Emojio abruptly pulled the reins, her eyes wide with horror. A group of people shouted, "Fire! Quick! Put out the fire! The censorate prison is on fire!" Emojio felt dizzy. The censorate prison. She immediately yanked the reins, urging her horse straight into the sea of fire, screaming in her heart, "Shao Qian!" Soldiers immediately blocked her. The official has ordered a strict guard on the censorate prison, seal the city gates, and don't let any criminals take the opportunity to escape. She frowned and asked, "The fire is so big. You're not going to put it out, but you're sealing this place off. Do you want everyone inside to be burned to death? Even if they are guilty, they should be dealt with according to the law. How can there be a reason to disregard human life like this?" The soldier immediately replied, "Little miss, what do you know? The fire in the prison is too big. It can't be saved anymore. Besides, before the fire started, many prisoners had already disappeared, including Prime Minister Xie, who was just brought in today. That's why the official..." She hurriedly cut him off. "What about Shao Qian?" Whereas Commissioner of the Bureau of Military Affairs, Shao Qian. The soldier stammered, I don't know." She pushed him aside. "Get out of the way." She ran into the censorate, chanting in her heart, "Shao Qian, I just decided I want to be with you. You must not have anything happen to you." Suddenly, the sound of horse hooves startled her. She turned her head and saw Shao Qian extending his hand. "Take my hand." She immediately reached out and took his hand. He pulled her onto the horse, then spurred the horse and galloped away. The soldiers saw this and shouted, "It's Commissioner Shao." After him, the horse flew along the road. Shao Qian asked, "Is a Jew scared?" She sat in front of him and replied, "Scared of what? When you met Zhou's family, were you scared?" Soldiers were blocking the gate ahead. Seeing a horse charging, they raised their long spears to block. "Who goes there? The city gate is closed. Dismount quickly." Shao Qian smiled. "If we leave now, you will have nothing left. Even the position of Mahis Juzi that you've always wanted, you won't be able to have it. Are you still willing to follow me like this?" She smiled and replied, "Life is but a few hurried decades. If I can be with you, it doesn't matter if I don't have those things." He then said, "Then hold on tight." After speaking, he spurred the horse to jump over the soldier's barrier. Out of the city, Shao Qian slowed the horse down. He asked curiously, "Why was a Jew at the censorate prison?" She replied, "I was worried about you." He immediately realized, "You're not telling the truth." She paused upon hearing this, then recounted what she had heard. "I heard the eunuch beside the emperor go to the duke's residence to deliver a decree saying that the emperor would only release you if you agreed to the marriage with Princess Yujia. I was anxious for a moment, so..." He lowered his head, whispering in her ear, You were afraid I would agree, so you came to see me. She replied, blushing. I wasn't afraid you would agree. You told me you wouldn't marry Princess Yujia. I believe you. I was just afraid the old Duke of Shao would agree on your behalf, and the matter would be irreversible. But if he didn't agree, I was afraid you would stay in prison forever. So I wanted to come and discuss a countermeasure with you. He looked at her intently and said, this is the first time you have affirmed so clearly that you believe me. She replied, I don't know if you still remember. I once said, if you could be exonerated in court, I have a gift I want to give you. He asked with interest, has a Jew prepared already? Mo immediately leaned forward and kissed him on the lips, startling him. She said, blushing, I have asked His Majesty to preside, to have him issue a decree annulling the marriage between me and the eldest young master of the Shao family. Now you and I can be together openly and honorably, without having to worry about the status of sister-in-law and brother-in-law. Hearing this, Xiao Qian was stunned. Then he happily hugged her tightly and said, a Jew, I am very happy. She cleared her throat in embarrassment and asked, aren't you celebrating a bit too early? Isn't that a military camp up ahead? But we're fugitives now. He smiled teasingly. Silly girl, I was just teasing you. Hearing this, she asked angrily, huh? Xiao Qian wrapped his arm around her waist and gripped the reins, saying, let's go, let's go. Seeing this, she was startled and quickly grabbed his chest. He smiled teasingly. Where are you grabbing? She blushed and cursed. Beast. In the military camp, the soldiers saw Xiao Qian and shouted joyfully, General, it's the General. Greetings, General. Xiao Qian dismounted first, then helped her down. He said, you weren't wrong just now. This is a military camp, but it's the military camp of my Bureau of Military Affairs. She stood firm and asked, where is Qi Zhong? Qi Zhong immediately stepped forward and saluted. Your subordinate is here. Xiao Qian ordered, pass down the order. Immediately dispatch troops to guard the important river crossings and city gates in Linen and await my command. Qi Zhong replied, your subordinate obeys. Hearing this, Mo asked worriedly, what are you going to do? Mobilizing troops to surround the capital without authorization. Are you trying to rebel? He asked with a smile. If I rebel, will a Jew follow me? She held his hand tightly and replied, yes. No matter what you do, I will be by your side. Her voice was very soft, but it carried an unshakable determination. Hearing this, Xiao Qian was stunned. 1,000 emotions surged in his eyes. He reached out and pulled her into his arms, whispering in her ear, with these words from you, I can die without regrets. As soon as Mo heard this, she immediately became angry, her cheeks flushing red from emotion and anger. She punched his shoulder and scolded, what do you mean die? Don't talk nonsense. Xiao Qian burst out laughing, lacing his 10 fingers with hers. He said gently, I was just teasing you. What am I rebelling for? Our Majesty has said from the inside out that I am innocent. This time, I am merely helping the court capture the important criminal Xiekan. I still have to return to the capital. The night is cold. You should stay in the camp and wait for me. His voice was extremely sincere, full of concern. Before he could finish, she replied, I'm going with you. Xiao Qian looked at her, the smile in his eyes not fading. He nodded in agreement, as you wish. Then you wait in the tent for a moment. I'll have someone prepare a carriage. After speaking, he lifted the tent flap and walked in. The sound of silk rustled in the wind like a soft sigh. Inside the tent, a warm firelight spread. Xiao Qian poured a cup of hot tea, brought it to Mo, and asked with a slight smile at the corner of his lips, what are you thinking about? She took the teacup, her eyes still fixed on him. Lu Lang, the fire at the censorate prison, was it related to you? He replied, it was Xiekan's men, like a cornered dog, who wanted to save him and set the fire, wanting me to be buried with him. I am now merely riding the tide. He handed the teacup to her. She took it and said, then there are still many people in the prison. That Xiekan is truly too vicious. Xiao Qian said nonchalantly, he is now just a grasshopper after autumn. The Xie family is finished. Hearing this, she asked curiously, that Su Yi who overturned the verdict for you in court, is he your ally? Xiao Qian smiled faintly and shook his head. No. Xiekan has been an official for many years, always arrogant, and has offended many people in court. Su Yi and he have long been at odds. Moreover, Su Yi is upright by nature. With the evidence of Xiekan's crimes falling into his hands, he would naturally report the truth. After hearing this, Mo smiled and sighed. People say to have deep schemes, to see 3 steps ahead for everyone you take. You, Lu Lang, have even calculated 30 steps ahead. Xiao Qian smiled faintly, looking at her with a doting gaze, and said, "Not entirely. There are things I couldn't calculate, for example, you." Hearing this, Emojio, without questioning him, Xiao Qian didn't answer, but reached out to take the teacup from her hand, and at the same time pulled her to sit on his lap. The night wind from outside blew in through the gap in the tent flap. The charcoal brazier made soft crackling sounds, and the warm firelight shone on their faces. Xiao Qian said softly, "If I had known earlier that I would have this relationship with you, regardless of whether you were destined or not, I would have hidden you by my side from the very beginning, and there wouldn't have been so much trouble later." Emojiu wrapped her arms around his neck. Her cheeks flushed pink, her clear eyes sparkling, replied, "But if we hadn't gone through so much, I wouldn't have fallen in love with you. If I didn't love you, no one could have kept me." Xiao Qian froze. He looked at her as if he had never seen her so clearly before. His voice grew hoarse. "Aju, you said love?" Emojiu bit her lip, stammering. She had the answer in her heart. "Yes, it's not the Yungu acting up, it's love." Xiao Qian let out a soft chuckle and lowered his head to kiss her lips. A gentle and deep kiss, as if offering his entire life. Aju, just that one call seemed to melt away all her defenses. The space was unusually quiet, with only the soft crackling of the fire in the charcoal brazier. After a long while, he reluctantly let her go. Emojio was panting, her cheeks as red as rouge. "Lulua, if you don't let me go, I'm afraid I'll be the first person in history to be kissed until I faint." You dare to misbehave in the military camp. What kind of decorum is that?" Xiao Qian laughed, held her tightly, and asked, "Didn't a Jew say it before? Just a kiss, a hug, a touch. What's there to be nervous about?" The moment Emojio heard that, her face flushed crimson, and she gritted her teeth, scolding, "You're talking nonsense. When did I say that?" Xiao Qian leaned back in his chair, the corners of his eyes crinkling with amusement, clearly teasing her on purpose. "On our wedding day, you snuck into the Zhaoyuan small pavilion, pinned me down, and said those exact words." His voice was very light, like water skimming across a lake, but every word struck home like a nail. Emojio was completely stunned, her ears burning red. She retorted angrily, but her voice was weak. "I don't remember. Even if I did say it, I definitely wouldn't have said it to you like that. If what you said isn't a deliberate lie to trick me, I'll take your surname." He raised her chin without hesitation, his hoarse voice whispering close to her ear, "Sooner or later, you'll have to take my surname." Emojio was speechless. She moved her lips, but didn't know how to refute him, finally managing to squeeze out each word. "You've been getting more and more cunning lately." Xiao Qian raised an eyebrow, feigning innocence. "How am I cunning?" Emojio pouted and replied, "You're like this, and you say you're not?" Just then, a loud call came from outside the tent. "General, the carriage is ready. We can depart." Upon hearing this, Emojio, as if waking from a dream, hurriedly turned and ran outside, the hem of her robe flying with her steps. Xiao Qian stood up and leisurely walked up behind her, personally adjusting her cloak, his movements as practiced as if he had done 1,000 times. He said, "Don't worry. Without my order, they won't dare to come in. Let's go back to the capital." Before the capital city gates, soldiers with drawn bows and arrows blocked the way. Xiao Qian said, "I request Emissary Xiao to have the troops withdraw from the city gate." Xiao Qian stepped forward, his expression unchanged, and said softly, "Commander, no need to be tense. Siakam has escaped the fire. I ordered the siege of Linen precisely to capture Siakam." The commander, standing high on the city wall, replied in a deep voice, "Emissary Xiao, your words are wrong. After the Censorate prison fire, the city gates have been heavily guarded. Siakam must still be in the city. Why trouble the garrison outside the city?" Just then, a subordinate came forward from behind, cupped his hands, and shouted, "General, we have captured Siakam and Xiao Zhamping." Immediately after, two tightly bound figures were dragged forward. One was a pale-faced Siakam, screaming meaningless sounds. The other was a disheveled Xiao Zhamping, his eyes vacant, as if he had lost his soul. At this moment, Xiao Qian's subordinate stepped forward and reported to him in a low voice, "Siakam can no longer speak." He walked up to Siakam and said with a smile, "We haven't seen each other for 3 days, and the Prime Minister's current state has truly broadened this Zhao's horizons." Siakam was furious, but could only make meaningless sounds. He knocked aside the soldier next to him and tried to charge at Xiao Qian. The soldier shouted, "General, be careful." Xiao Qian frowned, drew his sword, and slashed at him. His blood instantly stained the snowy ground red. At that moment, Mo.Gio's carriage passed by, surrounded by deathly silence. Seeing this, Mo.Gio was utterly astonished. You killed the Prime Minister of Southern Rome. He saw her and was also stunned. Mo.Gio, but then he still had to turn away. Just then, the sound of urgent hoofbeats rang out. Song Ao galloped over, covered in dust. He dismounted and shouted, "Xiao Qian, what are you doing? Are you insane?" Xiao Qian turned his head. His face, so calm it was almost cold, and replied, "Siakam intended to assassinate me. I was merely acting in self-defense. As for you," he glanced at Xiao Zhanping, who was pinned to the ground, trembling. Xiao Zhanping was still alive. Xiao Zhanping immediately prostrated himself on the ground, kowtowing repeatedly and begging, "Emissary Xiao, spare my life. Aren't you looking for the Bagua tomb? I have a piece of information about the Bagua tomb, and I'm willing to tell you in exchange for my life." Song Ao stepped forward and kicked him coldly in the chest, scolding, "Who cares if you live or die? Men, drag him away, you deserve this." Xiao Changyuan. Then, Song Ao turned to question Xiao Qian. "You mobilized 200,000 troops overnight to surround Linen City. What are you trying to do? Do you want to rebel?" Xiao Qian slowly took out a handkerchief to wipe the blood from his sword, his movements unhurried, and asked in return, "Rebel? Does a young prince think I look like I want to rebel?" Song Ao replied, "I know you won't rebel. But what will the people around us think? Come with me quickly. My father summons you to the palace." Hearing this, Xiao Qian stiffened slightly. He tilted his head, his gaze searching for Mo.Gio, who was still standing by the carriage, not yet having left. Song Ao quickly blocked his line of sight, frowning as he said, "Stop looking at Mo.Gio. She has so many soldiers protecting her, nothing will happen. You, on the other hand, if you don't get to the palace soon, things will get serious." Xiao Qian took a deep breath and finally nodded. He turned and ordered his subordinate in a deep voice, "Escort the Juzi of the Mahists back to the residence. There must be no mistakes." His subordinate immediately bowed and replied, "This subordinate obeys." Xiao Qian and Song Ao spurred their horses and left. Mo.Gio remained standing in place, the hem of her robe fluttering in the wind, her eyes following Xiao Qian's back until he disappeared, her heart a chaotic mess of pain and confusion, as if a violent storm had just swept through. In the imperial palace, the emperor, dressed in his dragon robe, his face as cold as frost, swept his gaze over Xiao Qian kneeling below the dais and questioned, "Breaking out of prison, mobilizing troops, killing a man. Minister Xiao, how do you intend to explain this to us?" Xiao Qian knelt and bowed. "Siakam colluded with foreign enemies, seized military supplies, harmed the innocent, deceived the sovereign, and harmed his generals, and even set a fire that caused countless deaths and injuries at the Sensory prison. This humble servant only escaped the fire to protect myself and mobilized troops to capture the criminal. But he was unrepentant to the end, insisting on a life-or-death struggle with me, which is how I accidentally killed him. I hope your majesty will see the truth." The emperor narrowed his eyes and said, "According to you, you've even rendered service. Should we reward you then?" Just then, a eunuch hurried in, presenting an urgent message with both hands. "Your Majesty, an urgent military report from the northern border." The emperor took the letter, his gaze darkening, and murmured, "The enemy on the northern border is growing more provocative. I fear this world will not be at peace for much longer." He opened the letter and read it. Su Yi, standing to the side, glanced at the kneeling Xiao Qian and thought, "The armies outside the capital do not listen to the emperor's command, but follow Xiao Qian's orders. If his majesty were to punish Xiao Qian for Siakam's death, it might suppress him, but with the urgent situation on the northern border and a great war imminent, there are no capable generals in the court. I'm afraid his majesty won't be able to touch him for the time being." As expected, after reading the letter, the emperor's expression grew grave. He handed the letter to the chief eunuch and waved his hand. Minister Xiao did not forget the affairs of the state, even in a time of crisis. He has rendered a service by capturing the traitor. The matter of the killing will not be pursued for now. You are still a pillar of the state and deserve a reward. From this day forth, we appoint Commissioner of Military Affairs Xiao Qian as the Grand Marshal of the Armed Forces. Order the Ministry of Rights to draft the edict and bestow the reward upon Xiao Qian. Xiao Qian bowed. The imperial grace is vast and profound. This servant accepts the decree, but my heart is filled with shame. I respectfully ask your majesty to retract the esteemed order. The emperor waved his hand, his voice not loud, but as heavy as Mount Tai. We are old now, and must rely on our ministers for many things. For you to accept this post, for the stability of the border, we must trouble you once more. Xiao Qian was silent for a moment, then slowly kowtowed and replied, "This servant gives thanks." The chief eunuch immediately stepped forward, presenting the urgent military report with both hands, and carefully handed it to him. Xiao Qian took it, his strong fingers lightly gripping the edge of the letter. The emperor spoke again, his tone gentler this time, with a hint of personal interest. As the saying goes, good things come in pairs. The old duke came to the palace the night before last to ask for Princess Yujia's hand for you, but just then the incident at the censorate prison occurred, with countless deaths and injuries, so we did not agree for the time being. Now that you are here, how about... Before he could finish, Xiao Qian suddenly spoke up, his resolute tone cutting him off. Your Majesty, this servant does not dare to marry the princess. The hall immediately fell completely silent. His words were like a bucket of cold water, splashed right in the middle of the great hall. The old duke standing beside him turned red with anger, pointing at him and scolding, "What nonsense is this brat spouting? Since when is a matter as important as marriage for you to decide?" The emperor narrowed his eyes and asked slowly, "Does Minister Xiao find our daughter unsatisfactory?" Xiao Qian replied, "I dare not deceive your majesty. This servant has a fate of 4 pillars of pure yang. A fortune teller said this fate is not suitable for marriage, or else it will bring harm to my wife. It is best to remain alone." The atmosphere in the hall grew heavy, as if a cold mist was spreading inch by inch. Su Yi said in a low voice, If emissary Xiao marries the princess, shouldn't he also change his address to Father Emperor? This fate of 4 pillars of pure yang is not conducive to marriage. Its killing aura is extremely heavy. Wouldn't it affect your majesty? And affect the nation?" Xiao Qian continued, "Princess Yujia is a peerless beauty. It is an honor I could only wish for. But with this fate of mine, I cannot help but think of the princess, think of your majesty, and think of the nation." Hearing this, the emperor was silent for a long time, finally letting out a soft sigh. "Very well, all of you may withdraw. Let us think." After hearing this, Xiao Qian's expression remained unchanged, but the corners of his lips curled up slightly, revealing a hint of joy. After leaving the palace, Xuefeng followed behind him and reported, "Emissary, you're finally back. Miss Jiao is still waiting for you." His heart sank. Today she saw me kill Siekam with her own eyes. Will she be afraid of me? It's the middle of the night, and she's still not asleep. Could it be that she's waiting for me to come back to say goodbye? Xiao Qian quickened his pace and saw Mo Jiu standing at the door waiting for him. He called out in surprise, "A Jew." She ran over, wrapped her arms around his neck, and asked, "You're back? I was so worried. Did things go smoothly at court?" He asked, "You didn't sleep because you were worried about me?" She asked back, "What else?" He stammered, I thought what happened this morning might have scared you." She smiled, "I was scared. But I've robbed so many tombs and seen plenty of dead bodies. That one sword strike of yours was sudden, but not enough to scare me for this long." Hearing this, he hugged her tightly and said, "Right, you're not like the others. It's so cold, standing outside dressed in so little. Be careful not to catch a cold." She replied, "I'm not afraid of the cold. Besides, isn't there a human-shaped heater here now?" She pointed at him, teasing him with a shy blush. Seeing him staring at her, she looked up and asked, "Why are you looking at me like that? It's like you want to eat me. It's so scary." Suddenly, Xiao Qian swept her up into his arms, startling her. He laughed and said, "You little temptress, you still dare to tease me. I'm about to do something bad." She hurriedly hit his shoulder and called, "Luluah." He grunted in response. She caressed his face and said, Can you spin a few times?" Hearing this, Xiao Qian was stunned. "What?" She quickly explained, spin in circles, hold me, and spin in circles." Xiao Qian let out a sigh of relief, while Mo Jio's face turned bright red. But Xiao Qian still did as she asked, holding her and spinning a few times, making her overjoyed. She laughed happily. "This is fun, so fun." He asked curiously, "Aren't you dizzy?" She replied, "With such beauty before my eyes, how could I not be intoxicated?" He immediately switched to a Princess Carrie, saying, I originally had news about the Bagua tomb to bring you, but now. Gio hummed in response. Xiao Qian immediately carried her into the room and placed her on the bed. She laughed and asked, now what? He replied, whoever starts the fire puts it out. She feigned innocence and asked back, how do I put it out? He laid out a condition. Kiss me, and I'll tell you. Hearing this, Gio fell silent. Then she sat up, wrapped her arms around his shoulders, and asked, Xiaolu, are you a fool? Do you know how a normal man flirts with a woman? He asked back, you seem to know very well. She caressed his chest and asked, when the Yungu entered Lilua's body here, did it leave a scar? Did it? After speaking, she pulled open his robe and kissed his collarbone. He was startled and called out, a Jew. She smiled and asked, this move, has Lulua learned it yet? He blushed and asked, where did you learn that from? She stuck out her tongue and replied, I'm not telling you. Let it drive you mad, he said with a serious face. Stop fooling around. Let's talk business. She sat on him and asked, isn't this business? Besides, you were the one who said you wanted me to kiss you. And hey, why is Lilua's body so hot? Could it be that my dear brother is not feeling well somewhere? Gio continued to lean in and tease him. The more he endured, the more she pushed. Let me check on my dear brother. He quickly gritted his teeth and snapped. Gio, are you doing this on purpose? She feigned innocence. On purpose about what? Seeing how pale my dear brother looks? Where exactly are you not feeling well? Do you need me to give you a massage? He replied, forget it. I dare not accept the favor of Master Gio. She smiled and called, Xiao Lulua, didn't you say that sooner or later I'd be your woman? If I say I'm willing, would you want me? He said at once, a Jew. No, get down first. You are so good. I can't be rough with you. I can't be so hasty. She took his hand and said, Xiao Lulua, you're clearly the one who lured me into making a mistake. Now that what's done is done, you're acting so unwilling. She wrapped her arms around his neck. Gio, you're forcing my hand. With that, he immediately flipped over, pinning Gio beneath him on the bed and leaning close to her. She blushed and asked, Xiao Luluo, what are you trying to do? He replied, when feelings are hard to control, one can only follow them. She blushed and turned away. Can we? But he had been teased by her to the point where he could wait no longer. She stopped him, blushing and stammering. What I mean is, can we change to another place? Hearing this only aroused Xiao Qian more. The candle in the room had fallen to the floor at some point. Behind the bed curtains, two figures were entwined, and broken sounds could be heard. Xiao, is that okay? A little gentler. Xiao Qian leaned in close to her and said, don't talk anymore. Then he kissed her lips. She couldn't resist and could only respond to him, enduring his assault, seemingly unable to bear it any longer. She called out, Luo, Gio lay on the bed, wrapped in a brocade quilt, her long, ink-black hair splayed across the silk pillow. Her fair skin shimmered under the dim candlelight. Her breathing was rapid, and soft gasps escaped her lips like a clumsy yet shy invitation. Luluo. Xiao Qian closed his eyes and answered in a deep voice. A Jew. She blushed, her cheeks like peaches dusted with morning dew. After a moment's hesitation, she stammered, Can you get up for a bit first? You're too heavy. Xiao Qian was silent, not answering right away. He lowered his eyes to look at her flushed face, the corners of his lips twitching as if suppressing a laugh. Jiu looked up, meeting those deep, ocean-like eyes, and became even more flustered. Or, how about we switch positions? He raised an eyebrow and asked, Switch how? She reached out and stroked his soft, messy hair, her voice both coquettish and petulant. I'll be on top, you be on the bottom. Xiao Qian froze for a moment, then immediately squeezed his eyes shut, as if restraining something. His hoarse voice rang out, firm, in your dreams, no. Hearing this, she burst out laughing. But before she could tease him further, he suddenly opened his eyes, turned over, and pulled her into his arms. They lay on their sides, facing each other, which couldn't help but startle her. Their breaths mingled, their gazes locked without avoidance, as if all distance had been filled in that instant. This position isn't bad either, she thought to herself. Suddenly, a voice reporting from outside shattered the sweet, ambiguous atmosphere in the room. Gio's cheeks flushed, and she sat up with a start. Shui Feng's voice sounded cautious, but with a clear note of awkwardness. Lord Emissary, Wang requests an audience. But Xiao Qian was in no hurry. He just sighed, reached out to pull her back into his arms, and gently stroked her hair. I know. Seeing that he intended to get up, Gio immediately clutched his sleeve, her voice low and tinged with a certain stubbornness. Don't go see him. Xiao Qian lowered his head and gently stroked her hair, coaxing her in a low voice. It's been a long day. you must be tired. You sleep first, I'll go see what's the matter, okay? Emojo didn't let go, but instead held on tighter, a flicker of inexplicable worry in her eyes. What if I don't let you go? He reasoned with her. Mo Wong coming this late at night must mean something important. I have to go. Besides, he is also the left attendant of your Maya school. She buried her head in his chest, whispering as if to herself. I consider him one of my own, but I'm afraid he's never thought of it that way. He asked, why do you say that? She then said, back when Fong Chiron and I were competing for the position of Juzi at Linyan Villa, I accidentally overheard him talking to Fong Chiron. In order to secure the position of Juzi, he wanted to kill me. She remembered that day when Fong Chiron stopped him. No, she is my sister. After hearing this, Xiao Qian was stunned, looking down at the woman, trembling slightly in his arms. After a moment, he said in a deep voice, no wonder your attitude towards him changed so drastically later. So it was because of this. But I feel that what you heard might not have been said by Mo Wong. Linyan Villa is the ancestral hall of the Maists. If he really wanted to make a move, he would have avoided you to do it conveniently. How could he let you find out so easily? That day in the villa, the various forces were hard to distinguish. I'm afraid someone wanted to sow discord between you two, deliberately impersonating Mo Wong to say those words for you to hear. Mo Jio was slightly taken aback. She fell into deep thought after hearing this. This I had never considered. He stood up and draped a cloak over her, his tone calm and gentle. You've always been so clever. How could you be blinded by such a simple matter? It must be because you care too much about that person in your heart. That's why. Mo Jio was silent for a long while, her eyes sparkling in the candlelight. Then she suddenly asked, no way, Xiaolula. We've already come this far, and you're still praising some irrelevant person? Xiao Qian embraced Mo Jio, leaned down to her ear, his voice low and gentle, like an unforgettable vow. Aju, you must remember, you are my woman. You're not allowed to flirt with others anymore. You rest first. Wait for me to handle things, and I'll come back to you. Just as he was about to get up, his sleeve was tugged again. Mo Jio sat up, her dark eyes fixed on him, her lips moving slightly. Wait, you still haven't told me. What does the news in the Bagua tomb mean? Xiao Qian raised an eyebrow slightly, turned, and sat on the edge of the bed, his eyes deep. Still haven't forgotten about this? The Forbidden Tomb is in the sensory prison. The news came from Xiao Zhamping, and Mo Jio pressed on. So, Mo Wong also knows about you being at the sensory prison? He nodded. Of course, I had someone inform him. He's probably here this time because of this matter. Sure enough, outside, Mo Wong was standing sternly under the eaves, cold sweat beading on his forehead, thinking anxiously to himself. Still not done yet? In the room, the atmosphere had calmed. Hearing this, Mo Jio sighed, lay back down on the bed, her eyes half closed, and lazily waved her hand, replying, I know, you can go. Xiao Qian bent down, settled her properly, and carefully tucked her in, as if shielding a delicate flower from the wind and snow. He sighed, gently stroking her soft hair, then quietly walked out. He stepped outside and sat down with Mo Wong at the stone table, the night breeze slightly chilly. The two sat opposite each other, a game of Go, black and white in a deadlock on the table. Mo Wong spoke first, his tone serious. How do you plan to reveal the matter of the Forbidden Tomb? Xiao Qian replied, that's right. Mo Wong said while playing. The Bagua tomb and the weapon blueprints were originally secret matters. If you announce this, the existence of the Forbidden Tomb will be known to the world. I did not understand. What exactly is Emissary Xiao planning? Xiao Qian, while contemplating his next move, answered Mo Wong. Whoever seeks the Bagua tomb is after the weapon blueprints. But I have never believed that sharp weapons can conquer everyone. Winning a battle with weapons is not wrong, of course. But what's more important is strategy. To rule people, it is better to first rule their hearts. At this point, Xiao Qian paused, picked up a black stone, and placed it decisively on the board. Upon hearing this, Mo Wong was shaken. He looked up, his gaze complex as he looked at Xiao Qian. Then he slowly stood up and replied in a low voice. Your goal is not the weapon blueprints, but to use the blueprints as a tool. You want to use it as bait to lure those greedy people and catch them all in one fell swoop. Xiao Qian just smiled faintly, saying nothing. Hearing this, Mo Wong was struck as if by lightning, utterly horrified. He recalled what Shan Shirmu once said, the times are changing, the moment for the unification of the land has come, the opportunity for a change of dynasty has appeared. If one were to divine it, this is the opportune moment. A hero will surely emerge to reshape the world. Mo Wang looked at Xiao Qian and thought, could it be that Xiao Qian is that person? Mo Wang continued, Emissary Zhao's game has no flaws. It truly leaves Mo Wang in admiration. Xiao Qian said while pouring tea, victory and defeat are not yet decided. The left attendant speaks too soon. Mo Wang murmured, no, I can already foresee Emissary Zhao's victory. It's just, seeing him hesitate, Xiao Qian said, left attendant, if you have something to say, please speak freely. Mo Wang pursed his lips, hesitating for a long time, but finally said, if one day you ascend the throne as emperor, I hope you will not fail Miss Jiao. Xiao Qian's hand, holding the teacup, paused. He looked at the cup, then looked up, smiling with an incredibly firm tone. Of course. The next day, Mo Jiu leaned in the pavilion, thinking to herself. Yesterday, after Xiao Qian returned from court, he said he would report the matter of the forbidden tomb to the emperor. But why did the emperor only order people to guard it and not to excavate? She tightened the cloak around her, sighed, and continued to think. In any case, the forbidden tomb has appeared. I must go and see it for myself. And so, she spurred her horse and galloped to the ruins. She looked around and thought, that fire killed so many people. The bodies must have been cleared away, but the bloodstains under the white snow, I fear they haven't dried yet. Just then, Dongxi appeared and asked, why is Jiao here too? She turned her head in surprise. Your Highness is here too? Dongxi walked over and said, the osmanthus wine I brewed myself. I still need to find some delicacies to go with it. I have it ready at the villa every day, but you never came to the appointment. Moreover, you won't even call me Dongxi anymore. Are you trying to distance yourself from me? She dismounted and said, why would your Highness say that? It's just that I didn't know your Highness's identity before, so I was often presumptuous. Now, I shouldn't do such foolish things anymore. He replied, you're no longer bound by an engagement. Have you ever thought about what you will do in the future? She asked with a smile, does your Highness not know yet? I have been staying at Xiao Qian's residence these past few days. He and I are of one mind and have decided to be companions for life. Upon hearing this, Dongxi was utterly astonished and reached out to pull her jaw, but she immediately pulled away, avoiding him. Your Highness, this thumb ring is your token. I should not keep it any longer. Please take it back. She handed the thumb ring back to Dongxi. He was silent for a moment, then asked, do you really want to draw a clear line between us? For Xiao Qian? Jiao, you know my heart. My feelings for you are true. She said tearfully, I know, but the happiness I want. Your Highness cannot give it to me. Dongxi retorted, I can't give it, but he can. She replied immediately yes. Hearing this, Dongxi pressed his lips tightly together, his expression darkening. Mo Jiao continued, only he can give it. I like being with him, even if he doesn't say anything at all. She clutched the thumb ring in his hand and asked, then do you not like being with me? She asked him in return, Dongxi, it's not the same. I like eating, drinking, and having fun with you, chatting about everything under the sun, but that is not romantic love. Dongxi sighed upon hearing this. In the end, I was still one step behind him. She shook her head. It's not about being early or late. It just happened to be him. Just then, someone approached them from behind. Dongxi then said, you are truly heartless and truly bold. In this world, you're the only woman who dares to say such things to me. After hearing this, Mo Jiao bowed her head and replied, thank you, Your Highness, for your magnanimity in not holding this against me. It is getting dark. Your Highness should return to the palace soon. After speaking, she curtsied. Dongxi stared at her intently, thinking to himself, Jiao. Mo Jiao turned to leave and was startled to suddenly see Xiao Qian. She quickly asked, why are you here too? He replied, the snow is beautiful, so I came to see the view. Mo Jiao approached him and asked, coming to the censorate prison to see the snow? Could it be that Commissioner Xiao didn't have enough of the great prison, and now you miss this place? He pulled her into his arms and said with a smile, they said you came here alone. I was worried about you. She murmured, Lu Lang. She reached out, lifted his chin, and asked, actually, I have a question. Lord Commissioner, what does it feel like to see your love rival with your woman? He was puzzled. What is a love rival? She explained, it's a man who wants to compete with you for a woman. He grasped her wrist and said, if there is an enemy in your heart, then the whole world is your enemy. If there is no enemy in your heart, where in the world can an enemy be found? I am not afraid of 1,000 troops and 10,000 horses. So why would a mere love rival be worth my concern? After hearing this, she was stunned for a moment, then burst out out laughing, arrogant. But I like it. Xiao Qian gave her a gentle glance and said, hold on tight. She asked curiously, are we flying again? He replied, I'm taking you to see something. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately wrapped his arm around her waist, picked her up, and leaped into the air. The two of them saw a bagua diagram. Xiao Qian said, look. She was astonished. This is an Inyang bagua. Xiao Qian said, after this place was burned down, this bagua diagram was revealed. She stared at it, puzzled. The mystery within this tomb must be significant. His Majesty has always wanted to obtain the heavenly character guide. Now that there's a forbidden tomb, why has he only posted guards instead of ordering an excavation? He then explained, the enemy in Jinzhou is still running rampant, and the border is not yet at peace. His Majesty doesn't have the time to deal with these matters right now. Hearing this, she was stunned. Is there going to be a war? With this power struggle, a major war is inevitable. It's only a matter of time. He landed in a spot, setting her down from his arms onto a statue. She said, I only pity the common people who will be displaced by the chaos of war. There are upheavals in the court, and things have not been peaceful recently. Just stay in the residence and don't go out alone. If any Mahis disciples come to the residence looking for you, the gatekeeper will not stop them. He took out a handkerchief to wipe her hands, and she said with a smile, all right. He pulled her into his arms and reminded her, it's cold, don't catch a cold. Let's go back quickly. She immediately broke into a bright smile. Let's go back so Master Geo can dote on you some more. He chuckled, a Jew. How do you plan to dote on me? Are we still doing that thing? Upon hearing this, she immediately pushed him away, blushing as she snapped beast. He laughed, it's just instinct. If you keep tempting me, I really will show my beastly nature. Hearing this, her face turned bright red, and she fled for her life. Xiao Qian watched her retreating back and smiled. Mo Jio ran off, clutching her blushing face. Later, in Xiao Qian's residence, Mo Jio was in her study, a charcoal fire burning brightly. Someone reported from outside. Miss Jio, there is someone outside looking for you. He says he is the left deacon of the Mahists. She asked in surprise, Mo Wang? What does he want to say? The maid outside curtsied. He didn't say, but he seems to be in a great hurry. I invited him into the residence to wait, but he refused. The commissioner ordered before he left that no one in the residence should prevent you from meeting with Mahis disciples. So this servant had no choice but to come and report to you. Outside, Mo Wang met Mo Jio and asked with a smile, is Miss Jio living well? She replied, very well. Left Deacon, what important matter brings you here today? He said in a low voice, something has happened at the Chitian Terrace on Shinong Mountain. Upon hearing this, she was startled and horrified. What did you say? Mo Wang lifted the carriage curtain and said, it's not convenient to talk about this out here. The Mahist elders have all gathered at Lin Yun Villa. Let's go there and talk. We're just waiting for the Grand Master to make a decision. Seeing this, the maidservant quickly tried to stop them. Miss and Left Deacon, please wait a moment. This servant will go find someone to accompany you. Just then, Xue Fong stepped forward and said, no need to look. I am here. Miss Jio, this subordinate will escort you. Mo Jio pondered for a moment after hearing this and agreed, let's go. And so, the carriage set off immediately. A short while later, Xiao Qian's carriage also returned to the Xiao residence. Xue Fong came forward and asked, Commissioner, the enemy is provoking us, and the situation in the north is critical. You have been away for a long time. You must be tired. Xiao Qian replied, it's fine. Where's Miss Jio? I have something to tell her. Xue Fong answered, following your instructions, Miss Jio has been in the residence these past few days and hasn't gone out. She should be in the Imperial study researching the Forbidden Tomb now. A maidservant who had just seen Xiao Qian was startled and panicked. Xue Fong asked, what's with the panic? Where's Miss Jio? The maidservant saw Xue Fong and became even more horrified. Her face pale. Commander Xue, why are you here? Didn't you go with Miss Jio to Lin Yun Villa? Upon hearing this, Xiao Qian frowned, ran outside, and shouted, this is bad. Send men after them. Xue Fong immediately replied yes. Meanwhile, in the carriage that had taken Mo Jio away, she lifted the curtain to look outside, thinking to herself, why is it so bumpy? The road to Lin Yun Villa wasn't this difficult last time. Something isn't right. So she called out, senior brother, Xue Fong. There was no answer. Mo Jio had no choice but to lift the curtain, calling Xue Fong. But the person in the carriage murmured, Grandmaster. Then a strange man grabbed her arm, startling her. It turned out the two faces in front had changed. They grabbed Mo Jio's hand and said, we are not who you think we are. Seeing this, she asked in horror, "Who are you?" Mo was knocked unconscious. The person took out a cloth bag. "Be a good girl and come with us." After saying this, they laughed triumphantly. Mo's consciousness began to fade, and she thought, there's a sleeping drug in this bag. Then she closed her eyes and fainted. The carriage continued to gallop down the road, while behind them, Xiao Qian was spurring his horse in pursuit, drawing his bow and knocking an arrow, shooting towards the front of the carriage, hitting the two people and causing them to turn pale with fright. On the other end, Xue Fong spurred his horse to catch up, blocking the carriage. Xue Fong opened the carriage door and saw a bound Mo groaning. Xue Fong quickly called out, "Miss Gio." He ran in and opened the bag, only to find that it was not Mo inside, but another maidservant, and he was utterly horrified. Xiao Qian lifted the curtain and entered, then turned and tore off the kidnapper's hair, his entire body immediately radiating killing intent. He gritted his teeth and said, "A man of Qin, Wanyan Xiao." At the same time, at the Jianzhou Grand Camp of the state of Qin, Mo had just regained consciousness. She sat up and looked around, thinking to herself, people of Qin. The two who disguised themselves as Mo Wang and Xue Fong were people of Qin. So am I in a Qin military camp now? There was a noise outside. Was someone singing? She lifted the curtain and heard someone say, "Grandmaster, what do you think of my Qin state's Jianzhou Grand Camp?" She immediately asked, "Who are you?" "The third prince of Qin, the famous general Wanyan Xiao." Wanyan Xiao smiled and introduced himself. "I am Wanyan Xiao, Miss Gio. Long time no see." She asked, "Wanyan Xiao, the foremost general of Qin?" Wanyan Xiao replied with a smile, "Miss Gio overpraises me." She frowned. "The relationship between Nanrong and Qin has been tense recently. Your Highness, by bringing me here, what is your intention?" Wanyan Xiao replied, "Bringing you here was not this prince's idea. It was only because this prince is fascinated by the ultimate skills of the Mahis that my subordinates took matters into their own hands and caused such a thing. It was abrupt. I hope the Grandmaster will not blame me." She replied, "No blame, no blame. It's just that since it was not your Highness's intention, then this humble one will take her leave." He quickly grabbed Mo's sleeve and said, "Grandmaster misunderstands. Although this matter was done by my subordinates, this prince also strongly approves. You have come a long way. Since you are already at my Jianzhou Grand Camp, why not rest before you leave?" She asked angrily. However, she was suddenly lifted into his arms, which horrified her. "Wanyan Xiao, what are you doing? How dare you?" He laughed in reply. "Miss Gio, today you are in this prince's hands. What do you think this prince would not dare to do?" She shouted angrily, "You are a world-renowned figure after all. At a time when our two nations are on the brink of war, you resort to kidnapping me to threaten Xiao Qian. If word of this gets out, aren't you afraid of being ridiculed by the world?" Wanyan Xiao asked, "Ridiculed? Why would that be? If people talk, they will only say this is a fine and beautiful union." She asked angrily, "What do you mean?" He picked up a lock of Mo's hair, brought it to his nose to smell it, and said, "This prince has heard that the Grandmaster's marriage to the eldest son of the Xiao family was annulled by the Emperor of Nanrong. A fair and graceful lady is a fine gentleman's good match. What do you think this prince means? Our two nations are about to go to war. If this prince marries the Grandmaster, who hails from Nanrong, it will be the best encouragement for our troops." She frowned. "What you want is not me, but the Mahis Grandmaster. Your Highness, if you covet the Mahis weapon blueprints, why go to such lengths? We might as well have a proper discussion. As they say, the world bustles for profit. It's not like I can't produce them." Before she could finish, he interrupted her. "This prince has heard that the new Mahis Grandmaster is eloquent and can subdue people without a fight. Unfortunately, this prince has no desire to witness it." Mo fell silent, listening as he continued, "The Mahists, the weapon blueprints. Once this prince marries you, I will naturally have it all, Grandmaster. You have come a long way. You should rest well." She cursed angrily and then fell into a stupor, his words still echoing in her ears. "Wait until our wedding day, and this prince will come see you." In her dream, Mo heard a voice calling, "A Jew, a Jew." Mo opened her eyes, looked at the figure before her, and blurted out, "Lu Lang. Lu Lang, is that you? Lu Lang." She ran to embrace Xiao Qian, calling Lu Lang. He also held her tightly and said, a Jew. It's me, don't be afraid. I've come to save you." With tears in her eyes, she asked, "How much longer?" He replied, "Soon, 3 days at most. If Wang Yanxiu says anything, just pretend to agree. You must protect yourself well, understand? She urged him, come quickly. I'll wait for you. Xiao Qian's calls of a Jew faded into the distance, causing her to wake with a start, endlessly calling his name, Lu Lang, Lu Lang. That emotional feeling even stimulated her dreams. Before a city gate, Xiao Qian spurred his horse to arrive. The city official immediately came forward to salute. This subordinate pays his respects to the Lord Commissioner of Military Affairs. He dismounted and replied, dispense with the formalities, my lord. I'm under His Majesty's orders to lead 300,000 troops north. The main army has already assembled outside the city. I hope the prefect will make the proper arrangements. The official replied, this subordinate understands. It's just that there's one more matter. Wang Yanxiu sent a letter via messenger. Xiao Qian opened the letter and read it. The letter read, the Mahis Grand Master and I fell in love at first sight and wished to tie the knot. The wedding will be held in 3 days. I hope Commissioner Xiao can attend the ceremony. After reading it, he angrily crumpled the letter, thinking to himself, a Jew. Wait for me. On the Qin's side, Emo Jiu shouted angrily, did I agree to marry you? All of you get out. Get out for me. Everything in her room was smashed to pieces in her rage. Wang Yanxiu walked in and asked, who has angered the princess consort? Drag them out and behead them. The maids all knelt down, begging for the prince's mercy. He continued, the princess consort has ruined this wedding dress. She must not like the style. Fortunately, this prince has prepared several more sets. The princess consort can take her time choosing. Hearing this, she gritted her teeth and said, if you like wearing it, wear it yourself. No one will care if you change into a new one every day. But did I say I would marry you? To force a marriage to this extent, Wang Yanxiu, you truly bring shame to your ancestors. Seeing Mo Jiu so angry, Wang Yanxiu said, the auspicious hour is approaching. The princess consort should change into her wedding attire first. If you have anything to scold or say, wait until the bridal chamber. He leaned down and threatened in a low voice, if you dare to tear the wedding dress again, this prince wouldn't bear to let these servants suffer. I'll just have to change you myself. She angrily grabbed his collar and scolded, you dare? He laughed. It is this prince's honor to serve my own woman. What is there that I would not dare? If you don't behave, not only will I change you myself, I will also personally carry you to the wedding hall. I will attend to your every need, so you won't have to lift a finger. She angrily pushed him away, scolding shameless. Wang Yanxiu was not finished. If the princess consort continues to delay and misses today's wedding, this prince has also invited your little uncle, Xiao Qian. If he dares to come, you should be arriving soon. The moment she heard this, she fell silent. She clutched her clothes, thinking, Xiao Qian said he would come to save me in 3 days at most. Isn't that today? The maid surrounded her and said, Princess consort, we servants are only acting on orders. We beg you, please don't make things difficult for us. She angrily snatched the wedding dress and put it on, and walked outside. The moment Wang Yanxiu saw her in the wedding dress, he was stunned. He smiled and praised, the Grand Master is indeed a peerless beauty. She replied, you flatter me. I find the people here quite boorish, but your highness is very handsome. It seems your highness is not of pure blood, are you? Perhaps a half-breed is more accurate. Wang Yanxiu cursed at her. Just then, a subordinate came and shouted, report, your highness, Nan Rong's Xiao Qian has arrived. Xiao Qian, at this moment, was leading his men and horses with a formidable presence. Upon hearing this, Wang Yanxiu was startled and surprised, asking, he really dared to come. The moment Mo Jiu saw him, she called out, Lu Lang. He quickly grabbed her hand and said, the wedding is about to begin. Why is the Grand Master running towards another man? Commissioner Xiao has come from afar. The journey must have been tiring. Everyone, please rest in the ceremonial hall first. After the wedding is over, this prince will have a good drink with the commissioner. How about it? Seeing this scene, Xiao Qian was filled with towering rage. He said coldly, no need. This lord came here not to drink, but to demand a person. Wang Yanxiu laughed and asked, demand a person? This Jianzhou is poor and remote. I wonder who the commissioner wishes to demand from here. Xiao Qian replied, the person beside you, my woman. Hearing this, Mo Jiu smiled and blushed. Xiao Qian drew his sword, its tip pointing directly at Wang Yanxiu. His voice rang out, cold and firm, Kanggu and Dingyuan are still your territories. I will use these 2 cities to exchange for one person. How about it? Hearing this, Wang Yanxiu laughed out of anger, drew his saber from its sheath, pointed it straight at Xiao Qian, and roared, "Insolent! Are you drunk? Using my cities to trade for the person in my hands? Commissioner Xiao, since you know that Kanggu and Dingyuan are my territories, are your words not a bit too arrogant?" Just as the atmosphere grew taut as a bowstring, a subordinate rushed over, knelt before Wanyan Xiao, and shouted, "Reporting to your highness, something has happened in Kanggu and Dingyuan. The army and many of the common people stationed there have been infected with a plague. This plague is widespread, breaking out in many places. The physicians in the city are helpless. This subordinate suspects someone has poisoned the water sources." Wanyan Xiao's face instantly turned pale. He suddenly turned to Xiao Qian, fury blazing in his eyes. "Commissioner Xiao, your methods are truly brilliant." Xiao Qian sheathed his sword with unhurried grace. He glanced at Wanyan Xiao and replied calmly, "Not as brilliant as your highness's methods. You have nearly 100,000 soldiers in Kanggu and Dingyuan. If they lose their combat effectiveness, it means my Nanrong army can press our advantage and seize Jianzhou. You can choose not to release Mo, and you can also capture me, as long as you dare to gamble with the lives of 100,000 people in the city and the war situation of your esteemed country." Wanyan Xiao was so angry his face turned red, his knuckles white as he gripped his saber's hilt, and said, "Your poison, it's not certain that the physicians of my country cannot cure it." Xiao Qian's lips curled. "A poison that I, Judge Liu, say cannot be cured, no one in this world can cure. Release Mo. Let's return safely to our military prefecture, and this lord will naturally offer up the antidote." Hearing this, a mischievous glint flashed in Mo's eyes. She smiled brightly and praised, "Well done." Xiao Qian reached out and took Mo's wrist, the warmth from his palm giving her an unusual sense of security. Wanyan Xiao gritted his teeth and asked suspiciously, "Does Commissioner Xiao keep his word?" Xiao Qian looked him calmly in the eye and replied, "A gentleman's word is worth 1,000 pieces of gold." Wanyan Xiao took a deep breath and finally let go of Mo. He said through gritted teeth, "Then let's meet on the battlefield. You and I will have a fair confrontation. I will not wait another second." Mo immediately ran to embrace Xiao Qian, her voice trembling as she called, "Lu Lang." Xiao Qian let out a soft laugh, put his arm around her, and said in a low voice, "Good Aju, it's all right now. I'm taking you home." He bent down and kissed her lightly on the forehead, then quickly swept her up and placed her on the saddle. Then he too leaped up, settling firmly behind her like a solid wall. Mo turned her head, her eyes sparkling with a smile. "Lu Lang, wait." She reached out and tore the bright red wedding dress from her body, the scraps of fabric fluttering in the wind like silk butterflies. Wanyan Xiao was stunned, reaching out as if to catch the falling fragments, but he only touched the wind in her cold gaze. Mo tilted her head, smiling brightly, "Your Highness, we will meet again." Wanyan Xiao gritted his teeth and roared her name, his voice filled with rage and helplessness. Mo. But she paid him no mind, saying, "Lu Lang, let's go." Xiao Qian immediately pulled the reins tight and shouted, "Giddy up." The horse neighed loudly and then galloped away like the wind, the two of them sharing one horse, racing towards the horizon. On the way, Mo leaned her head on his shoulder, teasing softly, poisoning them before the battle. Lu Lang's handling was quite impressive. "You're really formidable, but with your personality, didn't you use to despise such underhanded tactics the most?" Xiao Qian chuckled softly, his eyes fixed ahead, but his voice was very gentle. "Who could be blamed for this? A Jew. This debt must be counted on your head." She laughed, leaning her head against his chest. "All right then. It's my fault. It's true, I was careless for a moment." Xiao Qian held her tightly, his breath brushing gently past her ear. He just chuckled, his tone both teasing and tender. "I'm just teasing you. Why did you take it seriously? That's not like you at all." Mo looked up at him, her eyes shimmering with an indescribable tenderness. She sighed softly. "I was just thinking that Lu Lang went to so much trouble to save me." His arms tightened around her a little, his voice like a passing breeze. "As a man, if I can't give you a peaceful life, I must at least protect you completely, right?" She slowly took his hand that was resting on her waist, their 10 fingers intertwining, and said, "In these chaotic times, who can achieve perfection in everything? Lu Lang has already done very well." The sound of hooves gradually slowed, and then the horse carrying them came to a complete stop. Xiao Qian tilted his head, leaning close to her ear and whispering, staring at me so intently. "What are you thinking?" Gio smiled, tilting her head to look at him, and replied, "I'm thinking, why does Lu Lang like me?" His eyes were like warm stars in a winter night, looking at her gently as he replied, "I don't know when the feelings began, but once they did, they grew deep. Does one need a reason to like someone?" She frowned, pressing her lips together as if pondering something. "But I also have my obsession with cleanliness, and I no longer have the appearance of the MO clan. If one day I also become like Fong Chiron." Before she could finish, Xiao Qian bent his head slightly and placed a gentle kiss on her cheek. His warm breath passed through her skin as he said with a laugh, "I like you, no matter what you become. Besides, I will find a cure for this illness for you." He reached out and carefully adjusted the hairpin in her hair, the gentle gesture making her heart tremble. Mo Jiu leaned against him, murmuring as if to herself, "If one day we cure the Yunyu Gu, will you regret the words you said today, the things you did for me?" He didn't answer immediately, only asking her softly in return, "Does a Jew have any regrets?" She replied instantly, "Of course I don't. My Lu Lang is the most outstanding man in the world." He smiled and bent down to kiss her hair, the familiar scent intoxicating him. He replied dotingly, "That's good then. For me, Xiao Qian, to have Mo Gio in this life is a blessing from the heavens. I will never fail you." The two held each other quietly for a while, the wind blowing across the snowy fields, making the scenery before them seem both real and illusory. A moment later, Mo Gio looked up and asked, in the battle against Wanyan Xiao, "How confident are you of victory?" Xiao Qian's gaze deepened, as if the entire world was in the palm of his hand. He said slowly, "Jianzhou is as good as dead. Wanyan Xiao bullied you. I will make him pay 100-fold." She let out a soft laugh, saying gently, "I only hope heaven does not disappoint and that my husband can return in triumph." Xiao Qian gently took her hand and replied, "I will." Mo Gio looked up, reaching out her hand to feel the snowflakes falling from the gray sky. The snow landed gently in her palm, melting into cold water. She whispered softly, "I hope that one day there will be no more war in this world. The times will be stable, the people will live in peace, and we can grow old together, walk through spring, summer, autumn, and winter together, and have a love that never ends." He looked at her, a smile gradually forming on his lips. I promise you, there will definitely be such a day. The world will have no more war. The times will be stable. The people will live in peace, and you and I will be happy together until we are old." After speaking, Xiao Qian lowered his head and kissed her on the lips, a kiss both gentle and domineering, carrying all the long-suppressed emotions, as if wanting to carve her image into his very bones. Mo Gio was momentarily stunned, but she quickly closed her eyes, returning the kiss as if accepting a promise. The wind still blew, the snow still fell. The whole world seemed to stand still, leaving only the two of them leaning on each other in the dark night, enjoying a rare moment of peace amidst the stormy days.